like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to say that Director Thornborough, who will be attending remotely pursuant to AB 2449. Frank? Director Thornborough will be meeting remotely pursuant to AB 2449.
Yeah, Director Thornborough and Director Stovall, if you could, well, at least Director Thornborough, can you turn on your video?
I don't want to see him.
We have to wait until we see if video is still on.
And they both have to turn on their video.
Stovall technically doesn't,
Really?
but Thornborough does, because they're operating under two different statutes.
It says videos
Oh, I thought they both had to have it on.
unmuting buttons don't work. He's calling me.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, how are you? The best, here, let me, why don't you talk to Frank, because he's the authority on this. He said he can't get his video to turn on, it's in here, it's put up your head.
Have you had confirmation that the audio is good online and on YouTube?
So we're gonna have to wait until those things get
Try
fixed.
to, tell him to shut it down and try to re-enter.
He may be, with reach out to now, yeah, I don't know, does anyone, who knows how to, who knows Zoom stuff?
There's the little,
Usually on the left.
so if you can see where it says
So you can't
video
press
on
the
the bottom left,
You,
there's a
you
power.
see the mute button or the audio button, right? And you're pressing it?
And next to
I'm
that.
sorry, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, having close it and reopen it.
Try closing and reopening.
So like leave the meeting and come back in the meeting.
Yeah, let's try that.
I can get on. And then if it's volume's not on down here. On the.
He said the red.
Speaker is.
He said the red mute button was.
Oh, it's still well.
Yes,
We got Stonewall.
you got Stovall. What's the difference between Bob and Stovall?
Bob is, sleep prep.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Bob's-
Director Robert Stovall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Bob is Steve.
Okay, we've got Stonewall unmuted, that's good.
Okay. Oh, Bob's the name of his device or something? Okay.
And then let's make sure we
Bob-
pin the directors. list.
Director Stovall is available.
We can hear you, thank you,
I'll go back on mute.
thank you.
So now Mike.
Just waiting on Glendale.
Just check it. Start it when he comes on
Yeah, once we see his audio and video, we can start.
again.
Yes.
All he's gotta do now is turn on his camera.
There we go. Hey.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
look,
we can.
Yeah.
okay.
He's in his house.
Are we,
He isn't.
ready to rock and roll again? Okay.
Keep that drone.
Director Thornborough will be attending remotely pursuant to AB 2449.
I'm sick and contagious.
Come on in.
I'm on my way.
Make sure you follow the script, just to say everything.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
No, I think he has to read that
You
statement.
have to read about, oh, it's in his.
Through your-
It's in the.
Still hold it, Thornborough does.
Yeah, So
It's in,
he has,
you forgot the email.
it's right there.
Yeah, I was expecting him to make a statement, except other than I'm sick.
But you said that he's supposed to, Thornboro's supposed to say.
Yeah. Thornborough, just read what I said, read the script I sent you for, AB, to comply with AB 2449.
Oh, boy. All right, hold on. Okay, here, I think I got it here. Nope, that's not it. I didn't realize I was supposed to read that.
Starts with, I am participating remotely.
If we can have anyone. I'm still looking. All right, that's just to be it. Here we go. Here we go. I am participating remotely due to a contagious illness that prevents in-person attendance. Really? That's what you wanted me to say?
Yes, and then, disclose whether there's anyone, 18 or over, present in the room with you.
No, but my wife may pop in and out.
Okay,
She's definitely older than 18.
okay. And that's all you needed to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was tough.
And I roll call, please.
I just have one comment on that.
Yes.
For his last one, did it count for this year or previous year?
That was December.
He's allowed two, so it's per, calendar year.
My last one was January.
January meeting,
Yes.
okay.
We're still good, either way.
This is the
Yeah.
last
Good.
one.
First one, then.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay. So for those of us in the room, so Director Saunders
Present?
and Vice President Seaman. Here. President McDonald. And are we motioning to allow Thornborough?
No. You don't have to motion. for it.
Director Thornborough
Here,
and Director Stonewall.
Present.
And then just to be clear, because we have members, remoting in, all votes have to be by roll call. Everything, consent calendar, et cetera, okay?
Director Saunders, may you read the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Opening the meeting. It's October 3rd, 2024. For the regular board meeting for Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. It's 2:08 p.m. At this time, are there any public comment on the adoption of the agenda?
For the agenda or for the public comment?
This is just for adoption of agenda.
If you haven't
Okay,
put
yeah.
on the agenda,
Next.
If it's not on the agenda.
so there's no comments.
Who's Bob?
He wants to make a public comment.
That's a public, okay. Director Thornborough.
Can you hear me?
yes, I can. I have a question. On adoption of the agenda, I can't remember. I got something to pull up the calendar. Do I do that now or when we get to consent? calendar?
Consent calendar.
Yeah,
Okay.
when we get to, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Pro, if you're looking to make a public comment, we're not quite there yet. We're one more item before we get there. We're doing the adoption of the agenda. Do you have a comment on the agenda first?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead and make your comment.
I would like to make sure that all board members and the general manager have received my emails pertaining to today's meeting.
That's part of the public comment period, not for the agenda, sir.
But we did receive it, yes.
Thank you.
And I'll close this for public comment for the adoption of the agenda. Is there any motions or comments from the directors?
Make a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second,
Second, roll call vote, please.
did
Did you
second
get a
it?
second? Are you seconding it or?
Yes,
Okay.
roll call vote, please.
Okay. Director Stovall,
Aye.
Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Thornborough,
Aye.
Vice President Siemens,
Aye.
and President McDonald.
Aye, motion passes unanimously to adopt the agenda. I'll open it now for public forum. Please review the public guideline criteria before participating in the public forum.
Mr. President, before you go to the people in the room, I just wanted to allow you to let you know that we did receive 2 written comments, and I just would like to read their names into the record, and then these will be attached as minute items to the minutes after the fact. So we received a comment from a Rena Lowry. Her comment is going to be attached, and we also received a letter from Mr. Stephen Pro, which will also be attached to the minutes.
Thank you. Sheree, public comment, yes.
I've noticed lately, probably the last 2 or 3 months, that people are having problems calling in after hours when there's main breaks. There was something that was posted today. It says the issue when my water main broke the other night. There's no way to leave a message other than billing if you go through the phone email. I ended up calling the fire department out of desperation, and their dispatch couldn't get through either. Finally, a neighbor called an employee who does inspection for ALT who also couldn't get anyone. Long story short, a neighbor drove down to the water plant, asked the guys there for help. The guy who showed up was very indignant and rude, saying he never got a message or a call. I called right in front of him on speakerphone, and he had no reply to that. Their after-hour system is faulty. So I've seen several places where people don't know. I don't know if the phone system changed or what. They don't know what to do after hours. So something needs to get corrected. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheree. Noted. Mr. Dowd?
Yeah, Stephen Dowd. I want to urge the board today to vote no on this rate increase. This is bad timing. Bad time. We got World War III going to be happening here pretty soon. We got the dock strike on the East Coast, which is going to increase the cost of all goods and services. It's going to hurt us desperately here in our town. I mean, we're all on fixed incomes, most of us. So this is a retirement community, and this rate increase is going to kill us. And I just want you to remember that. Remember that this is going to be too much. You know, the percentage increase. I like Mike's thing. If we could get it down to Mike's Thornborough's 15% with the 5% increase for both irrigation and the treated water. But it's looking like it's going to hurt the people, the ratepayers in this county. And this,
Mr. Dowd, I'm not trying to, I apologize for cutting you off,
Agenda.
but
That's on
you can provide those comments when we get to that item on the agenda. This is for things that aren't on the agenda. This is just general public comment.
the dock strike isn't on the agenda. That's going to hurt us. That's a big time going to kill us. It's going to, these dock workers making $100,000 a year, and they want a 77% increase. That's $100,000 additional. They want to make $200,000 a year. Who do you think's gonna pay for that? We, the people.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna be able to afford to pay for water.
Yes,
So
yes, Mr. Dow, that's related to cost of service.
Yeah.
General cost of
Just-
living. Yeah,
you nip it in the bud.
yeah.
We don't need it right now, maybe later.
Let's, and you can bring that
Soon
up
as this-
again
soon
later.
as the war's over.
You could bring that up again later in 8C. We'll come to that. Thank you. Mr. Pro.
Yes, I would like to agree with Sherry. I called in a few weeks ago in regards to a water leak on Cherry Acres. I couldn't get through on your line. I contacted through emails numerous members of the board, received no response back from them either. So you should have some sort of a situation where if someone gets in touch with the board for whatever reason that they are responded to, so we know that, we can stop searching around for somebody. This is just for the amount of money that we are paying for standby workers, and then we don't have standby workers, but they still get paid. And it's quite a high number also, if I remember correctly. That Sherry's response should be taken personally and quickly.
So, Mr. President, if you allow me, I can address the two comments from both Ms. Shuri and Mr. Pro. There was an error. We did have an error on our phones. We did go in and correct it. So that this is something that we were aware of and it is now, fixed.
But why aren't the customers that call it in made aware of your activities?
Well, we don't really have a follow-up system to follow up with the customers, but we utilize Water Smart. So we did have a large break today, early this morning in the Meadowbrook area. And we utilized Water Smart to let the customers in that area know that the water was going to be worked on and that there was a potential low pressure issue in those areas.
I think that's a very poor answer.
Can you, just a question, can you go into detail what happens when someone calls? What are they gonna hit?
So I've actually called in because I also heard that there was an issue, so I tried to do it. And what you end up having to do is you go through a couple button clicks to get to a person, and then our operator actually answers the phone.
But
So
what are those specific button things? Because people are saying they hit billing. Anybody know?
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very clear. It's like an automated system. And it says if you're looking for somebody to do an after hours leak, you press 1, I believe.
There is one.
There's option 1 to get to after hours.
Yeah, it's not the
Menu.
building department.
Option 1 is after hours menu, and then there's 4 options. After hours menu for different sections there. Now is just water.
So do you know what those are?
So you get to treated water, be 1 and 1.
Okay. So could you put that on the website so people know when they call in, these are the options and the hours that those are? That would be helpful in the customer service department on the website.
It's the pleasure of the board. We can do that now.
I mean, it would be
Isn't
helpful.
one of the, cause I know I got caught in a loop one time and it didn't go anywhere, but an assumption is you need to say it's an emergency. And at one point it did have that as an option. Okay, and then once you hit that emergency, then it asks you for kind of like what neighborhood you're calling out, which I assume it's whoever the call out guys are for those neighborhoods.
Yeah, for the raw water, it's split up, but for treated water, it's only 1.
Okay,
So they've responded in the district, but raw water is split up.
right.
Yeah,
So,
and-
so that makes it a little clearer, so it's not like you're just pushing button. You go to, yes, this is an emergency, click whatever that one is. And then it goes into whether you're talking water or irrigation and what location the irrigation is.
I don't know, just write it out.
And if you get real irritated, I start going and calling them all. And I've done that.
I would caution the customers from testing the system. As it would definitely congest our employees who are working or being interrupted after hours.
Okay, well, then we need some clear instructions, like if you press 1, is that an emergency? Or if you press, it goes to another menu or what?
We will continue to look into the issue.
I got lucky. I called one time and I got right into the operator and
Yeah, I did.
30 seconds I was done.
Pretty sure this isn't on the agenda.
It's public comment, sir.
So with that, items are noted and we'll move on. So we'll end the public forum. And now I'll open it up to the consent calendar and I'd like to ask if there's any public comment on it.
Director Stovall moves that we accept the consent calendar.
Well, I want to pull something on the consent calendar. I want to pull item B, 4B, because nowhere in my binder is there a list of surplus stuff.
What?
4B.
That's not what 4B is.
4D.
It's not surplus either. There's no surplus on the consent calendar. 4B is, reappoint finance committee members, 4C.
Oh, okay, okay.
Irrigation committee members.
I apologize, I was looking at the wrong agenda.
Mhm.
There was a motion. I don't know if you still want to pull anything.
Nope.
There was no variance.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a person.
Roll call vote, please.
No, let's go to the public.
We did ask the public comment.
All right, I have some comments before we do the vote. I just wanted to comment on the consent calendar that, thank the, members from the finance committee and irrigation committee that are, signed up again to serve, and we thank them for their service.
You're open. Now the roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall,
He said aye. Maybe you can see it now.
Director Stovall,
No, he's not saying.
You're muted.
Muted.
Aye.
Perfect.
Director Thornbrough,
Aye.
Vice President Seaman,
Aye.
and President McDonald.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Consent calendar. Office managers report.
So I'll just turn it over to Jessica and any board members that would like to make any comments or questions about the financial reports for the district.
Yes, I wanted to apologize to President McDonald because I had to redo the chart because it was corrupted. And the line went away and won't come back, but I'm working on it. These are the financials through August 31st. I also wanted to report, we did receive our SNUD check and it was more than we expected, so that's nice. That will be on next month's financial reports.
We got an extra $3,800 this year.
Yes, and we did receive the fiscal year end property tax check. It was about $68,000, but that is for fiscal year 24 and it's being moved backwards. So it's on here temporarily, but it goes back to the last fiscal year. If you had any questions.
Thank you. Any board member comment or questions? I see no hands raised. Open it now for public comment, questions?
Does it go all the way through, he's talking all the way through the, investment too,
Yes,
down to investment reports,
yes,
but not the grant.
yes, grants as well. The whole number 5. Anything, if you have a question on anything on number 5.
Because when there's no numbers that tell me which one of these go to which I.
Yeah, that's why it's all encompassing. It's all the financial reports for the district.
Correct, and then there's a water, ops manager report, but nothing at the top. There's like not a dividing line.
Oh,
Well, I would have thought the grant would have been somewhere else, but okay. We used to get numbers later.
Thank you, Sheree. Any other members of the public?
That's the only comment I'd add with investment is we're doing investments in Aqua and RWA as well. And the same advisors we had show that usually the instability that you have with the election so far, we still had rates have been going up still. So the money market is looking well. The money market that was before was, we were worried about the CD rates, and the CD rates are holding stable still. So we just no need to do any adjustments yet from all of the agencies that were doing investments as well. So
I will add, while I was at the last CSDA conference, I did have a meeting with Bob Scholl. He is the California class, I guess, ambassador. And there is a new program that class will be putting out that will help to buffer the rate decreases. It's similar to what Leif is doing, where it has longer term investments. So right now, California class is based on a 60-day turnaround, so everything is 60 days, so that's why you get such high returns, because it's really fast. This will be based on a, please don't quote the dates. I want to say it's a 9-month turnaround, so that the rates have a buffer period. So instead of going like this, it will go like this, and will a glide path. And so we've expressed some interest in learning some more about this program, and he's going to send us some more information. It's not launched yet. They needed to have more commitments for money before they can actually launch it.
Thank you. Since the last federal open market Fed Reserve meeting last month, Treasury yields on the 6-month Treasury are down from 5.35 to 4.58, which is about 10% decrease. And there's a 40% chance in the next 5 weeks for it to go down another 0.25%. So yields are decreasing, and we're locked in at the longer rates for the duration, but the shorter term rates will be changing, adjusting when they mature. It's the only thing I have to add on the interest rate environment. Any other director comment? Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead, Director Senior.
What is a track?
Barrow, it's a wheelbarrow that has a track on it, and the guys use it when they're working along the canal so that they can move heavier materials, and also it's an ergonomic tool. But
Did we purchase that or?
yes, we purchased it.
Okay.
It was part of the CIP. I don't know what the cost is. It was like $3,000, I believe.
3,200.
Yeah, so it was part of the CIP report, budget report.
There's no other comments or questions. We'll move on to informational items. And we're talking about board reports. I'd like to start with Director Stovall. Be kind enough to tell us what you did this past month.
Well, the meeting for the finance committee was canceled because the actual year-end reports were not available. We look forward to having in-depth meeting later this month. Other than that, I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Director.
I have a question on that. We had asked that the finance committee look at the budget again for this last meeting, so I'm curious why it was just canceled.
Because we didn't have actual expenditures for the year at the time of the finance committee meeting.
They're waiting for the year end. They want to see that they wanted to see what the actual costs for the year end was before they made a determination on comparing the 2 years. So that's what they asked for.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Director Saunders?
Aqua will be raising its membership rates by 2.5%. And the one thing we brought up as a board is to also look at the way that their rates go up, because their rates are based on the district's operating expenses. So they go from large to small based on your operating budget. And that has a little inequity, because if you're in a PG&E district, PG&E rates inflate our operations and managements larger than just that. We're not increasing in number, but we're increasing based on that. So you're gonna look at how those operations and management expenses get calculated, so it's fair to all the districts with their membership. The only other things that are not here that I attended is there was another Divide Chamber of Commerce meeting Tuesday that I went to, and just let them know that the rate analysis would be at this meeting, because some of the commercial people would have a bigger impact, just to make sure they're aware. That's it for me.
Thank you, Director Saunders. Director Thornborough?
I've been, playing with pneumonia. That's about it.
Thank you.
Don't go there, Donna.
Vice President Seaman, you're on.
I didn't have anything extra this month, and I'll bring up comments on the irrigation committee.
Thank you, Director Seaman. I have nothing to report. So at this time, open up to Operation Manager report.
Thank you, yeah, so kind of getting towards the end of season here, stuff right now is at 83%, we lose about a 0.5% a week, so probably by the end of the season, probably about 81 to 82%, which is a little less than last year, but still, you know, still in good shape moving forward to the next water year. Treated production, you can see we kind of peaked in July, we're starting to trend down similar to previous years, same with our gross water use over time. The summary of work activities, pretty standard for the month. That's this summary of the work activities we did. So I'll go through each one a little bit, get a little detail to them. So the first one is spillway protection or spillway rehabilitation that we're required to do through Division of Safety of Dams. One is, you know, our annual inspection, we go walk the dam, walk the spill, and we also work with another part of BSOD that does just the spillway. So we're repairing cracks there. We're repairing, so you see on the right picture, it's a metal plate that covers the drain. BSOD has done a lot of work on how spillways can get negative pressure in them and kind of remove material under them under flow conditions. So this is one of the remedies to do that. You know, make the spillway last a little bit longer. Recently, I guess we can probably talk about this now. About a week ago, a DWR grant came up, so we're going to be pursuing that for some more spillway work. To, you know, investigate those drains further. They're, you know, since the construction dam, make sure they're still operating properly. And then also do apply for some work on the spillway itself, repairing some of the concrete. And it's had, Orange License has had a lot of water go down it, so any money we can get to, you know, help repair that, we're gonna try to pursue. So I had another picture of a break that was down by Device Supply. We were able to repair that and have that hydrant active again, by Device Supply there. In Greenwood, as you go forward, we got another master meter, and this one is on Garden Valley Road. And it, will monitor water going towards Garden Park area, Garden Park tank. We still have 3 more to do. Hope we're gonna have those in shortly. There is bigger outages, so we're kind of waiting for a little, less demand at the time, so that's why we're doing it a little bit later in the year once their demand slows down. We're gonna finish those ones out. This one we kind of mentioned briefly last meeting. This is the break we had on the main Buckeye conduit, the raw water supply that feeds the canal, feeds the Sweetwater treatment plant. So this is the kind of unique pipe we have. It's concrete cylindrical pipe, so it's kind of a unique repair we did on that one. It was good experience for all the crew to get hands-on with this one and understand how that works and get it repaired. And yeah. Next we had another break, just some more breaks, and then some vegetation clearing. But I just want to point out, you know, this was actually a really busy month for us. You know, we had a lot of different breaks, a lot of different high stakes breaks, and I just want to basically call out the crews and the field staff we have, the operators all around. You know, because all these breaks are the high stress situations. People are out of water. We're trying to get the water back on. You know, we could have irrigation going down. We could have treatment plants, you know, tanks going dry, and they do a really great job, really dedicated to, you know, staying after hours, getting these repairs fixed. And it's not only like one crew, you know, so some of these projects will have everybody, besides for like me, a couple people working on these. If it's splitting between like a raw water department and the distribution system, so they kind of all work together. And this makes it tough sometimes, you know, when you have, you know, 10 people on one project, and we also have the irrigation canal or whatever going dry, or customers calling in for different things. So sometimes it gets tight, and we really have to get spread thin sometimes. So when we have emergencies like that, it can make it challenging. And And this is stressing the last, you know, I guess last couple budget periods, we've been able to work with the board and, you know, get some good reliable equipment. It's really helped us out, because that's key, because at any time, you know, these can happen and you know, when people are out of water, you can see what happens on Facebook sometimes. So it's very important to have, you know, these good resources, not only, you know, field operators, but equipment as well. And, as this month, there's some really high stakes breaks that happen and they did a good job. And the goal is the customers never seem affected from it, right? That's the goal. So sometimes that does happen, but I just want to shout out to them. They do a lot of hard work. So moving on, next page, capital improvement plan. So distribution tanks, we're working on the lining, cathodic protection for those. As we just discussed before, the lining was a little higher than we scoped this year, the cost, and we're kind of shifting the focus on cathodic protection, which actually buys us time, for lining projects moving forward. This extra time is actually a return on investment, for each tank. Like I said, matching, we got one more installed, keep working on those. The pump station, check's still on the wall there, so we are still moving forward. That we have, all the generators are set. We're getting the electrical done. The propane tanks aren't there yet, but we're very shortly, we're kind of on schedule. We're trying to get it all done before winter season hit, to get those all, up and running. Next month, we're gonna be doing some rehabilitation on two of the pump station, replacing some of the old pumps that are old and outdated, aren't working as well as they should be, so, and some electronics. Tunnel inspection, early November. I have October there, I just got updated today, probably the first week in November, we're gonna have that scheduled. Once water season's over, we'll get that done. CAL FIRE grant. That's another big project we're working on. So the contractor is working on, the prescription plan right now. Right of entry agreements, we just kind of finalize that up. So those should be going out next couple weeks to get those lined up with the property owners, to move forward, with that project. But we have a lot of work, even if we don't get every single property owner lined up, we have a lot of work just on our parcels we'll start working on. So we have an RFP going out with next month and a half or so. That's kind of the plan. Other than that, consent calendar, you guys noticed the form to go through. That's the procedural for FEMA, so we can get some of this money back. And I talked about the DWR grant that we're this last page, and that's kind of summarizing water assessment. That's all I have for my report.
Before any questions, I want to add one thing to Adam's report. This is for the board members. There has been some conversations and discussions about potential hydrants not working, and I just want to make sure I clear up everything for the record and you are all aware, so that if somebody does come to you and asks you a question, you can give the proper and correct information. So there are 5 hydrants that are throughout the district. 2 of them are in ALT. One of them is in Garden Valley. One of them is in Greenwood, and where's the last one?
2 of them are Garden Valley.
Two of them are in Garden Valley. So the issue that we're having is, I did have a conversation with the fire captains or fire chiefs about this. So they are made aware of this. They are bagged. They're ready. They're marked. The hydrants are old and they're obsolete. So the parts that are broken on them, we are not able to easily order. So we're ordering new hydrants that we can install in their locations. And so that's the issue that we're dealing with. All of them have backup hydrants that are within a reasonable distance. So they're aware of them, and we are working with the fire departments to ensure that everything is still being safe. Everybody's still being safe around here.
Thanks. Dr. Seaman?
So on the vegetation clearing, is that GPED doing it or is it Growlersburg?
All us right now.
Okay,
Yeah, Growlersburg we typically don't use outside of bird season, and they get called for fires. That's their main responsibility. So they can like a wildfire or something like that. That's what they.
okay.
Yeah,
I was
so
just wanting to
yeah.
have that clarified. And I guess I did want to thank the GM. I had received a complaint about, some people walking on one of our customers' property and making some kind of rash statements, and the GM went out and cleared it up and found out it wasn't any GPUD employee, it was actually another agency's employee.
Thank you. Director Simmons.
For the cathodic protection, how much, what's the life between linings then with that?
You would add about 5 to 10 years on each tank, so you're almost gonna kind of double your,
Double,
And then-
10 to 15.
like the return on investment, we're looking, probably 25 to 30,000 per tank, but when I have that, I'm gonna bring it, we'll discuss it.
The evaporation rate from for 10 degrees from 80 to 90 or 70 to 80 is about a quarter of what it would be from 90 to 100. It's logarithmic. And so at that elevation where we are, even though we've had record-breaking temperatures, it's probably in the noise, the difference between how much maybe extra evaporation we're having now. It's probably insignificant, right?
For like water, how much water we're using?
Right, this last 3 weeks,
Yeah.
it's been,
Yeah,
yeah,
um,
so it's probably.
I'm sure the measurable amount's pretty small. It would be hard to quantify within a couple of weeks, I think typically what we do, we'll, like in our water model, we have that evaporation calculation in there. But it's kind of for the whole season, and it takes that amount out. And usually it's not very much within the water year itself.
I think if we're down at sea level, Folsom Lake, or it would be more because it's that last 10 degrees up to 100, really.
Yeah, and warm air holds more moisture, so
Yeah.
you're gonna have more.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Director Seaman?
And the pump, rehabs and installation and that's all for, our water pump stations, nothing to do in ALC.
Yeah, those two are
Those are not-
outside. Those are outside of our.
They're not wastewater, that's one.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
They're
we do
the
have-
treated water pumps that we have for
Right.
the few houses that are above some of our tanks, and so we pump water up to.
Okay, that's what I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. There's no more questions or comments. We'll move to Water Resource Manager's report. Alexis?
Yo,
Oh, a good question on the,
Oh,
No,
okay, I don't see a hand, but go ahead, Mike.
he raised his hand.
Visually?
Yeah.
You raised.
that's bigger than that little dinky thing on the window, the screen.
Okay.
Uh, Adam, I got a question about the generators that you're putting in at these pump stations. Are you gonna put any kind of security cages around them? Cause like the one on Reservoir, I don't anticipate that one being there for much longer.
Well, they're definitely insured, through our policy. But if that's something that we see happening, yeah, they would do that, yeah. It wasn't planned in the scope to do that, no,
Okay.
but, yeah.
Well,
A lot of people did mention backflows too, when they first started going in, and none of those actually have been stolen, that I'm aware of. So, but I know it's different, obviously, generator backflow, but,
generators are flagged.
Right.
Other people.
I know, but I'm just relating the concern. that's all. Yeah.
all right. That was my concern.
Yeah.
Director Thornborough, I don't see you on my visual screen, so please chime in if I miss it. I'm looking for a little hand come up, but I didn't see it, so chime on in if I miss it, okay?
How can you see the little hand and you can't see my big face?
Bill, can you put in the directors on his screen too?
Oh, we're making an adjustment here on my little screen. Thanks.
All right.
We're gonna make you stare right at Mr. President McDonald.
Perfect.
The pleasure is all his.
You can go ahead and. if you
Okay,
want.
Director, Alexis, go ahead.
We had 63 routine inspections, only 2 escrows, but quite a few follow-ups. We've got 2 new inspections going for new systems. We had the no spill cert, the second, I attended that CSDA conference as well. We did 3rd quarter samples and then also had our ALT town hall meeting. We did get a little tiny bit of rainfall, 0.02. And then really nothing weird or out of the ordinary with weather. Above average heat, I'm sure everyone can tell, I don't need to tell you that. But
It's lovely outside.
yes, yeah.
Thank you, Alexis. Any board comment? Question? Now we're open to general manager's report.
Yeah, I wanna just note that we didn't get a shout out on this one from the Director McDonald or Director Saunders, but we did take you around
Yes,
for your board report. So we did have a tour for both Director McDonald and Director Saunders. We got them to show them the fire areas and some of the work that we're doing up on the canal. What's that?
It was in between, yeah, we should have been at this time, yeah.
Attended, here's the next time. Oops, I stole your.
No, that's fine, that's right.
Attended the CSDA conference in Indian Wells, also attended a JPIA leadership workshop on the 13th of September. Federal Affairs Committee, CSDA is trying to bring back the Gold Country chapter, which is a local regional chapter, and so I attended their quarterly luncheon, which is the first one they've had since COVID, I believe, and so we're trying to resurrect that. Wanted to note that the district at the CSDA conference was awarded the district transparency certificate, which I have here, and so this is a good kudos to the district, to the staff, to the board members, to everybody for the hard work and dedication that you all have to being transparent, putting all our policies online, putting all of our reports online, making sure that everything is copacetic with special districts that are around the state and country. Lastly, the next thing we can accomplish is the District of Distinction certificate. And so the last thing we have to do to complete that is to have the last 3 directors complete their governance training. And so I know one of them will be completing theirs in November, and the other 2 will have a follow-up email if they're interested in completing that governance training. There is an online option. There's also in-person options. And so we would be really excited if the district were able to get that certificate as well. I'll be attending my last and graduating class of the JPIA Leadership Essentials on 11/6. There is an RWA board member, and then I will be at the Aqua Conference in December from the 2nd through the 5th at the end of the year.
Thank you, Nicholas. Any board members can make public comment or comment on Nicholas's report? I see no directors with their hands up. Now I will open it up to public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Dow.
Adam, I noticed there was a hole down in the downtown area on Plaza Street and Main Street. And I walked by there last night, there wasn't any water leak, but today it just gushed across Church Street. Very happy.
There was a break there this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, it happened the same time we had another break, so.
Oh,
And triage, we re-triaged it, and we're gonna get to that one, it's gonna, we're able to shut it down.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So you were the last one to see it before the water started leaking, huh?
This last night. Yeah.
That was right before it started leaking.
I didn't go by there. I cut across Main Lane. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I was just wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
Sheree?
Also on that line there, about Main Street. I was told many years ago that all the Main Street businesses, especially on the mercantile side, had no meters. Is that true or not? They have meters. And are they in the front or in the back?
They're in the front. I used to read them.
Okay. And then I think a few months ago, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, we were told that every single meter was changed over except for a few large meters to the electronic.
Yeah,
And there happened to be one, maybe 2, 3 months ago in Greenwood that just got changed. Somewhere on Main Street. That was not electronic.
possibly.
There was a leak or something.
Yeah, possibly. The handful we have left, those mirrors supposed to be here every day, so.
Oh, so there's still some that aren't done.
Yeah, there's still a handful.
Okay.
Yeah,
So on this Buckeye conduit,
Yep.
why is a pipe have sections in it, a big metal pipe. That's what yours were the leak out.
Yeah, so that's how it's done. It's not section, that's just a crack.
Well, no, you have the rivet, you know, the lines through,
Yeah.
there's like a groove.
Yeah, so that probably what happened was that there was probably movement over time and it's, the supporting,
Right.
steel around the pipe
Right.
probably worked over time
No, I
and
understand.
cracked it.
Okay, so you solid welded and then you put cement, if that's only just for extra, because it wasn't cemented before.
No, it's cemented before.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just don't wanna you don't wanna expose that steel back to the soil.
I get it, okay.
If you were to open up the hole further, you'd see concrete, it's a concrete lined pipe. So it's concrete
Okay.
over metal, the whole pipe,
So, but this is for treated water?
no, it's raw water.
This is irrigation. Okay,
Raw.
that's the main pipe that goes, I heard there was one that goes from Dumpy all the way to Kelsey.
So this would go until the school here and then split off and go to Kelsey and then the other way would go to,
And it all is this type of pipe.
Not all.
no, well, not all of it.
Yeah.
Where there's pipe, you could find this, but a lot of it's still canal.
No, I know, but I'm just talking pipe.
There's all kinds of pipes in
So
there.
it could be big plastic.
Yep, there's big metal, like, storm water pipe, there's big plastic HDPE pipe, there's all kinds of pipes up there.
What's it?
It's like you have a.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you, Sri. Mr. Pro, you have the floor. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. I would like to find out whether the general manager notifies all of the board members of his decisions that he makes, or does he just have carte blanche to do whatever he wants within a district when a customer gives him a letter?
Would you like to respond?
I mean, I don't have carte blanche, could you give me a little bit more, what you're
This isn't-
referring to?
Public comments really not for question and answer time, it's for them to make the comments. And, you know, I would just say, I would just generally comment, the general manager is responsible for the day-to-day operation of the district. There are some things that have to be informed by policy, and that's a mutual process between general management and board. There's not a scientific formula for what comes to the board, but he is certainly the one that's responsible for managing and overseeing the daily operations because somebody has to do it. So, I mean, that question is so broad anyway, it's very difficult to answer in decision. I would just leave it there. And do you have any other comments, Mr. Pro?
Well, I'm concerned because it seems to me, in my opinion, that the general manager may not be notifying the board members of the consequences of some of the issues that I've raised, which I have included in my comment letters today, which again were Mr. Pro made comments, but Mr. Pro and the Georgetown Divide Taxpayers Association made comments. There's two of us there. And it's little things like that that may mislead the board members as to what's happening. The same thing as the general manager has been taking a Freedom of Information Act request that has been submitted to the district and not answering it and saying he's only going to respond to something he makes up. I don't know if the board knows he's doing that.
So for edification, Mr. Pro, you sent your comments to all the board members and myself, so they're aware that you have sent that in. I made the public aware during the public comment period that you sent comments in, and they will be attached to future minutes. And in regards to the Freedom of Information Act request, it is being handled, it is being dealt with. You did receive your first installment of documents. It is a very large Freedom of Information Act request, and we can't give you the information any faster than we are giving it to you, because we have to ensure that the information is correct, potentially redacted for anything that is personal or private, and you are going to get your next installment as the information becomes available.
I think we're getting too far afield on the subject matter of this agenda item. Let's move on.
Okay, moving on. Committee reports. Irrigation Committee. Vice President Seaman.
What happened to my answer?
Mr. Pro, this is not a question and answer. You've made your comments. some of your questions were answered as a courtesy, but we have to move on.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Freeman.
We did have an irrigation committee, a meeting, I don't remember what the date was.
September 17th.
Thank you. And it was, a discussion on, what months we would meet, what months we wouldn't, what months we feel we should, that we need to. So predominantly, we're gonna be meeting, I believe it's in November, to go over all the forms and other items that need to go out, January 1st. So that they can be, that gives staff a month and a half to get them ready if there's any changes. We also went over the, cost of service and rate study. That one, we did come to the realization that, you know, irrigation customers are gonna be a little higher than what it appears on the, in the, presentation that was given. And that was discussed and, kind of moved forward. Also, our, irrigation committee, everybody consented to having, another term. And I think it's next month or the month after, we're going to have the election of, officers,
November.
whether it's new or old. And I'm still haven't heard anything about irrigation, new members that somebody had submitted. The one who I had asked you about still hasn't received any call or anything. So if you could send me the information, then I can at least have dates of when, you sent something out.
Yeah, we sent emails back to the interested parties, so I'll go back and look at our records and make sure that, everything has been going through. And I just want to make note that it does say the next meeting will be October 15th.
Yeah.
The, the committee did decide to forego that meeting and they are going to meet, that's November 16th, I want to say. Like, I can't remember which date it is, whatever the second Tuesday of the month.
Right. So that's when we're gonna go over documents. So we will need to have all the documents, that need to go out on the 1st, ready for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Seaman. Finance Committee report, Director Stovall. Oh, wait,
Oh,
yeah, there's Director Thornborough on Irrigation Committee there. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to reinforce what Donna said about the irrigation rates going up. They're going up 19%, not what we thought was the 15%. We're going to discuss that further on the when we get to that, to the cost of service review and that sort of thing. But that was very disturbing to learn. You know, we're going to be looking at losing more customers. We need to really look at this a little better, I think. So anyway, I just wanted to emphasize that part of it.
Thank you, Director Thornborough. I'll turn it over to Director Stovall. If there's any comments regarding the Finance Committee, maybe repeat what you said in your board report. Unmute, sir.
All right. As I mentioned, the Finance Committee is waiting for actual figures from the expenditures for the past fiscal year. And then we'll take those in and suggest to the board some possible budget amendments.
Thank you, Director Stovall. We have our next meeting scheduled for October 24th. And I'm in the process and in talks with the potential new member for the Finance Committee. Currently, talking with them, getting them interested in attending the meeting or coming to the board meetings and getting a feeling for what it's about. But he's a current director, board member on ALT's board of directors as a treasurer. And he's a former CEO of JBL, if you remember the speaker company, $1 billion corporation. So anyway, we have an interest from the community on someone interested in kicking the tires on perhaps contributing to the community, being on the team. So we'll see what happens.
How many do you need?
We have 4,
We can have two.
Two.
more.
right,
We
maybe
got-
3
we
more.
can have three
3
more,
more.
seven, so same as the irrigation.
Yeah, I think we come very close to not being able to have a meetings. So having 1 more would make a big difference.
Yeah,
So,
the gentleman that's been bugging me, I think is one finance.
oh, great.
Can you get, when we're done and offline, I don't want you to say his name here. Can you just give me the name of who you're talking to so I can make sure that we have record of him? Because I know we've been discussing with some people and we have not received any response back. So I want to make sure that we are talking apples and apples and not apples and oranges.
Perfect.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Director Stovall. And then we have the ad hoc committee for labor negotiations. Unless Director Thornborough has something that comment or add that I don't,
Nope.
nope.
However,
Okay.
I noticed that the ad hoc, policy committee isn't listed on the agenda.
Yeah, we'll get it listed. It's a slight oversight as it's a new committee and we just haven't added it, but we can add it on there. If you want to make a report, I think
It's not a new committee.
it was enacted in the last meeting and we just haven't had it added to the board agenda, so.
I'll leave that up to Director Saunders.
So there's all the old policy committee, we enacted the
Just
new
for
one.
purposes, it's actually not the ad hoc policy
No.
committee, it's ad hoc board reimbursement policy committee. Looking at
It's over that one
that
policy.
specific issue.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
With that in mind, would you like to comment on that, Director Thornborough Saunders?
Well, we did meet once or twice
Twice.
so far, and, we are working on the policy and, it is coming to its final fruition. We'll probably meet one more time to, go over the last amendments we made.
Thank you. And you just, oh, I have to finish one more. And then, we had the ad hoc strategic planning committee, not sure what's going on there, Director Seaman or Stovall?
We had made comments, we had met and made comments. And, I was told last time we don't need to say when the next meeting is, but we'll be meeting shortly and going over it again and hopefully. I think we're going to get it done pretty quick.
I think we're waiting for Mr. Director Stovall to come back into town so we can we do that one face to face.
Well, we already have a date.
Yeah, we do it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Now I will open it up for board comment on any of those. And I don't see any, and if not, we'll open it up to the public now. Mr. Dowd.
Yes, am I under the correct assumption that the more members you have on a committee, like the irrigation and the finance, which is 7, you need more to make a quorum. You need 4 to make a quorum. So if you have less members, like 5, you only need 3, right?
That's correct.
So wouldn't it make sense to just have less?
I'm sorry, say the beginning part of your question one more time. For, you're talking about for a finance committee?
Having
Am I
7
under the
meetings.
assumption? No.
Yeah,
Rewind.
yeah.
That the irrigation and the finance committee has, you want 7 members, but it takes more to have a quorum, that's 4. So the more members you got, the more you gotta have here. Because one meeting we didn't have a quorum, but we had enough members. I mean, we had, I think it was 6 or 5 members were here, but we couldn't have a meeting. So.
Five would constitute a quorum.
I think what we had is we had 2 in the air and then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, what I'll do is we'll take note of your comment and we can bring it back to the board. It's a board policy decision right now. That it says that is a 7-member committee, so it would have to take a action of the board to reduce that to the 5. So we'll take your comment under advisement.
yeah, because hardly ever get 7 people there, ever.
And if we're too close to the minimum, everybody's all hands on deck in order to even have a meeting. So there's, balance. Directors.
And we did, when we had changed it as a board, when we had changed it to 7, one of the reasons that we have people that want to be involved, we want them engaged and involved. And up until like in irrigation, we haven't had that many no-shows for that. And what we found is some of the electronics things don't work. You have to physically call them, you have to check in the day before. There has to be a little more work done to get them here, but they come.
I will give Liz a huge shout out. She is quite the wrangler of the committee members and she does a great job of lassoing them and getting them to come.
Thank you. Any board or public comment? I'll close for public comment. Action items, 8A, receive legislative update and develop district positions. Director Saunders?
And I added, I forgot to add the support letter for Fixed Our Forest, so that'll be in the minutes, and it's that you'll see next time around. All right, so is there any questions on the Vectis report? I can go through them.
That's the little orange thing.
Just to make note while you're flipping through your papers, I did include and I will continue to include our federal advocate has been started sending us an email report. So as I got my Oscar and I need to get off the stage.
Get the hook.
We are including that Vectis report from our advocate in Washington DC, so you will have that as part of this standing legislative item moving forward.
So as you can see, they gave a good report of what's going on in Congress now. The budget is kind of extended to December, basically. We'll see what happens, and we got a 3-month extension through December 20th, so they'll have to vote on that to see if how the budget's gonna go. And basically all the bills, nothing has passed yet, so everything's going to next session. I doubt anything's gonna go forward before the Christmas break. Aqua and Headwaters Federal Affairs, so you can see that the House did pass HR 8790, that's the Fix Our Forest Act. And they also passed the Headwaters Resolution. So we did a Headwaters Protection Act, and that provides some money and ability for us to protect the forest health conditions, watersheds, and critical to our water supply. So there's a lot of things in there that if that finally passes, that will help our district as well. CSDA worked on that bill as well. So Aqua and Headwaters worked with Congressman Peters, and CSDA worked with Congressman Garamendi and Pat Fallon with the national districts. And they made sure that there was specifically putting definition of special districts as local government, because that was a big problem with the American Rescue Plan money. Local government wasn't considered special districts, so nothing would come directly to us. So this specifically makes local government special districts eligible to participate and receive any programs related in the Forest Acts. And it also expands the Good Neighbor Authority to special districts. So that allows us to get money from the United States Forestry Service and Bureau of Land Management. New law updates, I put this one in. This is mainly for the staff to know as well. Assembly Bill 2561 passed, local public employees, vacant positions. So this means if there's any status of vacancies, retention and recruitment issues, these need to go before the board at least once per fiscal years to have a public hearing. So I don't know exactly how they want it to be done, but
We should do that as part of, I would say we do that as part of the budgeting process, so we'll just add the public hearing
right.
portion of that.
And they said that was, they put language in to allow it to go with the budgeting, so. And then the legislative report, so the new action item asked would be for us to support HR 8790, that's the Fix Our Forest Act. And this will allow us to send support letters to the Senate when they're going to consider it. And following up on our district positions before we go to that, so anything that is at the federal level that we're still supporting, the LEWAP Act and the Water Resource Development Act, there's still pending legislation. The state ones, anything that is green is now a law. So the climate resiliency bond, you know, that's Prop 4, that's on the ballot. SB 1072 and AB 2257, those we're dealing with remedies to Prop 218 and, decrease the ability to have lawsuits without participating in it. We supported both of those. Those both are made into law. AB 1827, which provides fees charged for property-related water services, have be able to use higher cost of water service based on water usage demand of parcels as opposed to just that language was changed to allow for using parcels as opposed to household size. So that changed and that went into law. One of the ones we oppose, the ones that makes the numerous changes to developmental fees, which limits when we collect it, SB 937 passed. And we are working with the City County Nexus Subcommittee for Aqua to come up with some possible mitigation measures for water agencies to deal with that. And the neutral bills passed, those were all ones that dealt with water rights or fees, and all of those, the language changed so they don't affect us. So even though it passed, it doesn't affect us negatively. And the rest didn't make it out of committee, so they will probably be on next year. Those are 2 years, so they still have the possibility to come back as well. And we are still following up on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, which is the voluntary agreement, so that should probably be coming out next month, I believe. Come out with the first report, because the public hearing period has ended. So the request would be a motion to support HR 8790. That's the fixed offer federally.
And just so the board is aware, we don't typically write letters to federal legislators. We utilize our federal advocate. And if we do write any letters, we write them to the committees that do the vetting of these. So it's a little bit different process than a state where we can write a letter to a direct legislator to vote one way or the other. It's a much more indirect process with federal stuff.
Before we have a motion to support, are there any comments from the board? None, so open it up to the public.
Okay, on the grant tracking sheet, are on the first section, are those ones being held up, or have we already received those in the grant, right?
So that was the other.
You're
I know, but he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that were green, the first one, we received all of those, the
Okay.
second one.
So then some of the stuff that's delayed because of the budget could also be, or are these grants totally separate from appropriation?
if you let me get there, I can go line by line and I'll talk about all of you. Give me 1 second, please.
So grants are different than appropriation?
Yes,
Okay,
Well,
yes or no, yeah.
appropriations
Yes,
become grants eventually.
Appropriations
Right, so
are coming
the
through Congress.
appropriations on the grant sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you let me, give me 3 more seconds to scroll all the way back to the beginning and I will go over everything for you. Okay, so the first ones, yes, the green bar on the top, those are all grants that we have received and are currently working on. Not all of the money has been allocated for all of those, but those are all things that we are actively working on. The things in the yellow are all things that are in progress and that we are working with grantors to get final documentation. So the hazard mitigation assistance grants, those are from FEMA and Cal OES. That's in regard to the mosquito fire. And it's a pipeline project. The USDA rural assistance is obviously with USDA. And that is also mitigation and resilience money that is going to help upper canal piping. The federal appropriation, the $7 million, that is through Senator Butler, and that is to do the hydroelectric facility. So once that becomes a signed law, the appropriation then goes to EPA and it becomes part of the EPA STAG grant program. It stands for State and Tribal Assistance Grants. So it actually becomes a grant program, but it is physically written into law. So the money can't go to anybody else. It goes directly to us.
Okay, so some of them are grants that end up in the appropriation funding bills,
I'm
kind of.
the other way around. we're,
Funding first and become grant.
an appropriation is a direct, we're written into the law, we're written into the bill.
Right.
Once it's written into the law and into the bill, it is administered by a granting agency. So EPA is the
Yeah.
granting agency, so it becomes a grant after it's appropriated to us.
Well,
then the last
That's
one-
still being held up, that's what she was.
Yeah. but you know,
The state appropriation, that will be run through DWR or through State Water Resource Control Board. And the last one, the Water Resource Development Act, or WRDA, that is going to be run through the Army Corps of Engineers. That will be the granting agency for all of the
Okay,
different,
so the state wants the Cal OES
well, there's two.
in the first.
So the Cal OES it's actually HMGP grant is FEMA and Cal OES. It's done, they're done in conjunction. It's FEMA money, but it gets run through Cal OES. The state appropriation is, there's no granting agency yet, but most of them are run through the State Water Resource Control Board.
And that's gonna be what, Onion Creek?
We're trying to get the diversion reconstructed after it was bulldozed during the King Fire.
We probably would get refunded the 500,000.
I don't, it's,
Awesome.
the project is about $1 million, so, or more, and
Okay.
we're asking for 500K.
Thank you. I'm not closed for public comment. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to support HR 8790.
So, I think you can take Director Saunders' motion that he made and then opened up to comments, so, if that was your motion, I think that would be fine if you wanted to use that as a motion.
Do I got a second? Seconded by Vice President Seaman. Roll call, vote please.
Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall,
Aye.
Unmuted, aye.
Director Thornbrook,
Aye.
Vice President Seaman,
Aye.
President McDonald.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. 0 opposed. Action item 8B. Approve amendments to policy 5030, water transfer policy, and adopt.
Yes, thank you, President McDonald. We had brought this to the August board meeting with some language changes. And it was tabled to expand those changes even further. So I have included the languaging that was proposed by the board members and brought this now back with the additional changes. And so you can see in red the changes that are to be proposed. They are in relation to the timeline of the potentially having a water transfer. So the only one that stays a hard deadline, and it is not our deadline, this is a deadline with State Water Resource Control Board, is the January 31st deadline. This is a letter that is sent every year to express a potential interest in doing a water transfer. And we are basically saying that the general manager shall have the ability to send this letter in, but it does not constitute a commitment or any kind of water transfer. It's just an interest that the district may have in water transfer. If the position of the board becomes where we will do no water transfers, then that process will not go through anymore. The next one is at the January or the February board member, an agendized item will be presented so that the board can decide to continue to pursue any potential water transfers. This will be a standing item at that point, and if anything comes about where we have some interest from an outside party, then we can start to discuss that with the board members. Number 3 is at or before the April board meeting, which is when we do the annual water declaration. We will decide whether or not this is something that we continue to do, as we will know the status of Stumpy and how much water we have in our system. Number 4 is at a separately agendized open session item. So we tried to really focus on, these are all going to be agendized as action items and not just underneath a report, a verbal report, that this will be before the June board meeting. We will have this, whether or not to continue on, and if the actual water transfer will go forward, and that will be where we will approve it. If there is a potential for a water transfer. And then the final, number 5, general manager will provide updates as a separate standing open session items on the water transfer at all future board meetings until the water transfer is complete, including any reservoir refill agreement criteria that may exist. So basically what this is if the board members agree that a water transfer is to be completed, we will then again have an open item such similar to what we have with the legislative item, where both myself, other staff members, and the board members can give statements, ask questions, and discuss the status of the water transfer until we have fulfilled all of our obligations, both sending water and fulfilling the refill criteria. So that is the update to this. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
The directors? Vice President Seaman?
Well, next time. On number 1, so this is gonna be just, you're going to blanketly send them a letter. But there will be no board meeting discussion in January to initiate that letter to go out.
So all this is it's basically expressing interest that we are a reservoir operator and that we can and may transfer water.
The question they asked was, will this go on the board meeting in January to be discussed if this letter goes forward?
If you would like it to be, then we can have it, we can have the same language where it be agendized as.
Right now, the language makes it automatic.
Right, that's what I'm getting.
Right, so.
Where I'm asking is, I would rather it be that at the January board meeting, we will discuss and direct the GM to either send the letter or not send the letter.
So would you allow us to add language that says, and at the January board meeting, an agendized item
Right.
to discuss sending the letter to
Yes.
State Water?
That's what I'm asking for.
I'm asking if you'll be accepting it today. If we can add that in here and we can have that language that we can still move forward.
And then I guess, can I continue?
Sure.
Then on number 5, when it talks about the refill agreement, so and then at whatever future meeting, there's gonna be a reservoir refill agreement that we will, I guess, see and or agree to, prior to any full-fledged agreement for a transfer.
So unfortunately, you probably will not see the refill agreement until after the water has been released due to the timing and constraints that we are put under by the Bureau of Reclamation.
Oh, I hate that one.
I
brought that up before.
I know,
That's my pet peeve, where we get
No.
this after the fact.
I completely understand your consternation on that. I wish the system was different. Unfortunately, the Bureau is a gorilla in the room on this one, and they are very slow to act on these refill agreements.
Right.
And, I would say I could probably reach out to EID. They may not even have theirs yet, and they did their transfer in May.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Pro?
No,
We-
Thornborough.
You have,
Oh, there is, and
director.
Director Thornborough. Go ahead, sir.
I still have the same concern about the refill agreement. I just find it really hard to believe that any agency would commit to and go ahead and release water without knowing what the refill agreement is. And I'm going to, and I don't know, this is kind of related. It seems to me that our Fazio water should be allowed to come into play in this situation. And I'm gonna request in the near future that we start looking into that some more, because I'm that just burns me that they're getting all that water, that's our water, for free, and then they have the nerve to tell year round, and then we have to pay and we have to do a refill agreement. That just irritates me an unbelievable amount.
So if I can just address that, I understand your concern, and I'll just say the same thing I said to Director Seaman, it is the historical refill agreement, until we can get one to change, they go based on historical. And so that is the way PCWA, that is the way EID have operated their refill agreements, and they're operating their water transfers. And then on your second point, I will assure you, I have been trying to figure out any and all ways to utilize all water resources throughout the district, and Phasio Water is definitely one of them. So I've had several meetings with local agencies and partnering agencies in regard to that. So I would be happy to have that on a future, board agenda to discuss.
Well, has there been any discussion along those lines with the Bureau? That, you know, hey, you're already
Yes.
getting 7,500 acre feet of our water. Why do we have to have a refill agreement?
You really want me to tell you in open session what they told us?
Wouldn't
Tell
bother
them to
me.
put it in writing and give it to us.
Yeah.
What's that? They won't.
Well,
They-
I think we're probably freaking Frank out and getting a little bit off topic, so we'll discuss it at another time. But I just wanted to bring that up because that drives me nuts that they're getting all our water for free, and then they have the nerve to tell we gotta give they're getting 7,500 and we gotta do a refill agreement for 2,000. That's nuts. So we will discuss it soon.
Thanks, Director Thornrow. Director Saunders?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the operations manager from PCWA, Tony Ferenzi, always likes to indemnify himself and say, it's not his rules either, this is the Bureau. And so, I mean, it's not, they're on our side too, trying to do it. And one of the things we may have to do invest in the future is finding that intertie canal that goes around and down to Sacramento, that goes outside of the Central Valley project. So that'll be a interagency project to consider, and then we can transfer water without having those constraints.
If I could just add a little bit of color, I have explored utilizing both our federal advocate as well as met personally with several Congress people in regards to this, and have made them aware of the issue, and even they are having a hard time getting any traction with the Bureau. So it is definitely something I'm working on, something that they're aware of, and something that I'm hoping to fix in the future.
I would just like to make one more point. Every year we're losing about $2.6 million. Not getting that water. That's what it equates to. That go a
Thank
long way towards rates.
Thank
Okay,
you,
that's
Director. Okay. I'll now open public comment. Mr. Pro, your 3 minutes begins now, sir.
Yes, I would like to know, on all of these discussions you're having, I don't hear anything about the public being included in any of this. This all seems to be background, over the shoulder. My buddy said this, my buddy said that. I don't think that our general manager is including the public as he should be. He seems to be taking a stance that he's king of the hill and he can do whatever he wants, and the public doesn't know anything about it. The last time we had a public sale of water, I contacted the agencies directly, both the state and the federal people, and they were most accommodating with providing me with the law when I did so. I was the only one that provided written comments in regards to the water transfer that we had last time. That was, to put it mildly, a little scurrilous, in my humble opinion. So I'd like to know why the public is being left out of this and why the general manager could do whatever he wants.
Director Saunders.
So we totally rewrote the policy, so these are amendments that the last board members put in to actually put in more stuff that the general manager can't do without. So all of these amendments are to have agendized items and open meetings that you can see. And anytime it does go to a water transfer, that policy wasn't changed, but that policy's in here where there's a public hearing, public workshop, and the same thing, you'll be notified when you have the comments and all of that. The public is, and I believe it's section 4 is when we have public workshops, public hearings. So the public's in there. We just didn't amend it because that was the first part of the policy we did.
And we just had a public workshop, about 2 months ago for the last, proposed transfer at the Grange.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
I understand that, but why isn't the public being made aware that it's even happening?
That's what that public workshop was for, the public to hear.
That didn't
And-
say anything, that didn't say anything about the bureau not,
Okay,
So,
thank,
can Tom finish his comments, he has 40 seconds left.
you have 40 seconds left, sir, go ahead.
I understand, but you just took 15 seconds, then you took another 2 minutes of my time when you went back and forth between yourselves. The public needs to be involved in this. There needs to be transparency, that this board is saying that we must have transparency. There is no transparency. It's all under the table. You guys are all sitting there like, we don't know anything. We don't hear anything. But the whole thing of it is, you do hear anything and you're purposely not saying anything to protect the public's resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pro. Okay, Mr. Dow.
Mike Thornborough, when you were saying we're losing $2.6 million, is that from going over the top of the spillway in the wintertime?
No, it's a totally different agreement. It's very, it's way out of the purview of what we're talking about right now. If you want to call me, after hours, I'll be happy to explain this to you.
What was he talking about?
He was just referring to water that's going through some other agreement that if we're able to capture the revenue for that water, we can make X amount of money.
It's Fazio water, and that's not a conversation that we can have.
Fazio, is he a congressperson?
He was here.
Yes.
Yeah, Dick Fazio?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember him.
We just,
Thank
that
you.
was 2 years ago.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, thanks. I just was
So, but
confused.
that agreement was 2 years ago. That was signed like 3 years ago, 2021.
There's
And
a,
there's nothing happening with it?
it's so much deeper than that, and if you really wanna get into it, I will put it on the next agenda and we can talk about it. It's not as simple as you wanna make it. It's, you have to take water from a federal facility. We don't have any access to that, so we have to
Okay.
come up with a plan and a way to utilize the water
Okay.
that would be an in lieu of situation, and it's what I've been working on. The, say that I'm not being transparent about any of this stuff is disconcerting at the best.
Well, we've never heard anything for 3 years.
I have brought up Fazio water numerous times.
Well, maybe
Thank you.
on there.
Okay, I'll now close public comment period. Open up the board for their perhaps a motion.
So just final overall clarity comment is, we're just updating the policy for water transfers. We are not considering any water transfer at this time. We already stated that we were not doing any water transfers till the end of this year, so there are no water transfers being considered. And this is a policy to update the water transfer because there were some board members that did not want to transfer water based on the policy last time, so we're updating the policy. I would like to make a motion to accept the new policy with the amendment to make sure we agendize item 1 for the prior to January 31st letter to State Water Resource Control Board to have that as an agendized item.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice President Seaman. Roll call vote.
And just to be clear, the direction is, that's the motion with staff to make that amendment, that policy, that doesn't need to come back to the board for final approval. That's a clerical addition that we can make pretty easily.
Seconded by Director Seaman. Roll call vote, please.
Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall,
You're on mute, sir.
On mute.
Aye.
Director Thornborough,
Aye.
Vice President Seaman,
Aye.
and President McDonald.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Moving on to action item 8C. Received Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. Water and ALT zone cost of services and rate study and authorization and associated public hearing. Possible action to receive the cost of service and rate study report and authorize a public hearing.
Yeah,
With
so,
that, I'll turn it over to you, Director Nichols.
yeah, I would, like to just thank you. It's been a long process. This is the 9th time that we've met about this, and we've tried to get numerous amounts of public engagement and public comment on this. This is gonna be a presentation by our consultant, Sanjay Gar, and I would just like to turn it over to him at this point.
Oh, and Director Thornville has a comment first.
I have a quick, well, there we go. I have a quick question. A customer sent me an email, and it's one of the customers that are out of the district, you know, for the irrigation water. And she wanted me to convey her thoughts. When would I do that, I guess?
After the presentation.
All right,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Director. You're welcome. Go ahead, Sanjay.
President, board member, staff, it's my pleasure to speak with you today again. You can hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, good. And then give me 1 second. There we go. Oh, okay, you have the presentation. All right, good. I was going to share my slide. All right, well, let's get started today. We will have a presentation. This presentation mirrors the report that we just provided you. Oh, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I can see you all too. All right, next slide, please. So today's agenda is to go over the rate study process, talk about the rate study meetings that we've had, the Prop 218 requirement, and then get into the water financial plan, treated and raw water, and then talk about zone wastewater and financial plan and the zone wastewater rates. Next slide, please. So how do we conduct these studies? There are several steps that we do take when we do these studies. The first is the policy framework, where we identify the goals and objectives of the study. What are the things that we should change, evaluate? We did that way up front in the beginning of the study. Then the second step is a financial plan. The financial plan is the overall revenue requirement that's needed to fund these two enterprises. The financial plan really looks at two key indicators, health indicators. The first is the reserve, making sure we meet the reserves targets. And the second is the coverage ratio requirements, making sure we're not in technical default. So the financial plan is sort of the metaphor I always like to use is the pizza, Super Bowl Sunday. It's how many pizzas to order. What's the need of the agency to make sure it can maintain proper water and wastewater service? The third component is the cost of service. Cost of service is how we allocate the cost to the different customer classes. Cost of service is required because of Prop 218. Do know that the financial plan gives us a percentage increase, the 15%, et cetera. Cost of service is how we allocate that cost. So some customers may see more of an increase and other customers may see less of an increase because of the proportionality. Cost of service is required because we're providing a fee for service. If this was a tax and the voters approved it, then you have a little bit more wiggle room, but this is not a tax. This is a fee for service, and so there's a proportionality that's required. The next step is the rate design. The rate design is how we allocate those costs. We look at the fixed and variable component. The cost of service and rate design are sort of like two steps of the same coin, two sides of the same coin, in the sense that proportionality still needs to be done. The last step is the documentation. The documentation is a tedious, lengthy report that justifies the rates. It's to provide transparency. Unfortunately, the documentation is more addressed towards legal framework. So it deals with the legal aspects of these rate studies. And because of that, it is tedious, it is dense, but you need that in case of a lawsuit that occurs. So it has all that information. And so that's the document that we provided you and you have a copy of. we've had several meetings. It's been very extensive. I've been enjoying my time in Georgetown. Unfortunately, I can't be there today. I've had some health issues. But we had a kickoff meeting on April 17th. We had a board meeting on May 2nd. July 10th, we had another meeting where we went over the financial plan. August 13th, 14th, and 15th, we were up there. I was up there quite a bit, meeting with the board, doing a lot of public outreach. Last week, I was out there again, met with the LA Town Hall meeting, which I want to commend the board and the GM and staff on doing an excellent job at that town hall meeting. I did think that was, I do a lot, just a lot, as you know. I've assisted over 150 agencies. I attend more Prop 218 meetings than anyone in California. And I can say that was a very well put together meeting. So I do want to commend you on your hard work in doing that. And to me, that's a textbook example of communicating information. You may not think that, but from my perspective, it was that. And then today is the board meeting on October 3rd. So Prop 218, as I mentioned, is a legal requirement. So what happened in the past is Prop 218 was a voter initiative, but through the court cases, the requirement of water and wastewater became more and more clear. First, water and wastewater is considered a property-related service. That was the Bighorn decision. And then through other court cases, the requirement and clarification has gotten more and more stricter. And the burden of proof is more and more on the agency. So that's that documentation is so important because that's your document that proves that you're meeting that proportionality, that rationality. So there has to be a proportionality, can exceed the cost of providing the service. We can't have different customer class subsidize other customer class for social economic reasons. We may have concerns about certain customers. They may not be able to afford these rates. They may go out of business. The community may change. The challenge is Prop 218 doesn't care. And that's the challenge that we face in all these different communities that I work with, is that there's proportionality needs to be done. It's recommended that these studies be done every 5 years to make sure there's that nexus. So now we're going to talk about treated and raw water. So as you know, there's some challenges. The last rate increase occurred in 2019. As we all know, and since then, inflation has been significant. We also know that we're dealing with an aging infrastructure. As you know, earlier in the board meeting, we heard Adam talking about the breaks in the system. You're dealing with an aging infrastructure. You're dealing with I always use the metaphor of the old car. You've done a great job in maintaining it, making it run, but the tires are bald, the engine's leaking oil, and the brakes squeaky. And so there's a lot of significant cost that's needed to fund this infrastructure. We also know that these costs are more and more expensive. We also know that you've done an excellent job recently in getting grant money, so kudos for you, but there's only so much of that available, and that's the challenge. In the past, from what I was told, 40, 50 years ago, there was a lot more money, federal assistance, less now today. And then demand has dropped, and that doesn't help because we usually collect most of the revenue on the water sales, not on the fixed charge, and you're a fixed cost business. So regardless of what people do with their water use, you still have that cost. So because of all these different factors, rates will not cover operating costs by 2026. The district will be in technical default in 2026, which means that your credit rating of the agency will be degraded. It also means that the borrower or the issuer could ask for their money back right away, which you don't have. So that would be a challenge. And we project that the district will run out of money by 2029 if we maintain the current status quo. So inflationary, there was some discussion in prior board meetings about what's the inflationary numbers that we used. So these are these different inflationary numbers. I do not consider myself the all inflationary modeler person in the country. If I was, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be doing something else and doing some arbitrage and making a lot more money. But I do enjoy what I do. But these are the inflation that we see, and these are what I usually see when I work with different agencies. As I mentioned, I work for 150 different agencies. So general is 3%. Salary, we look at you've negotiated a contract. with the union. So you have that, we're using that information. Benefits tend to be very high. 5% is actually a bit conservative, low. I've seen benefits even higher. Utilities, you know, that's electricity, chemical, 5%, and then capital, 4%. Based on these different inflationary factors you see in the table, we show you the weighted average inflationary increase. On average, that's 4.3% per year, but we do see some significant increase in the first few years based on this table and the information provided. Reserves are very important when operating a water and wastewater system. As I mentioned, it is very capital intensive. If emergency occurs, we want to have that money in the bank to fix it. We don't want to deal with trying to figure out how we're going to fund things. As we know, water and wastewater are critical, essential services. So we have different reserves. We have operating reserves for cash flow. We have capital reserves to make sure we can award contracts, and we have emergencies. You have experienced fires in the past. Hopefully that doesn't occur again. But if something happens, FEMA will help us out, but we have to cash flow it, and then we get reimbursed. Right now, you are healthy from a reserve perspective in the sense that you have the money to fund these reserves, but you don't have the money to fund future expenditure. So that's the issue. So this is your capital needs over the next 5 years. It's $3.9 million. CIP means capital improvement plan. It's over a 5-year period. My apologies for sometimes using language or terminology that's very common in the industry that may not be so common in the lay community. So if I do fall into that trap, definitely I hope someone speaks up and ask me what the acronyms that I'm using. But capital improvement plans, and these are the metaphor I gave with the car. This is that changing the tires. This is fixing the leak. This is changing the engine, changing the brakes. These are all the things that are needed to make sure we have water and wastewater service available. Coverage ratio is a technical calculation where we look at the debt service divided by net income. It's an indicator of health. Once you're above your coverage ratio requirement, then you're in a healthy situation. When you're below that, you're in technical default. That dotted line is the coverage ratio that you need to be. The green lines are calculated. You'll note that the green line's below and 26 and onward. So that means you're in technical default, which is not good for the agency's credit rating, and the issuer could ask for their money back. So now we get into the story of where we are financially. So these bars are our costs. We have O&M, which is the blue. We have the debt service. We have the CIP. Then we have the black line, which is our revenue under the current rates. If you notice in 2025, that black line is sort of at the bar. So that means we're meeting our costs. So that's good. But in 2026, now all of a sudden, we're not funding capital. We can barely meet debt. We barely meet debt coverage from a cash flow perspective. 27, we can't even fund because now it's going through the green section. In 27, we're not funding it. And 28 and 29, we're not even funding operating costs. So that has a significant drain on the system from a cash flow perspective. And because of that, we eat into our reserves. The dotted line is our reserve target. As I mentioned, in 2025, we're good. But in the out years, we're below it. And it gets significant in 2029 where we're below zero. So this is a significant challenge for this enterprise, and some increase needs to occur to maintain the health. So what we're recommending is a 15% increase in revenue, then followed by 10. So again, this is the revenue requirement. This is not the cost of service and the rates. This is the first step in the study. This is the overall increase in revenue. So we need to increase the revenue by 15 and 10. Each customer class and type of customer will see a different increase once we finish the cost of service and rate design. By doing that, we meet the coverage ratio requirement. We meet our obligations associated with our revenue requirements. That dotted black line now, you see we're sort of skimming over the top. And because of that, we go to the reserves, the next slide. We're meeting our reserves. And basically, we're just maintaining our reserve target, just staying where it is. And this is what we're forecasting that need is for the agency from a financial perspective. Now I want to go into the cost of service. As I mentioned, this is how we allocate costs. You do have a complicated system. It should be note, most retail customers just have a retail system, very simple. You have raw water customers too. And so the question is how much does it cost to provide raw water? How much does it cost to provide treated water? And how do we allocate costs between these two that makes sense? And there's a rationality behind that. So what we do is first look at the operating, we look at all the different requirements, and we know that we need to collect $4.1 million from rates, given all the different cost components that you have in debt service and other sources of revenues, what we call revenue offsets or property tax. Then we ask ourselves, well, what are the ways we can allocate costs? What makes sense? Well, we have number of counts, right? Connections. That makes sense. That's a number that we could use. We can look at annual usage, and then we can use something called reliability usage. What is reliability usage? Well, reliability usage is understanding two things. First, treated water needs that water 24/7, 7 days a week, all year round. Raw water technically does not need that. You need treated water for health and safety. Second, raw water actually only gets that water 5 months out of the year. Treated water gets it additional 7 months. So because of that, we're using a 7 factor for that reliability, because we know treated water has a higher reliability than raw water. And so we use that to allocate the cost, one aspect of allocating the cost. So we have these 3 components to allocate costs. Then we go to the next slide, and we look at the different components. We have operating, we have revenue offsets, we have the debt service, we have hydro, we have property, and we start allocating those costs differently based on the cost components. This is a summary slide. There's a more detailed analysis in the report. If you're interested, we can dive into the report and look at that, but we do go through that step of really allocating costs. Based on that information, and now this is without any increase in rates, this is what we call revenue neutral, just a cost of service. We ask ourselves, this is a realignment of basically of the car, of the tires, and making sure it goes straight. Treated water should pay slightly less, all else equal. Raw water should pay a little bit more, dollar-wise, a bit more, percentage-wise, a little bit higher, 5.3, and then overall it equals each other. So what happened now is that these two, now we use the percentage increase on top of this to determine the rates. So now we go to the third component, which is the rate structure. We're maintaining the uniform. We are suggesting that there is a bi-monthly charge for 3/4 and smaller. We are recommending that the treated supplemental charge be based on meter size. So those are the 3 changes. And then we're also recommending to increase the low income discount to 50%. We know this is challenging for some people in your community. You do have some property tax, so we're recommending you divert more of the property tax for this group of customers to help alleviate this problem of affordability. Additionally, by doing the 3/4 inch meter and doing this treated supplemental charge by meter size, that also alleviates the cost on the smaller meters, which tend to be residential customers. And it also meets the Prop 218 proportionality, because it makes sense that meters should be based on meter size, because larger meters have more capacity, more instantaneous use. Now, it should be noted that once we do the cost of service, we do the rate design, then we do that financial plan on top of that. So both everyone sees this 15% increase, but some will see more than others because of the cost of service base. So it's 15% on top of the cost of service that I showed earlier, and then 10% the following years. So realignment occurs the first year. So that's why you see most of the change in the first year. So now these are the rates for the bi-monthly customers. You'll see the different, and this would be in the Prop 218 notice. Note that the 1 inch meter and the 3/4 and 5/8 inch meters are different now. We also have the low income base rates too. This is the supplemental charge. It is now based on meter size and also the commodity charge over here. And then we show you the impacts. So we have different customers, different meter sizes. Most customers are 5/8 inch meters. or different usages. If you notice that the 5/8 inch customers don't see so much of an increase. So we're helping out with affordability concerns, and the lower end water users basically see a 5% or 6.4 or $7 or $5 increase. It does impact larger meters because they do have more instantaneous capacity in the system, and they will see more of an increase associated with this change. And that's shown down in the bottom table. Raw water customers, we recommend maintaining that minor inch. We jumped a little bit. One more slide back, please. Thank you. We have 8 customers that do not pay property tax. Everyone else is paying the property tax. So since everyone else pays for it and these 8 don't pay for it, it makes sense that they shouldn't receive that property tax unless, you know. And so the cost of service now is taking these increases in revenues that's needed, both the cost of service and the financial plan combined together. And so now you see the impacts here for the different customers, raw water customers. We also show you the changes in bills down below. This table has been shown in prior slides and presentations. You note that the minor inch outside customers do see a more significant increase because they're not getting that property tax. So now we'll go to zone wastewater. We've reviewed, we've done a lot of work on the wastewater side. We looked at expenses. We tried to ask ourselves, what expenses can we exclude? We realized there were some pension expenses that are more liabilities than cash flow that could be excluded. We also basically looked at capital needs. And because of all these different factors, we were able to reduce the revenue adjustment from previous analysis from 155% to 90%. Still a significant increase, but we have been taking this to heart and trying to sharpen our pencils. As mentioned, the last study occurred in 2018. Since then, inflation has been very significant. There was a credit that was provided. It can be debated whether it was overextended or it's been done, but that credit is now over. And now we're in this challenge where expenses are 2 times higher than revenues. And the wastewater fund will run out of money by 2027, which means that the water fund, which is already challenged already, will need to start being a bank for the wastewater fund. Reserves are important. Again, we are asking for a modest reserve target of $200,000 given the operating and capital needs. CIP needs are mainly projected in the next 2 years, as this table shows. And then this is the really crux of the matter. That black line is the revenues. It's a little bit over 200,000. Expenses are 500,000. And so basically we need a more than a 2 times increase in order to make sure that we're cash flow positive. And because of that, we would be below our reserve targets in 2026 and then a deficit after that. So in order to deal with this challenge, what we're recommending is a 90% increase followed by 5. Do note that that black dotted line is still not above the O&M expense. So we are in some sense still, one could argue that we're still providing a minor credit in the sense that we're eating into the reserves. And you'll see that in the next slide. So we're drawing down on the reserves over time. So this is in some sense not, in 2029, another increase will be needed because we're drawing on the reserves to cushion that impact, the first year impact. So as mentioned with water, there's a cost of service analysis. We asked ourselves, what are the different cost components? We've received guidance about this component. So this is a slight change. There's really 3 components. There's or 4 components. There's CDS O&M, non-CDS, permit, and CIP. Developed lots should only pay for CD O&M, permit, and CIP. Undeveloped lots should only pay for permit. And then non-CDS customers should pay non-CDS O&M and permit, and undeveloped lots should pay just the permit. These are the different components. Is the revenue neutral, so no increase in revenue, not the 90%. This shows the components, and then with the next slide, please. And then with the 90% and 5%, we showing you the rates that are needed between the different 4 customer classes. This slide shows us the impact both with sewer and water combined together. So you can see the overall impact to the different customer class. This is for the average water bill. And that's my presentation. I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm looking for Director Ans here. Can you bring up Stovall and?
Stovall's here.
Oh, he's up there. What areas? Any directors want to begin? Director Thornborough?
There it goes. Okay, can you hear me now? I got a couple of questions. Number one is I want to know you got on here the increasing the revenue, like the percentages of 15% and that sort of thing. That's listed on here as a revenue increase. But then another place you have a percent increase for the rates. So I'd like to see on here, and I know it's in here, but it's just not as obvious as your charts for the revenue adjustments of what the percentages of the rates are going to be. Case in point, in the irrigation water, it says the revenue adjustment is going to be 15% for the first year, yet it actually calculates out to a 19% rate increase. So I think there's some confusion, and I know there'll be confusion for the public when it's not black and white in your face. Here's the percentage increase of the rates. So I think that I don't understand why that is. I guess we'll go that way.
Sanjay, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I mean, there's rates and there's revenue and there's rates. So that's why there's 2 different things. Revenue is how much revenue you need to collect. Rates are something else. We do show customer impacts in the presentation. We've been showing that all along. So, but there are different types of customers and different components they use. So that's why we look at the customer impact chart.
Here's my issue. I've been through 4 presentations, and in all 4 of them, it was put out there the way that I took it, and we now know others took it, was that the rates for irrigation were going up the same as treated, which is 15% for the first year, and then 10% each year after that. When the rates for irrigation are actually going up 19%, not 15%. That's my issue. So that kind of makes me wonder about, on the treated side. I think there's confusion on there. That confusion has got to go away. You don't tell the irrigation customers, hey, your rates are going up 15%, and they're actually going up 19%.
Yeah, I've never said that treated it's going up by 15% rates. I say 15% revenue.
That's my point.
So that's why we show always the customer impact charts. And that shows the impact to customers.
Sanjay?
Right. And it says.
If you look at table 3-29.
I don't know where that table number is, but I got a
page 51 of the report. It shows the impacts to customers.
Well, I'm looking at page 26.
Be the clean one.
Oh, you said 51?
Yeah, I'm looking at the clean version.
I don't even have a page 51. Am I missing something?
That's the raw water
discussion. You have the report that was delivered to you?
I'm going off the presentation he just made.
Yeah, but he's also showing you in the report where the customer impacts are, so you can see it.
Okay, well, why can't we look on page 26 of the presentation he just made?
Yeah, we can do that too. Same thing.
There you go. Well, since the public doesn't have the full report, I doubt, in their hands.
They all have had, the public report it's public, it's on the website, everybody has it.
But they won't be in it.
What's the title of the page, so everybody be like,
He wants 26, it's called
Raw water rates and impacts, which is
Okay.
Sanjay was just talking about, the impacts.
Yeah,
Okay.
so in there it shows the 19%.
19.9, actually,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and the 96.9.
right. Okay, but I
But this
don't,
slide has been shown several times, and we can go to prior presentations. I haven't hide any.
I don't understand why I can't get my point across. I don't understand why. You go to, well, I gotta find it again.
we're still getting it up on the board, so.
Yeah. Where are we now? Financial proposed scenario. Okay, when you have these little boxes. Let me see what page this is, but this might be treated. I don't know if this is water
We're,
financial.
yeah, we're.
So
we're there
why
on
don't we go to slide 26 of the presentation, please?
You see the screen?
We can see the screen. It's only on slide 1 though.
We should be able to.
It'll pop up and just give it a second.
It should be there for you, Mike.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, I've got it in my hand.
Oh, there you go. Okay, it went bye-bye.
It's okay.
On page 26. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there. Zone.
So this slide, I presented at the board meeting on. Let me look at the meetings here. I mean, we can go back to that board presentation if you like, but I have
So
presented this on August 13th to the board.
14th, 15th at the two
And that's kind of my point as well. I'm trying to find. There's a sheet on here.
One that says.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Year 1. This talks about. This says treated water, but it says under this treated water structure and costs on page 21. It says year 1, 15% increase for both treated and raw.
Yeah, but read the bullet point above that. Draft water in the following slides include results of cost of service and financial plan. So it's a combination of the two. And we're just reminding everyone that the financial plan is a 15%.
15%.
Yeah, but
increase.
but there's a cost of service. You go to the prior slide. Prior slide.
Is that
Prior slide. You're going forward. Stop. So next slide. You see the 5.3%. So it's 15 plus the 5.3.
So it's
My
going up.
apologies for that, but that's the steps that we took. That's what I was trying to illustrate.
okay? Now, and you expect the public and the customers to understand this how? I mean, if it got by me, and I know another one it got by, after being to all these presentations, this doesn't, and I'm not criticizing you, Sanjay. I'm just criticizing the way that it's being presented. It's not, to me, it is not out there being transparent. Because what you're saying is everything in here, all these little things like the one I just read is saying 15%, 15%. And then all of a sudden you go to this one little thing that says it's 20%.
Yeah, well, I'm showing it's 20%. I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
I'm telling everyone it's 20%.
But wait a minute, it just went up because we had it at 19 before.
It said
Well, it's 19.9. He rounded up.
19.9, Don. I just saw the 0.9 part.
4.6 plus 15.
There's
Now
compounding. So remember, it's not, you can't add the two.
This is not good. Yeah.
Sanjay?
This
Yes.
is not good, because you're gonna have a 20% increase for our treated water, for our irrigation customers, a 20% increase. how many irrigation customers, how many times we gonna do this till we have no irrigation customers?
One,
I'm not, yeah, I'm not liking this. What was the other-
Sanjay?
I'm listening.
Okay, how, in the context of what Director Thornborough presented with his objection, reservation, or concern, whatever you call it, how does it differ or the same from the rates from the CDS lots and non-CDS lots when those are like more than 15%? So that group is at a much higher rate than the rest of the water customers, just like the irrigation is higher than the 15% you're referring to. How are they the same or different? Are we talking the same thing, apples and
Correct.
apples?
Correct. I mean, that's,
Explain that.
so whenever you do a rate study, the first step is the financial plan, which is the cash flow that's needed to meet the health of the enterprise. The second step is the cost of service, where you're allocating the cost to different customer class based on the proportionality of how they use the system. Then you add these two things together to get the rates. Or you combine them together.
So should ALT customers have the same concern that raw water customers would if we're saying there's only a 15% increase, but theirs is actually 90% and not 20 with the raw irrigation? You see what I'm saying? Should I have the same argument living in the community as a irrigation customer would be paying 20%? I would be paying much more living in ALT. Is that the same argument that Director Saunders is making, in your opinion?
I mean, you would have to ask Director Somberg about that.
Well.
Who's Somberg?
That's you, Director Thornborough. You see what I'm saying? Is that, well, I'm asking Sanjay because, Director Thornborough and I are trying to understand whether my point is the same as his point.
I think that
They're both more than 15%.
your point, well, the 15% doesn't apply to CDS, number one. But I have to spend some time going through this again and look at the final report to come up with, you know, what I think we're looking at, because this is, you know, my issue is that, you know, to me, you're telling everybody the first year is 15%. And then it's 10% the following years, when the first year isn't 15%, it's closer to 20%. That's what I have issue with. So, yeah, that I need to have some time to look through all this stuff. So,
and then I was asking what's the difference between ALT, CDS lots? It's still higher than 15. It's 90. Okay, Director Cena.
Well, I got a couple things. One, the 19.9 on the, maybe I'm missing it, but this presentation, the original presentation, it was 19.6 and now it's gone up to 19.9.
Correct. So we
down at the bottom that changed recently.
Yeah, so we did do an adjustment on some of the cost allocation between the non-outside customers and inside customers. We allocated some of the benefits to the outside customers.
Oh, yeah.
Nicholas, do you want to discuss that?
When did this get happen that we didn't get a presentation and discussion on that prior to this happening?
I have to go back and look. We sent it out to the board members.
It hasn't come out to any board member.
It was an email that came out in regard to when we lowered the ALT rates from 155 to 90. It was included in that email.
Okay, but you didn't notify us on that. You notified because, sorry, I pointed to because you're CDS. Because CDS was the one that was the only thing that was affected. And now we're finding out that it's not just that, and we didn't get a chance to fully invest in that report to go through it again to find the actual changes. So there is a problem with that.
So
Because you come to give us something that says it's for CDS changes and the CDS has been reduced, but you don't tell us that other things have been reduced.
it was sent out. I have an email and it said
Listen to what I asked you. Specifically what I asked you, when it came out, it was CDS was where the change was. Nowhere else in that document were there anything I don't care what the thing
I'm trying
says.
to show you what I
I'm
sent.
saying you did not notify the board of that change in this report.
I did it prior to the report coming out as an email to the board members. I noted the big change from the CDS change, and I also noted that there was a smaller change to the raw water customers. The change is approximately 29 cents more to an inside the district customer for a miner's inch. And an outside the district customer will be paying $18.88 less.
Is that the only thing that would change in that report?
This was done before we even had the last meeting. This was 9/10 it was sent out. So
We-
September 10th, this was sent out to
That was
everybody.
after our board meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I apologize, but this was sent out at 9/10. It was a change that Sanjay and Nancy picked up along the way to make sure that things were proportional and equitable and all the other things that need to be followed in Prop 218. And so I sent it out to all of you as a change and noted, and maybe I should have noted that there was a change to raw water. I thought it was implicit in there, but the big change was that the 155 went to 90. So
right, that was what was flagged.
yeah, it was flagged.
Nothing else in that report was changed.
The big difference was 29 cents more for a miner's inch. And so there's a small explanation as to why, I can read it. It says, should hydro revenue offsets benefit outside district customers? Currently, the rates omit that. So when they reallocated the hydro as it was done by the 73% of the hydro revenue goes to raw customers, it changed the rate structure. And it made it so that the outside customers got a bigger credit in that, but the proportionality of those raw customers made the small change to the inside as well.
And I continue because I'm on a roll.
Yeah, then Director Saunders,
Did I catch
unless
that?
you want to respond.
Yeah. You're getting hungry, so the factory number, is under the assumption that treated water only gets treated water or use of treated water only uses raw water 7 months out of the year, when it actually receives raw water 12 months out of the year. And that the irrigation only receives 5 months out of the year. So this 7, I'm a little fuzzy on this pulling it out of the air. You were trying to come up with something that would kind of work, but I don't know. Anyway, so I'm sitting here looking at the fact that there is nothing in this report, and I brought this up to Sanjay and Nick, that there's nothing in this report that actually looks at the loss of revenue that is going to be to impact our district. Wastewater and water are you have to have those items. Irrigation, you do not have to have irrigation. Irrigation is kind of a luxury, as you might say. But reality is, it is not a luxury for our area. It is a necessity. And I'm sorry if, some people think that you don't need it, but, having no fire protection, having no green belts, having that water flowing through our pipes and in our canals, 12 months out of the year is not important. I guess they've never gone through a near miss on a fire. The other thing is, after talking to certain individuals, about the vineyards, our big customer is vineyards. They are taking a major financial loss this year in grape sales. There are 2 vineyards up for sale that are some of our local businesses. So, we're looking at a serious revenue loss here. And it's not going to be better by increasing it by now 20% instead of 19%, even at that point. So I I'm very upset at this, the way it was done, the way it was not looked at as the loss of revenue also included. So that means if there's anybody that holds on and goes and takes a ride on the 20%, then congratulations, you're gonna be increasing it more than the 10 the next year, because they'll have to justify the loss of however many inches that people don't re-buy, where we lost, what is it, about 100 the last time it happened and took a financial loss. That wasn't taken into account, and I read this and it just kind of fries my cookies on, the fact that, you know, irrigation is something that's needed in this community. This is kind of based on a, I guess, cookie cutter bylaw. We have to do it this way to justify our means, but reality is not here to benefit any rural communities. They don't have a cookie cutter situation where, you know, ag and rural and fire protection is of importance. It's just the fact we're sort of sitting here doing this exercise, I guess, to just justify the law. Okay, I'm done ranting.
And I wanted to respond in support of the concern you had that may be irrelevant, but may be very relevant. And it hasn't got answered to me yet, and that's that number 7. Where did that 7 month, you know, the 7
Yeah.
come from? If it's a 7-to-1 ratio, if it's 12 months versus 5 months, and somehow that number 7, because of reliability,
Yeah.
a 7-to-1 ratio would be 12 months versus 1 3/4 months. So this is a 7-to-1 ratio. That's not a 7-to-1 ratio. So where does 7? How do you get 7? Huh?
They just, when we
Yeah,
were
it
given,
wasn't just months, but.
when
yeah.
they were given the presentation,
Okay,
and maybe I'm talking wrong,
okay.
speaking in an irrational tone here,
Mhm,
but the 5 months, those are the 5 months we use raw water for irrigation.
mhm.
The 7 months is, well, when we don't use it.
Yeah,
And that's only raw water customers, which has nothing to do with doing this percentage, because treated water uses it 12 months out of the year. They don't ever stop using raw water. That's why we still always have it running down those pipes 24/7.
as long as it's not a ratio percentage, okay, but if it was, it doesn't make sense. So you're saying it's just a 7-month, okay.
No, that's a reliability factor.
All
We could
right,
probably
somehow you
have-
came up with that.
We could probably have Sanjay come up with that before I put my well, if he wants to do that before I do my comments. If Sanjay wants to go. over that.
Sanjay, did you want to explain that? Because I asked it, maybe at the finance committee meeting or some other time, but they said it would come out in the wash by this time, and I still haven't. Got clarification on it, but now that Director Seaman brought it up, maybe now's the time.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is the nature of treated and raw water customers. So as Director Seaman mentioned, treated water is needed. There's a higher reliability than raw water. Raw water can be cut off in critical moments. And so the question is what's that reliability? How much more should treated pay for raw? And that's the question. So we looked at a couple of factors. We did note that raw water only receives it 5 months out of the year. Treated customers treated 12 months or 7 more months. Thus, that's how we came up with the 7 factor for reliability. If the board would like to do a more in-depth analysis on the reliability, we could do a study on that. That would be additional costs to do that, and we could look at that. Those are not easy studies to do. It would be expensive, so I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend using the 7. But if you don't like that number, you could do that. Do note yeah, go ahead.
Didn't know, is that a formula? You know, like if that number were a 6, could that change the whole scenario we're talking about?
Of course.
If that 20% would
If you
actually,
change it to 6, it would make raw water customers pay more.
That's what I'm
If
saying,
it
9 or
went-
10.
if it went to-
9 or 10.
No, 9 or 10, you'd pay less.
Yes, yes.
Correct, that's the game.
Okay, so.
That's
yeah,
the game, correct.
Well,
But
so
it
I
can,
think
but
you-
remember, we're talking about,
revenue.
So it went to an 8, the irrigation might only go 15%.
Correct, but remember, we're talking about Prop 218, we're talking about proportionality. This is not a arbitrary number that we can pick.
Okay.
So so I wouldn't recommend that we do this at a board meeting in open session where we arbitrarily pick a number. Because then that would, you have so a couple of attorneys on this call, they can talk about why you shouldn't do that.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that the 7 wasn't arbitrary. So you're saying it isn't? Okay,
They get 7 more months than raw water.
okay. And that's goes into a reliability formula.
Correct.
Trying to justify the words that came before.
Yeah, okay, okay. That's all I had.
Can I ask one more spot? This is relating to you.
Okay.
So the numbers from 2019 to 2024, so CDS customers actually went down 2. So in that money that got expended, 2 less customers are in that CDS getting money back. And the non-CDS, it's pretty much a wash. So I don't know if that had any factor or if it was even factored into when they were figuring out the cost on the CDS, money coming back on CDS to get this percentage and how much CDS was gonna pay versus non-CDS, if that was even factored into this plan.
I missed the first part of whatever you started saying, because you're addressing it to President
Cause I
McDonald.
talked to him, cause
Yeah, no,
he's
no, no,
directly related to it.
I
that's
just want
all.
to make sure I'm understanding your question so that I can give
Well,
a.
these numbers for CDS that
Yes.
you guys have come up
Yes,
with,
yes.
what I'm wondering is if these numbers were actually utilizing 2019 people
No,
or 2024,
they're using.
or the differences that were made, that would give you that percentage change from 2019 to now.
So we didn't look at anything from 2019. We're looking at current billing that we have for the system. So the stuff that was done in 2019, we're not considering any of those rates or any of those dollar amounts. What we're looking at is the revenue requirement and then how many customers that can proportionally accept that revenue requirement.
But wasn't part of it also based on the fact that some of the money was some of the bills were getting subsidized? So that would mean that if it actually went up or went down, that would have, here we go with you, because you're the key.
Yeah, so none of that was.
Because that's why I was asking, if there was numbers that changed over that 5-year period, did that get taken into account when they were coming up with the hocus pocus? Now all of a sudden you guys have expended over the whatever amount of money, or they still owe, the district still owes back.
So it's my understanding, and I'll let Sanjay answer as well. We don't look at the subsidy, whatever happened with that was not factored in. What is looked at is the current financial status of the account of the enterprise fund. And then how many customers there are in the enterprise fund, what's the proportional cost and ask for each of those different types of customers. We have 4 different types of customers in the wastewater area. And then how are all those costs allocated? So the subsidy is not looked at anymore. You're only looking at what is current and what needs to be done moving forward.
But in the presentation that was given, it was brought up.
Yeah.
And it was shown as $20. I don't know what you guys were getting.
It
But
was-
the thing was, that was actually included in the presentation as a number for money that was subsidizing that.
Yep.
And so that's why it didn't have to go, it had to go up to accommodate that. So what I guess I'm giving you is numbers of from then to now, and should that have been used in figuring out, is that money gone or isn't that money gone?
So the numbers we gave were for reference and for transparency to show that we had done this back in 2019. And then the financial plan, the status of the enterprise fund shows that money is gone, whether it was given back to the customers or utilized within the district to spend on projects or materials, that the financial plan that it was put together and the cost allocations that Water Resource Economics put together shows that money has been exhausted. And you can see by the graph, you know, it's basically in the negative next year. And so that graph shows that those costs have been exhausted.
Yeah, it was for you guys too.
And I was just gonna add, now I can bring in the copies that I made, so I did make copies on this, so I know. Basically, when we had the discussion for the board, and it would have been better if we gave back the money, because they wouldn't have had this issue now. So they decided that the reserve was a 36-month reserve, and they would cut the cost, so it would go down to a 6-month reserve. So it's not really a subsidy, they decreased their charges below the cost of service. That was the main problem of it, and now, when you have to go back to the actual cost of service, all that was cut is also put back in, so this is kind of the, that was the plan, they did, you can pass those out. So that was the plan on from 2019 to 2024, how to decrease the amount, and then the other side shows the reserves going down, so that's basically the big problem there, where, as you can see, the ones that have the biggest change is gonna be the non-CDS customers, because the CDS customers are not gonna see that much change because they didn't have that much of the decrease initially, so the impact is gonna be higher on their cost of service. But when you look at the reallocation, then you can see the CDS reallocation becomes bigger when you actually separate the CIP and O&M that's just for them. With Mike Thornborough, and I agree with that, because there's a difference between the 15% revenue, which is the basis for what the entire water rates are gonna be. And that's great for the whole buildup of, this is the whole reason why, this is the formula, this is basically how we came up with the formula to determine what the rates are. That's good on the back end side. On the front end side, however, the customers just wanna know how much are they gonna pay, so that all of the tables that have the impact, the customer impacts, I think that's what we wanna highlight when we move with the rates, so like table 3-32, that shows the raw water monthly customer impacts, which clearly shows the current bill, the proposed bill, the difference, and the percentage, and those are the ones we wanna highlight with all the customers, and probably one place with all the tables that shows, here's non-CDS, here's CDS, here's treated, here's raw. And that makes it a lot easier for the customers to see, because I know we understand it, but it's in different places, so you have to do a lot of work and the regular consumer doesn't need to do all that work. If their main thing is how much is it going up, then they'll come to the meeting and they'll get the reasons why. One of the things with raw water, which is the same thing that happened before, I think over the time, how much did we lose totally now? About 150 minus inches, probably something like that, Adam.
I was trying to look for somebody that's on, but it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably close to 150, 180 over time, so that's gonna be a thing, and a lot of people said they couldn't continue paying the increases now. And as it goes up and have the increases, that's gonna be an impact. The other thing I don't know if we could work on as well is, I know we talked about the raw water and coming up with that percentage. But when we talk to the irrigation customers, there's the same thing as the CDS and non-CDS impact, where the irrigation canals are totally on the irrigation customers. But the treated raw water stuff is still being paid by the irrigation customers.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, I don't know if that could be figured in, because even though there's the months they're not using it, they're still paying for it as a treated customer. And during irrigation season, they're paying the irrigation portion plus the treated portion, so.
Yeah, so all that was,
compound.
there's a full calculation in there of the percentage of allocation. And we can show you kind of the brainchild of what is in there. We went through and allocated all the different departments We allocated all the different infrastructure pieces, so there's multiple different, ways we looked at that, so it was, we understand that that's an issue. And it goes, you know, back to, that was thought about and looked at.
And that's a hard thing for the irrigation customers, because all of our irrigation customers are also treated customers, so they.
Not all.
Well, most
all
of them, most of them, and so that's going to, impact a lot of them as well, but yeah, that's gonna be one of the big, numbers to consider looking forward as well, that irrigation is gonna be a bad one, and a lot of people who do farmers market and things like that are just barely getting by, and most of our farmers market people have now switched to wells, because it was cheaper, they said, than irrigation over the long run, so that's where we wanna make sure that it's, don't start losing customers that way, so.
And that's what our vineyard customers said the last time, that they were gonna go to a well. And, you know, this is just gonna push it even farther. But can I ask one more question?
Director Thornworth's been hanging out, is that okay?
Can I just ask one more question, Mike?
You cut me off the last time. Go ahead, go ahead.
My concern is, so we've got this report that has different numbers in it than all these town halls. Did we just waste money by having all these town halls and give out wrong information?
So the only number that really changed is 29 cents more towards a irrigation inside.
Did we give
customer.
out different information?
Would you allow me to finish, please? The only thing is different that goes up is the 29 cents for a raw customer. All the other numbers went considerably down, and we actually, for the ALT customers, we were able to give them the ALT town hall after we received the information that their rates went, or the revenue requirement went from 155 to 90%. So they were informed, and that was part of that town hall to show them that those rates had changed considerably.
So that group got informed of the changes, but nobody else did.
Well, that was the only people that would have been of concern to
Every
that.
customer is important.
Well, not every customer pays wastewater rates, so we made sure we gave the wastewater to the ALT customers at the town hall. All we discussed was wastewater. We didn't talk about treated water or raw water or anything else at the ALT meeting.
Just adding a comment to this, sorry to keep you waiting there, Mike,
No.
but yeah, just one of the things looking forward is, I mean, although we have water as an enterprise, we should also probably see if there's a need for the irrigation customers to see theirs separately as well, and have one just for irrigation too. That may be something to consider in the future as well.
Go, Mike.
All right, well, when I gave my presentation, when I was looking at alternate rates and that sort of thing, and I had a different rate for irrigation than I have for treated, and I was told you can't have different rates for treated. And as far as percentage increases, I had them down to, I think it was 5%. I had treated water at 15%, and I was told, oh no, you got to keep them the same. Why isn't that applying now? Because now you're doing 15% for treated, you're doing almost 20% for irrigation.
It is 20%.
And before I forget, I have another thing to say after this, so Donna, don't take my place again.
So to answer your question, and I'll let Sanjay jump in as well. There's two different things that we're discussing as percentages. One is a revenue requirement, that's 15%. And one is a rate increase, which is 19%. Whereas all the other customers throughout the district also have varying different percentages of rate increases. You, in your presentation, had different revenue requirements for different customer types. You had 15% revenue increase for treated customers and a 5% increase for raw water customers, and that is not legal under Prop 218. That is an illegal, disproportionate rate and would be thrown out, and we would not be able to do
Revenue,
that.
not rate.
So basically, if I would have changed it from revenue to rates, then it would have been okay.
But you have to, it's a different metric that you're talking apples and oranges, where the revenue requirement can't be different inside the enterprise fund. So a treated customer and a raw water customer they add up to a total revenue increase of 15%. When you
Except
start,
that my revenue that I was referring to was strictly the water sales revenue, which would be the rates. That's where the rates go into the water revenue. Mine was not, in fact, if you'll recall in there, I even showed what the revenue increase the total revenue increase would be, and what just the water sales revenue, because the water sales revenue is the rates. All that revenue comes from the rates.
you are correct, and that is, but that is different than what a revenue requirement is to operate the district. So you're seeing what is coming in as your water sales, which is totally accurate. But what Sanjay and what the report is showing is that over time, the revenue requirement from those water sales needs to go up by a total of 15%. How that is allocated to the different customer classes is the rate. So the revenue of 15% is not the rates that go out to the customers. The customers have various rates based on what services. I mean, if you look at the outside the district customers, their rates are going up by almost 100%.
Nick, I understand all of that. Okay, let's go back to I agree, it is a little more complicated on the treated water side because of the way proportioning was done, which I 100% agree with. I love that the way it was proportioned as far as the different meter sizes and stuff. Irrigation doesn't have that. Okay, they don't have a proportioning within irrigation. Okay, so when you're looking at irrigation sales as being your irrigation revenue, that's going to be the same as the rates, because the irrigation water sales is the rates.
So
The enterprise fund covers both treated and non-treated, right, Nick?
that is correct. And so
So, hold on, let me make something clear.
I can't hardly hear you, Frank.
The revenue required, because there's a fan right by me, sorry. There's a revenue requirement for the enterprise fund that is, and the enterprise fund, let's be very clear, is treated and non-treated.
Okay.
So that revenue requirement, let's call it, just for simple math, $100,000. Let's not use percentages, okay?
Okay.
Let's just say the district needs $100,000 year over year to maintain all the things that Sanjay's talked about, debt service ratio, O&M, and CIPs, okay? I know it's not $100,000, but I'm just using simple math.
No,
So let's say you need $100,000 year over year in additional revenue to meet all of these metrics, okay?
Right.
That is over the whole umbrella of treated and non-treated. Then what Sanjay does, it looks at the cost of service on a proportional basis that is required amongst the whole enterprise fund, everything from irrigation to all the various water type of customers. And he figures out, based upon all the things that they look at, what the actual cost of service is for each of those types of customer. It just so happens that the irrigation, based on their cost of service, comes out to about 19% or whatever it is. And I think some of the water customers are under 15%. But it all comes out to meet that revenue requirement of 100,000. In other words, the pie is this big, but certain people take a bigger chunk of that pie for X, Y, and Z reasons. And those X, Y, and Z reasons in the 218 context is their cost of service, their proportional cost of service.
Right. But the thing is, about on the revenue side, there's only one source of revenue that we can affect, that we can change. And that is water sales. We can't go in and say, hey, we're going to charge more for property taxes. We can't go back and say, hey, we want more money for our hydro and all these other revenue sources. The only one that we can go in and we have control over is water sales. Water sales is the rates. So yes, if you need to get 15% revenue increase, that's going to be a different percentage. How do I put that? Doing a 15% increase to water sales is not gonna give you a total revenue increase of 15% for all the revenue, just the water sales. But just the water sales is just the rates. So if you're gonna do a 15, if you need, in order to get the percentage of revenue increase that you need year after year after year, then that's gonna have to be, the adjustment's gonna have to be in the water sales. So if you're gonna go 15% increase in the rates, that's gonna give you a 15% increase in water sales. Factor, not ignoring that the fluctuations of people using less or more water, just, overall. So that's that 15% rate increase is not going to give you a 15% total revenue increase, just the water sales increase. But that's the only one you got control over.
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna let Sanjay explain something, but I wanna make sure that it's brought up. And it kind of goes back to the slide number 20, and it has to do with the revenue reallocation. So what the original presentation said was I want to make sure I'm using the correct word. There was a slight subsidy from the treated customers to the raw customers based on proportionality that was utilized in the percentages. And that needed to be adjusted within the system as well. And so that's where it was 4.6%. Now it's 5.3% based on the change in the hydro requirements that was sent out. And it basically changed more for the outside customers because they got about I'm going to get round numbers, $19 less for what a miner's inch will be. And in anticipation for this, we went back and looked at some of the transcripts, and I'd be happy to tell you how and when this was discussed, but Sanjay in his presentation explains this, and we even have public comments from several members here in the boardroom that asked questions as to why this was a necessary thing, and it was explained that there was a realignment, so to speak, of how the proportions were set. So Sanjay, can you just maybe fill in any blanks or any gaps that I have in my explanation? I'm trying, and I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, maybe, actually, I was gonna suggest, let's go, can we go back to, it's like literally like the first or second slide. Let's just make sure we there's a, right here, up one more, going back. So this is what we're getting at. So there's these 3 steps. The first step is the financial plan. What here we're talking about is the revenues that's needed to meet financial health. Now, if the rates are done properly and the proportionality is done correctly in the prior study, then when you do the cost of service, you'll just see a minor change. I believe the prior study, most of you agree that it wasn't done that well. And there's concerns with that study.
Mm-hmm.
So I will let you figure out what that means from an implication, because I'm not saying that in a board meeting. But the cost of service analysis is the realignment of that cost. So we look at the business of running your system. We ask ourselves, what does it cost to run the treated water system and the raw water system? There are many different ways to do that. I'll be the first to admit that. We have went through this with staff to come up with an approach that we feel comfortable explaining to the public. At the same time, trying to minimize impact between these 2 groups of customers. I understand that the impact associated with raw water is significant, you feel significant, but I just want you to make sure you understand our first few steps of this analysis was much more significant for raw water. So we got here with the lens of trying to minimize the raw water impact.
Okay.
Because raw water customers, there's a lot of arguments one could make the opposite of what I'm saying. I believe the argument that I am illustrating in this report meets Prop 218.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other arguments out there.
Okay.
So these 2 steps, the financial plan, the cost of service, and then the rate design is how much you collect on the fixed charge, the meter charge, how much you collect on the commodity, how proportionality of the meter charge. So all three things combined together determines the customer impacts. That is why I have showed the customer impact to different customer classes in this presentation.
Right.
If you review other rate consultants, they will not do that. I promise you, they will not do that. They only show you one or two customers. They do not show you the whole picture. So we are being very transparent here in this process. Make sure you understand the impacts to all your customer classes. But there is.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Thornborough.
No,
Am
I meant
looking at this-
Sanjay, go ahead.
Sanjay, am I looking at this too simplicity? And you tell me if I am, please. Let's say an insurance company needs $1 million of revenue to remain solvent and to meet shareholder profitability, and they have to raise overall 15%. But the 60 to 70 years old use 10 times the amount of medical care than the 20 to 30-year-olds. So those customers pay a premium. The 60 to 70-year-olds pay a higher monthly premium than the 20 to 30-year-olds. So they pay 5% more of an increase. The 70-year-olds pay a 25% more for the overall average of 15. Is this too simplistic?
It's the opposite of what you just said. The older people would pay more, the younger people would pay less.
Well, and now I'm correlating that to the water, what we're talking about.
So,
Is that the same thing?
so cost of service is based not on the ability to pay. It's not based on social economic factors of if people can pay it. It's based on the cost of providing that service. And so that is the challenge here with cost of service, and that's the challenge with Prop 218. I didn't create Prop 218, but the
costs
law.
aren't the same for everybody, individual
Correct.
groups. So like CDS lots and non-CDS are a higher percentage because they have wastewater to deal with. Raw water is higher because of X, but the overall average is 15% they need in revenue.
Correct. Yes.
To be solvent.
I would
Right.
stop using 15%. I think it's a
That's
very
not real.
unhelpful percentage. I
Right.
would just think of it in terms of raw dollars. The district needs X amount of dollars per year. And I think when you talk about the percentage revenue increase, revenue requirement as a percentage, and then you talk about rate increase, you conflate them.
Yeah.
The reality is the district needs X amount of dollars per year. And to do that, you're gonna have to look at what the cost of services for all the customer bases and proportion that out to get to your revenue requirement. That's the 218 in a
Well,
nutshell.
thank you, and I was just trying to relate that to the 20% raw water. I was just trying to make it, that's why they're different. Older people, younger people, more healthcare, less healthcare, they all average out to that.
It's pooling.
All right, back to me,
Pooling, thank you.
back to me.
Back,
Oh,
Now,
He wants to be.
I don't know how, I'm really stumped, because I must be really, really stupid, because I am having a terrible time getting my point across. I get the proportioning. I'm in favor of the proportioning. I understand all of that. What I'm saying, and this is what my whole point of when I did my presentation, was that I don't think the rates need to go up as much as they're saying that they're being proposed to go up in order to make our goals. I showed all that, and when I did my numbers the last time, I showed that we were going to be at the end of 5 years, we were going to have a whole lot more in reserves than the 4.9 million that was the target. That's what the whole thing is about. Now, as far as the irrigation water goes, they don't need to go up 20%. That to me is insane. And the numbers I run, and I got a lot of ridicule. Oh, you're not an expert and all this other kind of crap. Our job is to represent our customers and our community, but our customers. And we are supposed to be looking at these alternatives and looking at these options and working with Sanjay. When I did my presentation last time, Sanjay even said, "Oh, you know what? That'll work." Okay, and yet
that works if the labor cost goes up at 3%, but you have a negotiated labor of 8%.
Well, and that was another thing, is that no, the labor, the salaries is not 8%, it's 4%. It's capped at 4%. So I'm not sure. That was another question I was going to ask, is I'm not sure where this 8% came for those 2 years, because their MOUs, their salary increases are capped at 4%. So
he's
the
talking
8%,
about the salary increases that are the multiple year increases is
Right.
part of that calculation.
yeah,
So
and
it's more-
instead the first, I think it was the first 2 years had in there 8% and 8%. And then it went to 4, but the MOUs are capped at 4, so that was another question I was gonna ask.
So the
But-
MOUs are capped at 4 for the CPI increase, but not the salary, you're not including the salary increases. That's why there's a higher percentage. There's additional money that goes each year, they get a bump each year for the first 3 years. That's what he's calculating as well as part of that percentage.
Oh, so the step increases are factored in there as well. That's where
Not the step
8% comes from.
increases, not
Huh?
step increases. Remember of the 5-year plan, the negotiation was 3 years, they would get an extra increase. They would get whatever I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, I could go back and look, but there was 3 years where each of the positions got an extra increase. And then in the last 2 years, there was no extra increase and just got the CPI.
Oh, that's
costs.
where that came from. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that answers that question. Okay, I still
So that's why you can't have they can't be 3%.
got,
Among other
yeah, but
things.
you're counting that into inflation. It's not really inflation. It was part of the MOU agreement, but it's gotta be in there somewhere, I guess. So I guess that's okay. My final question, which probably isn't gonna be final question, is, and Nick, you're gonna be really upset. That 1.2 million is not exhausted, and you just said what you shouldn't have said. That 1.2 million is not district money to do whatever they need or want with. That 1.2 million has to go back to the customer. The document that you provided me, which was the 218, that showed how that whole 1.2 million is going to go back to the customer, is supposed to go back at 155,000 a year. Now, the only way that's going to change is if there's customers go up and down, which I doubt that many did. So
They did.
155,000 a year was going to be used to the 1.2 million until it was exhausted. That works out to almost these people getting this money for almost 8 years. And it has not even been 8 years. That money could not be used to buy material, supplies, repairs, or anything. It is not district money. It was customers' money. And you and I are going to disagree on this for a long time. Because that's what it's about. That money could not be touched for anything else. And Mike Saunders, I'd love for you to weigh in on this because I think you're feeling the same way.
Yeah, I actually brought if
She,
I could put it. in
if
front of the
Elizabeth
camera.
can email him.
I'll just
I
put it in
have
front of the camera, you can look.
I have the numbers, so. Yeah, they are down to, what was it, $250,000 or something like that, but it did get spent.
but it actually should have went
Well,
down.
What Nick said, well, he was saying when he was just talking about that money was that, oh, well, we had to buy materials, we had to buy this, we had to buy that. No. That money cannot be used for that.
Well, I agree with that. That's why we ran and tried to get it all back to the people,
There should be, if it started in 19, if it started in 2019, so it should go just under 8 years, like 7.75 years. If you take the 1.2 million and divide it by the 155,000, and I think it's 7.75 years. So these people are still owed this money.
Yeah, it actually went down by 2 people.
1, 2, 23, 24, 25, almost through 2026.
Oh, yes.
There's got 270,000 left. Are you done now?
I think he said that was his last question, but then he threw it over to Mike.
Well,
Are
wait,
you done?
it was my understanding that Nick was getting something to put on the screen.
I showed it to you in the camera.
We'll send you the
I
email.
can't do it. It's a hard copy document that Director Saunders printed out for us. I showed it to you on the screen. I was trying to show it you on the camera.
Well, what about the one that you provided to me a month ago?
Yeah, that's a staff report that was voted on by a previous board that shows that it's reallocating the rates. And it's less, it notes in there that it's less than the operating expenses for the district. So there's no actual district action that said we're giving this money back to the customers. What it actually stated, and I know what you're gonna say, it's what the board originally said, but that is not what the action that the original board took. The original action was that this money would generate less revenue than the expenses of the district and I'm saying the district, it's the enterprise fund, so let me clarify that. The rates would generate less revenue for that enterprise fund, thus diminishing or bringing that reserve fund back. So they were paying less and getting more services than they were actually paying into. So that money was going back to the customers. And it's not like we handed somebody a check, but they were getting more services than they were paying for. And that's what that document says.
Well, I'll have to dig up the one that you showed me, which says that they're supposed to be getting getting up, and I understand what you're saying, and that's how it was given back to the customers. Okay, as a subsidy to their regular rates. That's how it was given back to them. You didn't write
Correct.
checks to them. Okay, but they had 1.2 million starting out, and it was figured out that by doing that, with the way the rates were set up to be subsidized, that money was going to go down by $155,000 a year.
That was the estimate, but it also it said that this was going to be less than the operating expenses of the district.
The
So,
operating expenses of the district after the fact, after that 1.2 million are irrelevant. That
Unfortunately, that's
1.2
not what the
million.
staff report says.
All right, well,
Okay.
this will continue. Forget what I was looking
Go
for.
ahead, Director Seaman.
Well, I'll go back.
So all I wanted to come up with were, let's rewind back to irrigation, is we lost about 115,000 the first year of the last increase, for that 5-month period as a district. And if we are looking at potentially losing about the same amount of customers, we're gonna be losing 138,000 or 139,000 per year. And that's a significant loss of revenue that isn't, I mean, I understand the cookie cutter projection, but reality is we're gonna be losing almost $140,000 of income if we're lucky.
I think the important thing to note, and I'll let Sanjay maybe chime in on this as well, is there's no way to break the different pieces apart unless you want to develop an enterprise fund that's just for raw water, and that would be very, 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 very time consuming.
No, I'm just bringing up the fact that there's a significant loss here. And that is what I wanted to bring out to the public, so they know we're aware of this loss, and we're gonna take this very seriously when we move forward.
I wanna say something really clearly. I don't wanna lose one irrigation customer. And I made that comment also in the water transfer town hall. I've made it at other water rate town halls. I value all the history in a raw water customer. The reality is, it is a expensive proposition to move the amount of water that we move to those customers through the system that we have. And to be legal, I mean, one of the biggest proponents to this is we have to do everything based on Prop 218, is we need to make sure that we're doing this legal. And if we have different proportionality or different metrics inside an enterprise fund, we are technically breaking the law. And so were we breaking the law the last 5 years? It may be because of the subsidy that was given to the raw water customers. That's that 4.6, and now it's 5.3%. And so that's what we have to be really careful to avoid. We have to figure out what's that area that we don't want to get into any kind of legal ramification.
Right, and if you remember what Sanjay also said, this is a statistical presentation, I call game, and the crystal ball is what he's using.
Correct.
So
Nobody's
if
ever
we're
always
looking
right.
at this, I tend to lean on the way of what is it, the cost to break even. That was the pie in the sky numbers that was pulled out of the air statistically. And as we know, all good statistics, you can make statistics look like anything you want to if you want to.
Sure, and and I'll give you a statement that all models are wrong. And so you do the best that you can with the information that you have, And you go back and you revisit and you make sure that you're always continually using it. This isn't something that's going to be, written in stone and set on a shelf. This is something that the board can now bring back in year 2, 3, 4, and 5 and reassess whether or not the information was correct. Maybe Director Thornborough is right and the inflation is 2.5%, and then we can go back and look at this. If you don't give yourself the options, then you don't have the options though. So if you write it in stone and you go with lower numbers, then you don't have options and you have to come back and you have to do this process all over again. If you utilize what you have here in this report, then you have an option as a board to determine, hey, we're doing really good right now. We don't want to lose any more customers, and we're going to do a smaller increase than what is actually proposed in this rate study.
But meanwhile, when you do a 20% initially, and then you find out later you didn't need to do that 20%, you've already lost those customers.
Yeah, but we can't go back and do different proportions for different customer bases. That's the problem. So we can't say, okay, well, we're gonna do a 15% revenue requirement over on the treated water side and a 5%, which would on the raw water side is what you're asking to do. By taking any less than 20%, which is what the proportional argument is inside the study.
Today.
That was
Today,
This year.
today, I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
I don't know
3
that.
months ago it was less. A month ago it
Well,
was less.
it was 1% less.
Irrelevant, that's dollars and cents.
Yeah, but if you don't get it right, then there's a legal challenge.
Calculated less.
I mean, we.
Okay, I got it. I got it. So what you're saying is that by having a different increase, even though I do still disagree that, yeah, you're giving more of an increase to irrigation percentage wise than you are to treated. But now I understand what you're saying is that you have to keep the proportioning the same. So if you establish the proportioning on the irrigation and on the treated, you need to keep that. If you go and do a different rate increase, for example, say you do a higher increase over here than you do over here, then that's going to throw the proportions off.
And that's illegal. So that's what we have to be really careful is to.
My question is, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, no, that's correct. But I'm saying
Okay.
if you go back and you do that, this, what you're trying to say there is that's where 218 doesn't like it. So this has to be where we're at for 218.
That's kind of what I said.
Yeah, no, I'm reiterating. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, you are 100% correct.
Okay.
Director Summers?
Yeah, so I know this is a long process and the rate study is like the last of our studies. So there's a whole bunch of studies we did before this based on what happened with the last Prop 218. So we did the assets. That was one of the big things. We got a photograph. We did the whole asset management. We mapped all the assets. We now have a program and a policy that determines when we repair, when we maintain, and prioritizes the CIP. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So if we do need to change stuff in the CIP, we always keep priority 1, which is our health and safety, our legal ramifications, and our emergency stuff. Then we did the castle study, which is the overall.
Do we have everything in there, in the cartograph? Is everything in there now?
There's the person.
Is everything in cartograph?
Yeah.
Everything? An our assets are in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some valves are missing, but
Okay.
I mean, we have thousands of valves and sometimes are missing here.
There's an actual sheet in the rate study that talks about the dollars that are associated to all the different departments. And it equals 70-something million or something like that. I think it was say 72. Don't quote me on the.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that the cartograph was up and running fully.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then we also have that asset management, the Castle study that was given out, which also shows that's where the CIP requirement comes from, where we have this, there's a $7 million CIP requirement. Actually, the Castle study says 1.4 million, and we determined as a board and as a district in a previous meeting to reduce that to 700,000 and hoping that we can get grant monies to offset the other 700,000. So there's a lot of different reports and different metrics for those assets that we have,
I'm
that we've
gonna cut
calculated
off
all
our
of
general
those.
manager, so I'm gonna reclaim my time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's taking over.
Oh, I want clarification.
Yeah, so it's basically the same thing he said with the castle study, because I'm gonna get to this point with irrigation. Then we also did the salary survey, so there's a reason why the salaries are where they are. We do that every so many years, and we find out where we are in median. We're nowhere near the median. We get people close to the median, which is maybe 15% of the median, I think is what we agreed on, and that's even a big jump for us, but that at least makes us, gives them a competitive salary based on all of our surrounding agencies, so that's why the salaries went up. Then what else did we do? We did the ALT study. So all of these studies have been done that have gone into this. But then the one thing he talks about, which is the first thing, which is your policy framework. So that comes into place where we said the 1.4 million, and we moved that down. That was the policy framework with the last 218, why there was that difference, and I believe they took more of the ad valorem and put it towards the irrigation side to make sure there wasn't that big impact. So that was one of the policy decisions that was put in with the last 218, which helped keep irrigation down a bit. It still went up significantly, but that was one of the things. Remember, there was different options in that 218 where they looked at. So that's one policy decision, if there's any, that we'll ask Sanjay if there's any policy decisions we can do this year that can help offset the irrigation cost from the 20%. We know moving forward, once we get hydro, we have the hydro offset, which will definitely, we'll be able to bring down the irrigation, because right now it has 100% of hydro goes into helping offset irrigation. And when we get those contracts back, that'll be a big boon to irrigation. So the thing I asked Sanjay, is there any policy framework issues we can do to help reduce the 19%?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to redo the study, we can. I mean, that the policy framework is the first step in the study. So if you want to, go back, we can, and look at costs, and everything will be delayed. And we would have to redo the report.
Sanjay, maintaining proportionality that's a requirement, but something as simple as changing this variable of 7 to 7.5 or 7.75 could just, if we learn that that's the appropriate number, we went back to the drawing board, that may do it, just that one number right there. If
Which
it's an
number?
8,
I'm big
the
confused.
7.
The reliability factor.
Yeah, so why would it be higher? What's the logic?
I don't know. That's the one that, you said, that's what it is. I don't know why it is and what it is, because
Because they get 7 more months. I mean, if you have another better logic, a different logic, I'm open to hearing it, but we need to have a story. So if you think there's another story about that reliability, I'd love to hear it, and we can update it.
Yeah, but
They get it 7
They
more months is what he's trying
But
to
they
say.
get 12 months of raw water for treated water, and a very small percentage is really going to, it's all gotta flow down those canals to those treatment plants.
Yeah, but 73% of the water flowing down that canal in the 5 months is raw water. So it's a much higher proportion of water going down those canals in raw water than it is treated water in those 5 months. And it's probably
It's
overall,
not being used, I mean, it's just flowing through.
but overall, 3 times more water on a yearly basis goes through as raw water.
But
So
like Stumpy overflowing, that raw water comes down there that's not accounted for at all.
it's absolutely accounted for. We still have the water in the system.
Irrigation gets nothing of that's flowing over the top,
That's
because
not
everything
true.
gets,
We,
we get shut off,
when water is flowing over the top of Stumpy,
we get shut off. We are shut off during when that 5 month hits, we're shut off.
yeah, but when
So
water,
any of the extra water that's coming through, there is no extra water coming in.
Rain,
there,
rainwater.
Yeah, well, it's overflowing the,
there are times when the spill water is being used in the beginning parts of irrigation. So When we're still
Right.
spilling into June, which was having the last 2 years, that's accounting for the startup of irrigation.
And when we were, never mind. I do have a question on your council report. Did, like, in the case of, say, the drone, did that get put in for raw water or that? I mean, cause that was a significant purchase that hasn't been used. And did anybody nitpick that list of the council report to find out exactly what is
So-
was utilized for raw water irrigation? Or was it mainly purchased for that first section to get from Stumpy to the treatment plant?
So the Castle study doesn't really talk about our assets.
Or not Castle, Cartograph. When they went
When
through
they use
Cartograph,
it, when they use it to look at source of supply and the raw water canals, then a portion of it gets allocated, but when it was purchased under source of supply, which is 72 or 73% based on treated water. So much of the drone purchase, much of that purchase, that specific purchase, it was $6,000. The drone, so
well,
we use it all up. We use it to take videos of the canal. We're working on a video that's gonna be kind of showing our watershed from start to finish. And so when it's allocated, 72% of that cost went to treated water. And whatever the balance would be, 28% went to raw water. But that's how if you go back into the presentation, it shows in the presentation, each like 5,100, 5,200, 5,300, 5,400, how those are all allocated into the rates. And for example, 5,300 and 5,400, that's all treated water. 100% of the costs go into treated water. So the only ones that would be in question would 5,100 and 5,200, and then 5,600 gets based on connections, which so only 12% of the administrative budget goes into raw water. So we base that completely different than the actual amount of water going through the system. So there's all different metrics that we went through and to determine how the costs were allocated to raw water versus treated water.
And Sanjay, just like Director Thornborough has been racking his brain trying to help us to understand, helping us to understand his point of view. I'm not gonna belabor that. I still don't understand that 7.
They
Why
get
do I have to-
months.
Why do I have to stop? Why do I have to not harp on that? I'm hardly speak at all, Nicholas.
Well, that banging the door.
All right. It's not a ratio of 7-to-1. Here it might be 12 versus 12 months, 7 months versus 5 is not a ratio of 7-to-1. I don't see that ratio. Is the 7 a variable? Is that a percentage?
7 is the difference.
Yeah, 7 is the difference, but are they using that as a percentage factor?
We're multiplying the demand. So let's go, can we go to
Demand.
the presentation again?
No,
Yeah, it's in the presentation. We show you how it breaks out.
I saw it breaks out 72% and 28%. Yeah, but that's still not 7-to-1. That's 3-to-1.
No, we multiplied the demand by 7. Can we actually open a prior presentation? Is
Yeah.
it possible to
There's
show?
a metric of it's like 1,600 acre feet of water, and we multiply that by 7, and it makes it $9,000 of reliability. And so that's where that number comes from.
All right.
Oh, hold on, we have to pause. Mike Thornboro's just left.
Okay, Sanjay, with the presentation.
Hold on, we have to pause until Mike Thornborough returns.
I posted a
Can
note.
we take a break then?
Yeah, so let's take a quick break.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Rachel.
Okay, so can I share my screen?
It's 5:18. We're taking a brief recess.
Yeah, I'll make you.
Okay.
co-host while-
How long is that break? So I know when to come back?
Oh, he's back. So.
Are we taking a break or no?
5 minutes.
A 5-minute.
5-minute recess. Okay, I'll be back.
I just had to clear up some stuff out of my throat and get some water. I was right here.
our recess and.
Suck it up, buddy.
Gotta go back to recording.
Now you can go.
Oh, okay. We're back from our recess at 5:26 PM.
I don't know where we were.
Well,
I'd like to say something.
Oh, Mike.
Go ahead,
Um,
Director Thornburg.
I understand that doing it this way, that I gotta be on the camera and everything, but I don't think you wanna see me coughing up a lung. I did tell you that I was sick, recovering from pneumonia. If I disappear, I am less than 10 feet away. I can hear everything you say. I kept yelling, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, but I forgot I was muted. So anyway.
I appreciate all that, Director Thornborough, but the law says you have to stay on the video the whole time. So if you want to cough, either turn your head a little bit, put yourself on mute,
But
or
stick your
let's,
arm out.
or just say you need five seconds, but we have to keep you on video.
So you're
Okay.
coughing.
So if I pass out, then you can continue the meeting because you can still see me passed out.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Frank, you are one sick dude.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just the messenger.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so where we are now is.
If there's any more board comments, I don't know if you wanna open the public comment.
Public comment.
I think Sanjay wanted to.
Sanjay, do you want to close this portion? somehow? Before-
Hang on, Sparky.
Hey.
Excuse me?
Yes, Director Stovall, please. chime
Director
in.
Stovall would like to make a comment,
Yay,
okay?
please go ahead.
Okay, I have kind of a beginning and a middle and an end to my presentation. So I would prefer if people hold their comments to the end. First of all, I'd like to look at this from a totally different perspective than what's been going on in this discussion to this point. And one is having to do about the buying power of money. If we look over the past 5 years, the board over the past 5 years had the potential to raise the rates by 20%. In that same time, my personal Social Security went up 20.7%, and the CPI went up 20.6%. And so when I look at, as the agency as a whole, of wanting to have a 15% break even, given the cost of living, given what the board could have put into rate increases, that what that does is it just breaks even to where we should be, because the buying power of that money is so much less than it was 5 years ago. So we're actually buying the same things today for 15-20% more that we could have bought 5 years ago. The other thing I want to point out is that when the board made the decision not to raise the rates, there were a variety of reasons out there, but several that really came into that were how we were able to add revenue to the district. One was a $600,000 and as a water transfer. Another, maybe about $60,000, was actually the reduction of the reserve. So that was something that generated income. There were 2 years that we went without a contract, a labor contract, that could have been increased. And then also in that time, there was 3.5 million in grants. So it shows to me the ability for the board to look at what the rate could be and what the additional revenue is to really avoid a rate increase. When we look at the cash value of the rate increase in 2025, we're looking at having an increase of $300,000. And then 2024 and on, we're looking at $200,000. Now, when we look at the future, if we're looking at that 200,000 or 300,000 a year, there's ways we can look at that. The board has the power to allocate those additional revenues, and how it goes in there is up to the board. It's not up to a 218. The way I look at it is what we have is potentials for rate revenue. Obviously, first, I think, is the potential of water transfers. Another is the potential for increased income from hydro generation. That's one thing that has not been included, or neither of those have. Another is reduction in utilities as a result of the installation of solar. Another is grants that we can get that have been budgeted into the CIP. If we have grants that are not in the CIP, then that's probably not a revenue offset. If the interest payments we have are getting on the income that we have is over what's the budget, that's another one. And there's, I don't know what the possibility is, but there might be some litigation that we get some money from. And then also the SMUD payments we get every year, that goes up in addition a little bit, and so do the property taxes. From my perception, we really don't have a choice other than to accept this cost of service. With Sanjay, it's on the cutting edge of rationality, what's acceptable in 218. And so I think we need to accept the cost of service as it is and not invest more money in changing that. What we do have the authority to do is what rate we're going to deal with. We may have the authority to raise irrigation by 19%. We as a board may not decide to do that, especially if by January we feel like we're going to get a water transfer and kind of bet on the come of that. If we don't get that water transfer, we have the authority to go ahead and raise that rate the next year up to what the cap of those 2 years would be. So I'm in favor of accepting this cost of service report as is, getting it into the public meetings, and then when it comes to the time of we as a board deciding what the rate increases are, then we can make some decisions, hard decisions, about how we're going to treat the possibility of raising the rates. I'll be open to any questions now. Thank you.
Can I ask a frank question?
Yes.
So, accepting this report the way it is, are we accepting the rates that are proposed for the first year in this report?
We are accepting the rate ceiling. We are
No,
not saying
I'm
that we
asking-
have to charge
I'm
this
asking
rate.
Yeah,
I'm asking Frank.
Oh, okay.
I think I know the answer to this, but since Lucy's on the call, I'm gonna let my colleague Lucy answer this question.
Well, that's
Lucy,
really
do you want to go ahead with that?
Sure. Thank you, Frank, and good evening, members of the board. I apologize. My camera is not working for some reason, so you just have my firm profile picture up there. But as Director Stovall said, yes, you're at the time of the Prop 218 hearing, assuming there's no majority protest, that's the point at which this board will make a determination as to whether you want to move forward with the rates as proposed or direct staff to come back with any adjustments. Ultimately, you are adopting a ceiling, so there's a schedule of rates there. In future years, if circumstances change and the revenue requirement is less than what was projected as a part of the study due to unforeseen circumstances, you have the authority to charge less than what's in the Prop 218 notice and ultimately what's adopted. You just cannot charge more. I do want to add just one point of caution, though. I've been listening to the meeting and the discussion that's been going on. To the extent that there are any adjustments made to the changes, those really do need to go through Sanjay and his team. I think what's lost here and perhaps, what happens behind the scenes is that there's this concept of proportionality is the most important concept in Proposition 218, and that goes to the allocation of costs. So anytime that you're trying to make adjustments to how much revenue you want to collect, what you want the rates to be, all of that has to be looked at through the lens of proportionality. So yes, that is a ceiling. And at the Prop 218 hearing, you have the authority to adopt those maximum rates. You always have the authority to charge less than the maximum rates, but how you adjust the rates downward needs to go through that lens of proportionality. It can't just be a flat kind of reduction across the board. Hopefully that addressed the question.
So to answer your question, you would authorize, if the board authorized us to start with a 45-day noticing process, it would include the maximum rates for the schedule for all the different types of customers. Then we would have the Prop 218 hearing at sometime in December, let's say. We would hold the Prop 218 hearing. We would see if there's a majority protest. If there's not, then the board would decide at that point, for that first year, for example, what it actually wants to set the rates at. So you're not setting the rates at by sending out the notices today.
But then do we have to send it out proportionally?
If you change the rate, if
So
you,
like if we said we were not gonna charge the 20% for irrigation.
what you would, yeah, well, you would.
That would, right, so that would be exactly the circumstance in which I would strongly advise you to not just say we're not gonna charge the 20%. I think you'd look at how the costs, how the allocation of cost factors in such a way that you can reduce that rate. So if you're not gonna charge the 20%, it's either because you're gonna subsidize that with some of your unrestricted revenues, like your property taxes or otherwise, or you're finding other cost savings specifically associated with those customers. But it can't just be that you don't want to charge 20%, and so you're gonna make the rest cover that shortfall.
So if you look in the packet, if you keep going past where the study is, there's an actual public notice.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Okay, so that is what's gonna go out to the customers, and that's not setting, you're not saying that these are what the rates are going to be. What you're saying is that these are the maximum that the rates could be in all those
But,
years.
but as a practical matter, let's say you go through the hearing, and let's say the board's not clear what it wants to set the rates at after the hearing. We would recommend you to not actually do that, because we don't want to make them on the fly. Have it go through the lens of proportionality, like figure out what your revenue requirements really want to be. If you feel like at that point, hey, we have some potential grant money, or we have this other revenue source, look at that and then make adjustments based upon proportionality there. Just don't just make them out of thin air. So all that to say is you can take a fresh look at this. We don't want you to make those decisions on the fly without taking it through that proportionality lens. But once you do that, and if you say, hey, our revenue requirements from rates, we think actually aren't as high this first year for X, Y, or Z reason, or we don't think that the inflation, is gonna be what we think it was. Certain assumptions, now that we're getting closer to it, we don't think those assumptions are gonna actually be realized in a certain way, or we have different assumptions now that we can bet on. Those are the kinds of things you can look at when you actually go to set the rates. But we just wouldn't want to do it haphazardly. We want to make sure we do it in a careful, methodical way that still is proportional among all the different customers.
Director Saunders?
Yeah, and this ties in with what Director Stovall said. There's a lot of the extra revenues that can't go into the rate study because they're projected rates, projected revenues and not certain. So that's why they're not in there. But when we do something like, oh, we are getting this grant, oh, we are doing this water transfer, then that's when Sanjay already agreed that he'd stay on board and help us with dealing with any revenue shifts and changes that we'd have. We'd be able to run it through it and do any budget adjustments to make sure we keep the rates and keep looking at that. So that's one of the big things to move forward. That's why the water transfers are gonna be good. That's why the hydroelectric is gonna be pretty important to look at and see what's done, so we can really adjust the rates, because
What is the extra cost of Sanjay staying on board? That's,
Well, we don't know, that would be something we would have to
we'd have to have a contract to go before the
Correct, yeah.
board again. Okay.
it'd probably based on an hourly rate at that point of what we ask him to do and what he's producing.
Director Stovall? Oh, you're on mute, sir?
Again, my point is that I think it's critical that we go ahead and pass this cost of service study. And then the action we take as a board, we may have different information when it comes into January. So this is, again, as it was pointed out, this is a ceiling, and it's pointed out when we do get money, say from whatever resource, whether it be a water transfer or maybe interest on a bank account, the way that is distributed, it has to go through that same proportionality between treated, raw, and I'm not sure of how it goes into the zone funds and so on. I think we're getting kind of bogged down in the weeds of the report rather than looking at the realities of what we as a board have the options to deal with over the next 5 years.
Director Stovall, you went over, your cost of living and your social security and kind of laid that all out very well. And I did some due diligence here just to support some numbers that are kind of built into the cost of service analysis. If you do the construction cost index that engineers use as a
That's
reference
way
time.
off.
Huh?
Yes, I mean, that's the reality. I mean,
Yeah,
the water board is not individuals. It's
right,
a business that uses raw materials.
yeah.
We don't,
And their
we don't buy
average,
food. Yeah.
they would average, right, they would average 3.5% a year on the Narrows piping project over the last 23 years. The average cost of increase of doing that is 3.6% a year, in line with the construction cost index as a reference guide. If you go to the increased costs of the Chimney Flat Court and Kit Fox Court piping project in 2019 versus 2023 with the Angel Camp Court pipeline increase, it was a 94% increase over 4 years at an average increase of 23.5% a year. And then the average pipeline cost now versus 4 years ago to put in a mile of pipeline went from 1.2 million to 2.31 million, or 18% a year increase. So, and then PG&E from 2009 to 2019, 7% a year average, when it wasn't that high, and it's been 35% a year since 2019, where the kilowatt hours went from 22 cents per kilowatt hour to 60. So nothing points to 2 to 3%. It's all 3.6. And then that doesn't count tank lining in 2019, where it was 200 to 300,000. And Angel Camp tank was 575,000 this year. So those are some numbers that I came up with that at the minimum are 3.5, but up to 25% a year, depending on what you're talking about. So
And that points
thank you.
out to the value of money. And when I look at a 15% increase over all, to me, that's a good deal, especially since we haven't raised the rates 20% in the last 4 years. Thank you.
1% in one shot.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what
15% over 5 years.
yeah, that's what PG&E is doing a year, 35% a year the last 4 or 5 years. Director Thornborough.
You're on mute, sir.
There. Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah.
Better.
Okay, I got a couple things to say. Yeah, and I understand, Bob, exactly what you're saying, and I agree with everything that you're saying. But the thing about, you know, there are different sources of revenue that kind of controls what you can spend it on. For example, if we get grants, pretty much all the grants we get have to be used for a specific purpose, and it's usually always going to be in the CIP. So that would not affect the rate so much. My issue is that when I run the numbers out for the 5 years, it says in there, in the report, it says that the goal is 4.9 million over to put into CIP over that 5 years. Okay, number one, when I extend the numbers out, we're putting in a whole lot more than that. That I have an issue with, because you're charging more than what you're saying that you actually need. As far as what Mitch was saying, and also what you have also said, and this was brought up in a prior town hall when I think we were at the church, and Adam had brought up the fact that, yeah, it costs more money to do these projects, these CIP projects. Yes, it does, but it's irrelevant for the simple reason that we're saying that we're putting in the 4.9 million into CIP. Okay, there's no adjustments being made for that. And so once it gets into CIP and it's spent, yeah, we're going to get less for our money, but we said 4.9 million going into CIP. So those are the issues that I have. And as far as this not to exceed, to have the notice go out with a, well, this is the max cap we're going to do. Okay, I think that's kind of dangerous, because of the fact that people might say, oh, okay, well, yeah, some people are going to say, well, yeah, it's probably going to be less, that's the max, it's probably going to be less. And so, yeah, I won't protest. But then, the people are going to say, well, wow, that's quite a bit. It has the potential to go that high. Yeah, I don't agree with that, so I'm going to need to protest it. But like I said, my biggest issue, the whole reason that I did all the work that I did into those spreadsheets was to extend it out and see if what we were going to end up bringing in during this 5 years. And from extending it out, like I showed everybody, we were taking in a couple $1 million more than we said that we needed. And then the 218, I'm a firm believer of the intent and the purpose of the 218. Yeah, there's all kinds of case law and all that kind of stuff. People don't care about that. I don't care about that, because all it takes is just dropping one piece of paper that says I protest on it to stop the whole thing. So we're not supposed to be charging more than what our costs are, what our actual costs are, which includes your operating expenses plus the amount you said that you got to put towards CIP. That's our costs. And so if we're going in there and we're charging our customers more than what the costs are, then that, to me, that's in violation of 218. And to go to the other thing that you said about why the rates weren't raised, that's because the money they came in, the board came up with the rates in 2017, which were significantly lower than what the recommended rates from the rate study were. They came up with their own rates, which were still too high. And the first year, we took like 800,000 more than what we were supposed to take in. That is why the rates were frozen initially. Now, later on, we ran into some other issues, but that the reason why the rates were, it wasn't a situation of, it just says, oh, well, we just don't want to raise the rates. That's not what it was. So we need to only charge the customers what our actual costs are. And if we're coming in with over $2 million more than what we said we needed, which was the 4.9 million to put into CIP, then we've overcharged the customers. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Thank you, Director.
Could somebody please clarify how many pieces of paper need to be dropped to stop this process?
Majority. So 50% plus one.
That would be
Okay, thank you.
1,800.
Yeah, it's approximately 1,900.
1,900 pieces of paper.
Thank you.
Last time.
Yeah, we came close last time.
18.
Or do I have any public comment? Thank you.
Would this be, can I cut in for a minute? Would this be the appropriate time for me to relay the information from that customer that emailed me during the public comment section?
Let's take, as I'm gonna add the 2 comments that we received.
Mike, it's not public comment, sorry. It's not public comment for you to relay something that a constituent shared with you. That's part of your board comments as a board member. So let's do public comment, and then when it comes back to the board, you can share what any particular customer shared. It's not really public comment.
However you want to do it.
Mr. President, if you'll indulge me for 1 second. I just want to clarify something for Mr. Pro, who's on the line, and for the submission that I submitted earlier under public comment. I feel like they're more appropriate to go under this item 8C in the minutes. So Rena Lowry and Mr. Pro's comments will be attached as a public comment in the minutes underneath item 8C, as it's a much more appropriate place for them to be placed. So I just wanted to let those on the virtual know, as well as those in the room. So.
And do we see those?
Yeah, you got an email. Mr. Pro emailed a letter to you. I can print it out and you can look at it, and then this is the other one that was printed on.
I have that one here.
Yeah, he emailed it to us
in
about
here.
10 minutes before the board meeting. All of us, so all board members plus myself got a copy of it.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Shri.
Okay, this is for Sanjay. On page 21 and 25 of your presentation today, you're actually stating draft water rates in the following slides increase 15% the first year and 10% the second.
Revenue.
I know, shouldn't that say revenue, not rates? Page 21 and 25. You there?
Sanjay,
Sanjay, are you on mute, maybe?
Yeah, it says draft water rates in the following slides include results of cost of service and financial plan. So it's a combination of the two. The next sub bullet says year 1, 15% increase. So that's the revenue because that was the prior presentation. So we're summarizing that we did a 15%. We're trying to get everyone to understand the information. So we're combining two things together, and then this is
Right, but I think
rates.
using the word rate instead of revenue is kind of misleading.
Well, it's not revenue because it's the revenue is not cost of service is not in the revenues. Cost of service is a different bucket.
Okay, because I'm confused like Mike T is about the percentages and how you're showing them. So like on page 51, table 330 for raw water. how about
Page
moving on-
51 of the report now, or
No, of the report, yeah.
okay, hold on, let me get there. Give me 1 second. I have to get there 1 second. Page 51.
Yeah, I only have
One
3
sec.
minutes.
Well, why don't we put the 3 minutes on pause, please, for her? This is me, not her. We can do that.
We could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think because of the important nature of this, we can give you maybe a minute or two extra.
Okay, so I'm on 51. Yep. Thank you.
So my recommendation would be to put another table there that actually shows the rate increase to the customer. Move that table over to another
That's
percentages for percent.
Yeah, because it doesn't,
That's 332.
well, here it goes again.
yeah, that's slide. That's so if you go to if you have to keep reading on page 52 of the report, it shows the impact. It says customer impact.
I know,
Yeah,
but
that
I'm
looks
just
good.
saying visually, it looks, the customer can see, you've got so many
4.3
charts in
here.
this report that as a customer, I don't understand the revenue.
Yeah, I mean, we're showing you the steps that we take to develop the rate. So I agree with you that the report is tedious and it's cumbersome, but it shows all the steps of how we got to the numbers.
You're not showing the rate increase percentage per year.
Yeah, well, the percent increase is, well, so all the other years are the 10%. So the first year is the cost of service with the revenue adjustments. And then the following years are all the 10%.
Right, but I don't want to calculate that out. Can't you just put a chart next to that, a little graph saying 19.9, 10, 10, 10, 10?
Yeah, I mean, that could be in a public relationship document that could be available, that could be developed.
Okay, that's what
I think that's on one of the slides, actually.
No, not with that.
Just
Yeah,
the
so
one-
remember, this report is not, I mean, this report meets a certain requirement. This is not, unfortunately, we deal with we're in a legal situation when we develop reports. And the lens that we're doing is legal. We're not doing this as customer friendly, user friendly. I'm gonna be the first to admit that. So this is a legal document. And legal documents, I don't know about you, but when I read them, I get bored. So
Oh, yeah.
no offense to attorneys out there. But so what needs to be developed next is a FAQ document. And that's something that's more digestible for the average customer.
Okay, and then to the treated water, because
Mhm.
it's 15 and then 10 and 10.
Where you at?
Well, I can't find the page for treated water. There's so many.
It's on page 51. That's where we were on
Well,
of the
that's raw.
report.
That's raw water.
Oh, you're talking about treated water. That's up front. Sorry.
That you
My
actually
apologies.
show the amount each year that it's gonna increase. I actually did 15% of the current year. And I'm like 71.24 and you have 72.42. For,
Yeah, there's rounding. So
well, $1 and something?
yeah, I mean,
And then
it's rounding. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, 71.03 versus 72.42. It's like 80, 90 cents round. If you take the 61.76 and add 15%.
You have to add the 15% to the cost of service rates that we show in the prior.
Maybe.
You have to go to slide, you have to go to table 3-15. That's the revenue neutral, and that shows you the cost of service rates, and then you do the 15% on top of that.
Oh, so it's not on the current rates?
No, because we're doing a cost of service. That's the whole point of this whole study.
Right.
It's that we have to realign this rates.
Okay. All right, so my other question is, I want to make sure that these 8 out of district customers know ahead of time that they're out of district before they get the letter, because I'm guessing there's probably 1 or 2 who don't know that. I had relatives that didn't know that.
I guess, have those 8 customers been notified?
I mean, I'm not, how would you like me to notify them?
Call them.
Sure, I'd be happy to send out, like, could we send out a water smart to them?
And then on their,
If they're on.
We'll get the notice when.
They're gonna get a copy of this.
Yeah, but they may not know they're out of district.
Well, they don't get to vote in any of the stuff, so they would know that they don't
No,
have.
my cousin didn't know that. He was gonna sign something and I said, well, you're not a voter. And I went, and they've had the service since 1940. So I'm just saying that I don't want these people to be surprised.
Well, that's where we had the town hall meetings in part that inform.
yeah, but that's the same thing, we had the town hall meetings and we had to have a special one.
Well, and total, we got 1% of the,
Too, so.
Well, yeah, because that wasn't important, you know.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Just 18, so I
Yeah.
think that would be pretty easy. Thank you.
Mr. Dow.
Yeah, a rate increase is like a tax increase and the customers aren't gonna like it. I agree with, Mike Thornborough and Donna on the raw water. If you increase the rates at the proposed, you're gonna run a lot of people off. There's gonna be a big bail. They're gonna just run and not pay that. And if you lower the rates, they might come back. And I would suggest maybe getting a hold of the people that left the last time and tell them, hey, we need you back. Come on back, come back into the fold. And we got some great rates for you this time and, we might increase revenue. Who knows? And another thing I like is on this chart here, this is my favorite chart right here, page 26. And here we are in 2025 and everything's looking hunky-dory, we're doing great. What about the previous years? Where was that line and these bars here? Like for the next 5 years, the past 5 years, from 2019? How did we get to being so good and not raising the rates for 5 years? And now all of a sudden, now we're gonna go in the tank. Now, I don't understand this.
So if you
Maybe we
notice,
need to tighten our belts. You know, tighten the belts. We're on tough times now, tough times. And things are gonna get tougher unless something happens in November. So, yeah, I'd like to see where that line goes. That way, you know, does it go way up and all of a sudden we're coming down? Does it looks like we're, you know, just heading downhill? See? Where were we over here? So, yeah, lower the rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess that is a question of where's the line for the last 5? Since it's,
so if you look at the graph, it doesn't include the revenue or the reserve targets and the reserve requirements that we have. There's those boxes that are on the top that are not being in his chart that are not being included.
right, but I mean, 2019.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So the line is there, but the requirements are doing this still. So they're going up like this because of the reserve requirements that need to be there. And that's why Sanjay says we won't meet, sorry, I'm not remembering the term that he uses, the debt term,
Insolvency.
no, it's not
The
that. It's
coverage ratio requirement.
The coverage ratio, we start losing our coverage ratio at that point. That's why that graph, you were hunky-dory today, but really it's not the right, I mean, that's not the right analysis of that graph, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Pro, your hand's in a perpetually raised mode. Are you, do you want to speak at the public forum?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I would like to bring to everyone's attention that I disagree with the statements that your general manager made as far as taking my comments and the other lady's comments or gentleman's comments and putting them someplace other than this hearing. Who is he to make that decision? I made the decision to send it into you guys. I spent a lot of time doing it, making sure I put an awful lot into it. And then it's not even going to be discussed during this period of time, which it should be at least read into the record, not just put into the record. That way the board members and your staff can hear and see what it says, including your attorney. What I'm saying to you is there's an awful lot of money that has been going in the wrong places, in my humble opinion, during the course of the last, 10 years with GDPUD, between what happened to the big amounts of money, $1 million plus in ALT, that you're giving back to the new owners, which is, I wish I lived in ALT, I'd have you over a barrel. Then you're talking about the monies that are coming in on your irrigation waters. All these just don't wash unless no one challenges you. If someone challenges you, you're going to come apart at the seams. As I heard from your last attorneys that said to you guys that were there at the time, that if we go to the appeals court, they're going to laugh us out of court. You better settle as quick as you can. I tried to go along with you guys and work with you. That hasn't worked. Every one of you have promised to do something and you haven't done it. You don't care how much it's going to cost the district, because if you did, you'd sit down, you'd make everything go away. It could go away. One of the things that I'm going to be striking out for is for a forensic examination, which is going to make you guys crawl, but it needs to be done. We need to know where that money has gone. That's why I've asked for all the email records from all the past general managers and their associates that have been part-time managers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because that's where it's at. It's all there, guys. You know it and I know it. And when it comes out, how are you going to hide it? How are you going to say we're giving back this money, this $1.2 million back to the ALT people that never even paid it? Tell me that's not a gift of public funds. You know, you guys need to own up that things have been done in GDPUD that shouldn't have been done and still are being done. And you're giving away our water to private purveyors to make electricity, which would balance everything out.
Thank you, Mr. Pro.
I would think we gave a little bit of leniency to others. Mr. Pride, if you have another minute, you can finish your comment.
You have water being sold off to private vendors as you have for the last 25 years. The monies from that hydro plant and the hydro plants that they had on Canyon Creek, that was all going under the table by members of GDPUD. I've got it in writing from the FERC people. I don't want to do this stuff. This gives me no pleasure whatsoever. Except that if you took all of that money, we wouldn't have these bills. We could lower the rates. If you would have abided by the settlement agreement, what would have occurred is that by now you would know where all the money is for the last 5 or 6 years, and you could talk intelligently. I feel sorry for this board. I think they know more than they're letting on. But what's happening is they can't even read what their accountants are giving them and make any sense out of it. I sit here and listen to this and I know what's happened. And I go, I feel sorry for the board because they put in a position right now by their general manager, their attorneys, press and private. And if you don't straighten it out, it's going to come home to bite you. So I'm just begging you again. Put your cards on the table, make it right by everybody. It's cost me personally over 5 G's just to get the information that I have now. And you all sitting there trying to hide the money and trying to make things right, but it's not going to go away. So I thank you for the time. I want you to read and discuss what's in the documents that I sent you today. And what happens when the monies that you collected on the old Prop 218, when someone says to you, hey, you guys gotta pay all that money back, where's it gonna come from? Answer that one.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Crowe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Okay, now closed for.
You have Christie up there.
Christie?
The
Oh,
hand raised.
well, Christie, go
Hello.
ahead. The floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Okay, I wanted to point out a couple of things from a consumer point of view. Can you hear me okay?
You're really quiet, but yeah, we can hear you.
Filter it
Number
out.
one, your treated customers cannot cancel their accounts, but they can reduce their usage. Okay, to reduce their output, their dollar per month. They can reduce their usage. The raw customers are trapped. Anybody who is above 1 inch could reduce their number of inches, but anybody who is at the 1 inch mark cannot do anything to reduce their usage. They're locked into whatever rates that y'all set. They have no control whatsoever of trying to adjust their monies. I'm also thinking you have to, if you're going to go forward with really, really high increases, 20% is very high, you need to think outside the box to allow your customers to absorb that. You know, on a monthly basis, that's an awful lot of money. On a 5-month basis, it's even more. You need to go to a different payment structure. Now, I've brought this up before, and I've been told, oh, no, we can't do it accounting wise. Well, you're going to have to think outside the box and figure out a way. You could take a deposit when people renew their accounts. You can have them prepay at that point in time for the first month. You could go to a 6-month payment schedule, which would fall in line with your every other month that you already have set up. You're going to have to think outside the box. So I've got a minute. I also want to know where the risk of this legal challenge comes from that you all have mentioned before. Is that from your customers who are going to sue you over rate increases? Is it from outside agencies who say, oh, you've done something wrong? And lastly, I would like to ask for a written analysis of how many accounts and how many dollars were lost at the last increase, so we can actually look at what the possibility is for next time, because as Director Thornbrough and Director Seaman have said, it's going to happen. You raise the rates this much, you are going to lose money net. And I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christie.
We had the finance committee do that, study on the irrigation and the losses, so we could, have, Mr. Miller bring that back in.
And actually Donna read out the numbers just a minute ago. It was 100.
It was like 100, well, this was based on 100 and.
Yeah, we had
150 inches, so I just talked to Adam and he was saying it's more like 120.
Yeah,
But there's other factors that were involved, but, so we're looking at about $100,000 loss per year or more.
Potentially, but you also have to offset if the revenue is increased. You're not losing the dollar. I think you want to don't conflate the two together. Talk inches to inches or money to money, because the same time when we lost those 100 inches, the revenue was higher to that enterprise of that portion of the enterprise fund.
But that's what I'm saying when we were kind of talking about this. Yes, we lost about 100,000 a year, but we don't have those charts that show where we had from today to 5 years out, but we don't have the prior showing, okay, we got this increase, but we had this drop. Where were those other bars that we didn't see? Did it proportionally come out and was it functional? Was it actually, we were running okay? I know there were some nuances, and like when I first got here, our big game was just trying to figure out what the hell was here and what we actually had, because of, you know, between all the different accounting systems and everything, it was so screwed up that we were trying to, you know, get it honed in, and now we kind of have a handle on what we have. You know, so I mean,
So-
the increase of productivity in this organization has increased, like, since I've been here. And accuracy, but we still need to look at the rates went up, how much went down, and where we were on the cost versus, you know, even if it is a little fluffy, we still should see something
So just to, you're
because of
correct.
that one.
No, you're correct, that we don't go back and have the same graph. What was utilized as one of the documents in the development of this was the budget, and so the budget has the 5 years running back of the different revenues and the different sales. So you can see when that
But we don't see.
it's in the budget report, though. That's what I'm trying to say, is it's part of the underlying documents that go into this, and it shows the revenue that was generated in the irrigation. I have it right, it's in my office, I can show you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see it here.
Yeah, but that's
And-
because this is a rate steady moving.
I understand, but we're trying to look at this stuff and be logical and reasonable about this and try to make an intelligent decision. And it's very difficult to make, you know, what are we, 4 hours, make an intelligent decision on this thing when we don't have all the information. And I know we don't need to know, because we're just supposed to look at what was given to us and accept it, but I'm not that kind of person. And I kind of like the, especially with, I mean, you know, cause you know, I'm hardcore on this irrigation business. I don't like seeing this option, cause this is an optional, utility for the customer. Nobody has to have irrigation. We could let this whole county or this whole section of the divide dry up, have no ponds, et cetera, et cetera. But most people care. Most people care about what they have, you know. And, you know, not being able to look at the numbers and see, well, if we were up this high and we were still in the green, and we did lose 100, then maybe we can move on and do the same thing. But as it is right now, we don't know what happened. The numbers, the statistics aren't in here. And that's why when I was talking to you and Sanjay, I brought that up again. But that wasn't information that was afforded to us. And if you have it, you didn't give it to us. And it shouldn't cost us any more money to get information that should have been gained already and given to the board.
And I would say there was a report that the finance committee did with an analysis on the irrigation drop, so if we could, see if Mr. Miller still has it to provide it, or if we have it in our records. Cause remember when they did that?
Yeah, what was the, you probably do it, what was the Myers age? Before,
It was like 180 something and we dropped to.
no, the original before.
The original one, I don't know. It was very, when I first moved up here, it was very inexpensive to have irrigation. And then then poof, magic, it doubled.
I think it was in the neighborhood of $346, for the season. Was what irrigation used to be, and then it went to $771 and it's been there ever since.
Well, then when I didn't get it for a week at a time, I kind of was like, oh, okay. But now it matters.
Great.
Oh, no.
All right, well, now, anybody else on there?
No, Mike.
Oh, and look, Director Sarnborough, go ahead.
You're muted, sir, make sure, thank you.
I got it.
Oh,
Okay, do
You
you want,
wanted to close it for public comment, that's what I didn't do. Now, go ahead, Director Thornburg.
are we supposed to, I got this, I wanna read you what this customer sent me. She's a out of the district customer. Should I say her name or what, how do you wanna handle this?
It's all right.
Yeah, he said, yeah, he
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Any board member?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
customer's name is Ann Wright. And she said, how were the proposed out of district rates determined? They appear to be in excess of the assessments charged to in district customers. And the other thing she says is out of district customers were granted rights to access water when the district was formed, but do not have a voice regarding representation as they cannot vote for board members. That's it. That's what she says. Well, and I responded to her and I can, maybe I should forward all this to Nick or something. So I did respond to her and I told her that, decision that nothing hasn't been voted on yet. The best thing for her to do is come to board meetings, but she was difficulty doing that. And so anyway, kind of went along those lines. So what do you want me to do with this, Nick?
You can send it in if you'd like us to include it as a comment as part of the minutes. We can.
No, it can't be part of the minute. He just read her comment.
So it's in the
He can,
minutes.
he can forward the email to you, and if you wanna, you'll have it for your reference, and if you wanna.
Well, is what I just said gonna be in the minutes?
Yes.
Oh, all right, done deal.
Okay. Thank you, Director Thornborough. At this point, the recommended action by the staff is three parts. One is to receive this report, an oral presentation by Sanjay and Water Resources Economics. So how do we receive it?
So you've received the report.
Okay, so we received. Secondly, review and approve the final water and wastewater financial analysis included within the report.
So that is what is within the report. So, and then the last thing is we have the public notice. Now, there is one piece that if you look at the top of the public notice, there is, there's one issue that we need to make sure we clear up before we send this out. So we need to set a date and a time and a location. So on this, it says district offices. I did put out a poll to the board members. 4 of the board members said that the Cool Church was a good location. I will caveat that one of those board members said either the church or the Grange, and that I won't say a name, but 3 said the church only, 1 said the church or the Grange, 1 said in Georgetown. I have proposed 6 p.m. as a time for the public hearing. And then we have a regular board meeting on December 12th, which would be the date that we would like to hold that public hearing. So those are,
So this would be our meeting.
it's at our regular scheduled meeting, December 12th, excuse me. And then
The second Thursday.
No,
yeah, it's the second Thursday, but it's our regular scheduled meeting because we had a conflict on the first Thursday. So, but it's already in our calendar of approved calendar from the board. The regular meeting will start at 2. We will do all of our regular business at 2. And then we will, if we finish before 6, we will stop the meeting because this public hearing will be set and will be agendized on the agenda, will not start before 6 p.m. So that's, that was my recommendation. If there's any other changes, like I said, 4 of the members did, indicate the Cool Church due to size, due to location, due to facility usage and stuff like that. If you wouldn't mind letting me know if that's acceptable.
Then director comment, Director Thornborough. Muted.
There it is. I got a question as far as like the agenda, because this seems to me like this is something we have to vote on in order to get it to go. And basically we're voting on accepting what these rates are in the in this rate study. And it's not agendized as being a vote of it for anything. And it seems to me that's what we would have to do.
Yeah, in the action, it's you're voting to send out the public notice with the rates. So that's what you're voting on, is to send out the hearing notice that is in the packet.
Well, here's the problem that I have with that, is it's not posted to the public as being an action item like that. It's not saying that we're gonna be voting on accepting these rates or anything like that.
It is within the board agenda and in the staff report.
I disagree. It says possible action, receive the cost of service and rate study report and authorize a public hearing. It doesn't say anything about accepting the contents of the rate study as including the rates.
So
Frank?
Director Thornborough, your agenda description is supposed to be a brief description, generally not more than 20 words. Between the actual agenda title and the actual recommended action, you have a fair amount of information. It's always an impossibility to say everything specifically in a short agenda title. But if you read the title, it says receive the report, and then between that and the possible action, you have, it's very clear what report we're talking about, and authorize an associated public hearing. All we are is, we are not adopting rates. We are saying this is the proposed rates, and we want to have a hearing to then you'll get the public notices out there. And then we will, at that point, there will be a separate notice for an actual majority protest hearing on the 218. This is just to essentially authorize us to move forward with that hearing and as it says in the staff report, it spells out all the specific steps that will have to be taken. It's hard to say all of that in the actual agenda title, but again, the agenda title is just trying to put the public on notice as to what the discussion is going to be and what's going to happen going forward. And the key term there is associated public hearing. It's associated with the rates that are being discussed and all of the stuff that goes in that. 45 days, the notices to the customers, the public 218 vote, all that kind of stuff.
Well, another issue that I have, well, I don't understand what this process of the public hearing, because I'm hearing on one hand that the public hearing is the hearing where we accept and we tally up the protest votes and see if it survived the protest or not. And if it did, then we go and implement the rate increase. That's the way I understood it goes. So I'm not understanding this, the purpose of this public hearing that we're supposed to be authorizing.
The public, you're just authorizing us to move forward and set that public hearing for all of that to happen that you just described. But the board needs to say, we're ready to move forward. We want to authorize the public hearing and move forward with the next steps in the 218 process. That is the next step. And so when that goes out, the notice will include obviously the date, the time, the location of the hearing on the notices. There'll be a 45-day period. It'll have all the proposed rates. So then the customers can review it and make an informed decision, and they can show up at the hearing or do whatever else they want to do. They want to send in a protest or whatever, they will have that time and information to do that. This, right now, the item is to say, do we want to move forward with that process? With the report, with the proposed rates? That's where we're at.
Okay, well, the main issue I have is the notice itself. I think this notice needs to be less, I understand it has to have legal statements in it and all that sort of thing, and that's fine, but I think it needs to be, have some things added to it. The number one thing, the main thing that needs to be added to this is on the very back of it, where it talks about the protest procedure. There needs to be something in big, bold, all cap letters saying, if you do nothing, you are voting yes. That was intentionally withheld from the customers the last go around, and nowhere in here does it explain that. This protest procedure needs to be more thoroughly explained, and that is huge. That because nobody understood that before, nobody, and it was just a big cluster. I think that also in this notice that it should include where it says on here, what are the fees? What are they going to be used for? Okay. I think it needs to be spelled out more simply that it is for the cost of service, which includes your operating expenses, as well as this amount of money, this 4.9 million to go into CIP, as well as the equity adjustments for the employees. This stuff needs to be put in there. This needs to be transparent. This is not. And so that's this needs to be more like Sanjay said. Okay, you go and you look at the cost of service study. Okay, it's not designed to be customer friendly. this of all things needs to be very customer friendly. So that needs to be changed before it goes anywhere, in my opinion.
Director Thornborough, I agree with you. During the last hearing we had, it's not a vote for it. I always get my hand slapped when I say vote. It's not a vote. It's equivalent thereof that we understand it, but it was not clear, right? And we had an issue with that. So I agree that there should be a statement in there that spells it out. If you don't respond, then
That's a yes.
that's a yes.
And that wasn't made clear as a public when
Yeah.
that came out on the last one.
Exactly. So I agree with you there. I just wanted to support you on that.
While we're discussing this, if Ludwig wants to address that, he drafted this. This is way more legal than I could ever get involved with, and so I just want him to maybe be able to speak on why and how it's put together in his for him.
Sure, thanks, Nick. As a preliminary point, the Prop 218 notice is a legal document. It is drafted to comply with the procedural requirements of Proposition 218. That doesn't mean that the board can't send out other information. I think Sanjay earlier mentioned, public relations type documents to help provide further information to the public. That also doesn't mean that you can't direct me to put more stuff into the Prop 218 notice. So I'm happy to do that if that is the direction from staff and the board. I have no problem doing that. But for purposes of the 218 notice, it is a legal document. I drafted to comply specifically with what the law requires, and I leave any other information, public relations type, outreach to staff and to the board to complete. But again, I will take direction from all of you as to what you'd like to see in this legal document, keeping in mind it is a legal document.
Does that add a time delay or does it throw off the timing if we?
So we're not planning to mail this out until the 21st of October.
Oh.
So we have, if there is any additions that you'd like to add, we can add them.
Okay, thank you, Lufty. Director Seaman, you have a?
Sorry, the 14th, I apologize. Don't mean to interrupt you. Oh, I said the wrong date. We're mailing it on the 14th. So please, I apologize for interrupting you. I wanted
No.
to correct the record.
Yeah, okay, that's half the amount of time. Okay.
So I have two questions. One, it isn't clear here, and I remember like the last 218, we received these postcards to mail back in, or chuck them. I received a little card to flow back in. And the thing is, it wasn't made clear on that card, and it may have been solicited by somebody else that got them out to the public. I don't know how I ended up with this, but that's what I ended up with. But I thought it was very user friendly, except for the fact it wasn't made clear that taking that card and throwing in the garbage was not a no vote, it was a, here we go with the
In favor
votes.
of.
It was accepting the rates as they were, or you had to physically say no if you did not agree with it, just. Hi, Steve.
I gotta go on my wife's birthday and they're having dinner.
So that was one thing that I saw from the last one that wasn't made clear. I don't know if, like I said, if I got something that somebody was just putting out there or what. The other thing is just a procedural question because I have never gone through this. So this public hearing that we're going to have, that is where we listen to all the comments from the public. And is that our vote at that time to accept or refuse the rates that are proposed?
Yeah, at that point is when you set the rates. You listen to anybody who comes to the meeting and they can protest at the meeting as well. So they will be calculated into the protest as well.
But what I'm asking is if they're doing that protest, we won't have enough, that will not give us enough time to know whether it is passed or failed.
Oh, we'll know.
At
We'll have a tally beforehand and we'll have a tally that we can add to at the meeting.
well, cause the last one wasn't done quite appropriately. That's why I was
We
asking.
plan to do it much
That's why
more
I
legally.
specifically asked about tenants and property owners, because that was getting thrown where one would.
So I have an answer to that
Anybody
question.
could, yes, and I thank you for getting that clarified, because that was one of the big focuses that was going on how they were counting. Is because they were sort of, up to there, they go away. So.
So just to clarify, so for everybody, if all properties within the district that are customers receive a notice, if we have a tenant agreement with somebody that they are responsible for the bill, they will also get a notice. If both the property owner and the tenant both send in a notice, one of those is not counted because you can only count one per property. So it is not based on customers or people, it is based on a physical house location or physical building, basically.
That is not based on service gotten from the district,
You're talking about multiple different things.
water, irrigation.
Yeah, there's two, yeah. That was another issue.
So if you don't like the raw water rates and you don't like the ALT, the zone rates, then you protest one or all of them. Or no, one or none of
You only
them.
get all of them on that.
Yeah, you get one or none.
Director Thornborough?
Only two votes.
So what you're saying is that, say a property has treated water and irrigation water, they only get one vote?
That is correct.
Okay, so is the CDS, is that gonna be separate from a totally separate, I guess, protest?
No,
So you're gonna add in all of the treated water customers. This is gonna throw the numbers off, because if you have, how are you gonna come up with the numbers as far as how many protests it takes?
we have
Because if you add all the if you add all the treated water customers to the irrigation customers and then to the ALT customers, then you're not gonna have, because you're gonna have ALT customers that have CDS as well as water. So the number seems to me, it's not gonna be calculated correctly. How have you come up with that number, I guess?
Nick, would you mind if I chime in, Nick?
yeah, please.
Okay, so you've got essentially two utilities, you've got water and you've got your wastewater service. So the wastewater service, that's that alt zone service, that's kind of how you distinguish it. So all of your water is treated together for purposes of the protest, regardless of whether they receive treated water or untreated water, because ultimately at the end of the day, water is water. That's how it's defined in the law. So under Prop 218, that's treated as a single utility subject to a single majority protest proceeding. Your wastewater customers or your alt zone customers, those are considered a separate utility that's subject to their own Prop 218 kind of protest proceeding.
Wow.
So, to answer your question, that's how we would count. We would count your total water connections, whether it's treated or untreated, your total wastewater connection, not connections, but your total wastewater customers.
Parcels, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so ALT is gonna be counted separately.
Yes.
Okay, so
But they
that
still
move, but I'd like to know,
The zone is.
because it's important to get an accurate number of how many customers, how many does it take to protest it? That's what I'm getting at. How many protests does it take to stop it? Because if you just add the number of irrigation customers to the number of the treated customers, that's not gonna be accurate. That number is gonna be too high. So you have to factor in the customers that have both of them, that counts as one customer. You understand what I'm saying?
Right,
Yeah,
so we
then-
would just count for the purposes of water, you would just count the total number of parcels that receive water service from the district, whether that's,
30,000.
Whether it be treated or irrigation.
whether it's treated, irrigation, or both, it's just one protest per parcel regardless of the type of water service they receive.
Right, but that would also be counted as just one customer, so that's where you come up with your 50%.
Mhm, exactly, yes.
Okay, all
So
right,
it's just per parcel, yeah.
okay.
Director Seaman?
Okay, so I'm getting really screwed up here. So it's per parcel, not per whatever the parcel has connected to it.
Correct.
Across the board for the entire district.
Mhm.
I think what he's saying is except for in the ALT area,
Why? They have water and they have CDS.
They have wastewater.
So they would be able to protest.
I
For-
have water and I have irrigation, two different types of water.
Same enterprise fund.
Prop two eighteen has
Apples and oranges.
water, the Prop two eighteen law says water, sewer, and something else,
Utility.
right? So there's a water bucket and a wastewater bucket.
So, but
And so
they
you
get,
can
so they
blame-
get two
You can blame
votes.
the legislature for that. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Right, so to answer your question, Director, if there's a parcel that receives both water and and receives wastewater services from the district, they would be able to submit a protest in opposition of the proposed water rates and
Who?
a protest in opposition of the proposed wastewater alt zone rates.
Yeah, so Director Thornbrill, so you had 3795 plus about 120, so you come up with about 3910, which half of that would be
What's
nine, 1900 and something.
Well, what you got customers that have just irrigation water, for example, and they have customers that just have treated water. And then you have customers that have both. And so you can't count that as two accounts or two parcels or two customers.
Right.
It's one customer.
Right.
Each of them is going to be one. And that's what you need to determine. You can't just go with how many irrigation customers you have and how many treated water customers you have, because that's going to throw the numbers off. You have to know how many actual parcels have either treated or irrigation or both. And then that would be the number that you come up with. Okay, and so, and thank you. I always forget how to say your name.
Lutfi, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that, because that makes a lot more sense. And so what you're saying, if I understand correctly, just so I can double say it, is that if you are ALT, you have treated water and you have wastewater, you get to vote once for each entity. You get to vote twice, in other words.
Well, you get to protest against the wastewater and you get to protest against the water.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can one fail and the thing still go
Yes,
through?
yeah, it's two separate.
Yes.
So apparently water can be.
It's all this, but the three options are out there, or. two
Well, the
options are-
two options, right? Water
Water and wastewater.
water is
But-
regardless, yeah.
So it's the 3,000 whatever plus however many on top of that, it will determine the 51%.
No, two separate hearings. You give us two separate votes, so to speak.
Oh,
So they can shoot down the CDS portion or the wastewater
60 votes.
portion of this 218.
That's what I think Luffy's saying,
It's
yeah.
not CDS individually.
I'm
it's-
talking wastewater.
But you say CDS,
I
that's.
screwed up,
yeah, yeah.
wastewater.
So,
So you're
yeah.
saying that basically ALT can shoot down the rates for CDS or
For
wastewater.
Right. But if you
all
think
by
about it,
themselves.
yes, that's
Even
correct,
though
Director,
this
but
is even though this is the big picture 218, where we're doing this whole rate study and it's now being separated out by individual water wastewater.
Well, it's not
right,
now,
I mean, it's a consolidated proceeding,
Well, I mean, it
Director.
could be.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
or the 100 ones.
Well, I was just gonna say, it is a consolidated proceeding.
Whatever the 1,085.
They're chattering in the back behind you. Please talk.
Sure. So it is a consolidated hearing for the purpose of determining whether you want to increase your wastewater rates and whether you want to increase your water rates. But ultimately, at the end of the day, these are two separate enterprises, so they're not interdependent on each other financially. So the customers can shoot down the wastewater rates if that's what the majority of the customers do. And that will have no bearing on your ability to provide water service, because that's a separate enterprise, and that's not impacted by what happens with the wastewater utility and vice
So
versa.
then why did we pay for a 218 to be done as a district? So everybody paid for this 218 to be done. When it's now, my understanding is we're talking two separate enterprise
Right.
funds. So in other words, ALT, nothing personal, ALT should have been paying for
We did.
their
There was a budget line item for the rate study done in the LT as well.
portion of the 218.
100% they
there's,
did.
and that's not that unusual in terms of the district's operations, in
I
the
know.
sense of, no, in the sense of you have to allocate costs among the enterprise funds on a variety of levels, right? And this is just one contract that they probably allocated between the
So
two
in
funds.
Sanjay's contract, it was line itemed out.
So it's basically half and half. we paid half from ALT and half from the water park. Because there's two rate studies that he did. And we allocated a budget line item for the zone and we allocated a budget line item for the water fund. So they did pay for their portion of this.
And that one town hall.
Well, yeah, yes, they one time. It
That's
was,
$5,000, so
it's not quite 5,000.
it's close to damn $5,000.
Well,
I did the calcs, and that's only based on 2 hours, but anyway. And it's interesting, and I mean, I'm getting now a little tired and grumpy at the fact that, you know, we're just hearing, I mean, I didn't understand that's how it was gonna be separated out before. My understanding, we're doing the 218, congratulations, it's for GDPUD as a whole, not that this piece over here is being paid here, and this piece over here is being paid by the rest of the customers. Am I missing this, or am I the only one that missed this part of the conversation?
If I can just put a little context here, I mean, and Sanjay probably would have a similar thought. I've reviewed probably hundreds of Prop 218 proceedings and notices and rate studies, and the vast majority of them for agencies that have multiple utilities will consolidate them into a single proceeding. You're able to realize enormous cost efficiencies, and so forth, economies of scale. So this is it is an extremely common practice actually to consolidate the proceedings, even though you have separate enterprise funds.
Wow.
Director Thornborough?
I'd like to clarify something that Donna said. The way the protest thing works, it's not 51% of the customers, it's 50% plus one. That is a difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's 50 plus one of GDPUD and 50 plus one of the zone customers.
Right.
Wow.
Do we have the totals of what these numbers are?
What a learning curve
I'm
in a
sorry, what
late,
are you
late
asking?
late
I
hour.
mean, you said 3785 water, but.
That should have been talked about
1,085.
when we started.
So there's
this.
3,785 customers in the water, plus the 8 that would be outside the district.
Okay, right, traded in rock,
That there's 300, my gosh,
3,000.
3,785 customers plus 8. That would be, so you can do the math, whether 50% is, and then you add 1.
93.
And then CDS is. gonna be-
93.
This
It's about 18.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Is that customers or parcels that have water?
What in the hell did that add up to?
No, I'm trying to say what the 50% plus 1 is. It's about 18. It's about 1,895, 96. I'd have to do the actual math, but it's around 1,895.
My question is that water customers or is that parcels that have one form of water or the other? It makes a difference.
It doesn't matter. It's all water. There's 3,785 plus 8 water customers.
Nick, and Director Thornborough, we will confirm that this is the parcel count, where I think if we haven't already gotten it, we're getting a confirmation from the county, I believe, so, but
okay.
I understand your point.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nick, we can talk about that afterward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Nicholas, Frank, so if we want to move forward to authorize.
My brother's name is Nicholas, so every time you say Nicholas and Frank, I feel like,
Great.
sorry, it's almost 7.
Okay.
I'm losing my edge. I
You
just
should
got
stop
flashbacks
So,
to my
so
father.
could we look for a motion to?
I mean, you could do a motion,
With-
or you
with
could just provide consensus to move forward, to authorize, send out the notices and authorize the associated
With,
public
with
hearing.
that addendum that Lufty was gonna do about, you know.
I think you can give direction without a motion, just as long as there's consensus, and I don't think there's gonna be any dispute on this, then we want to make sure the notice is included. But what I would ask for, and what I would ask for on behalf of Nick, is to make that piece very clear in terms of what you want on that notice. Because, you know, sometimes things get lost in translation, so, yeah, I just, however we can make that as clear as possible. Let's do that. You're muted, so that's not clear.
Maybe what we should. Careful now. Maybe what we should do is get that notice straightened out. Because we do have some time, and get that notice straightened out and any other questions that we had addressed. And then in the next, I don't know, week or so, have a special meeting to move this forward, because we have, what'd you say, Nick, till the 24th? That gives us our 45th.
14.
And today is the.
So we have basically a week.
Yeah.
By the time-
That's 40.
Yeah, I misspoke, and I tried to correct the record, and I said the 21st, but I misspoke. We were trying to have it out by the 14th.
So it's by the following weekend.
What's the latest date that we could do that in December in order to still keep the January 1st start date?
That doesn't make any difference. It's the 45-day window that we need to honor, and
I
what we
understand
have
that.
to take.
So 45 days. Hold on,
45 days backwards.
backwards, puts us probably in late October, but you wanna send it out. Because you always have, you do have issues sometimes with postage and stuff like that. So you wanna make sure you give yourself more than 45 days.
I think I generated it at about 52 to 53 days. So that was why I picked the 14th, because that gives us a week to basically get them to the people. And then there's still a couple of extra buffer days beyond the 45.
Okay, well, I'm not okay with sending the notice out the way that it is. I think it needs a lot of improvement and a lot of work. I would really like for Luffy to do it all, because that way it's all encompassed in the one notice rather than to send out a separate one. I think the notice should also include, Donna had a good idea, we should include a card that they can mail back if they want to protest it. I think that would be a great idea. But anyway, that's the position I have.
Doesn't it come with a card or, don't we send it? Because last time it came,
You just had to send a piece of paper back to us. That's
Yeah,
the side of purchase.
well, I believe it came in the mail without a return, stuff.
You don't provide a return.
What is that?
It was just the flyer.
It's just the
No
flyer.
envelope or no
Right.
protest letter.
Right, and yeah, I thought it might have come in an envelope, because it's not self-stamped, so you gotta buy a stamp and put it on and send it.
No, you gotta write something.
Yeah, but it
I
wasn't,
protest, it's always right.
yeah, but it wasn't explained, so, yeah.
No, I know.
It says right here what you have to do.
And
It
also
says,
maybe put a notation not to put it in with their bill. That was also a problem. Cause you gotta say them.
So-
I know, but it needs to be in that notice. It
Right.
should come in separate.
Okay,
That was
so,
the
but
problem.
right now, we could approve this with the addendum.
sure, whatever the board would like to add for language, I mean, we can add language. Our issue is, we don't have a lot of time to have a second board meeting until this needs to be sent out. So, that's the,
It takes time for us, to put that letter together.
Yeah, that's why we have a week, and then it's gotta get out like within 3 days after that.
I think the priority needs to be on getting it right.
Does
That's
somebody
the
want,
priority.
Yeah.
who wants to write the draft? Do we leave it to Lufty to,
Well, like I said, if it's gonna go to Lufty, we gotta make it extremely clear. Because this is obviously a very strong point of interest for some board members to make sure, and this is really, I think legally it already meets the legal requirements, but what I'm hearing from the board is, no, that's not to say, what I'm trying to say is, you want a lawyer to do creative writing at this point, or PR type work. And I'm not saying that sarcastically, I'm just trying to make it very stark terms, be clear, because the reality is a lot of people, this is very subjective now, right? Like, oh, I want this thing bolded, or I want this thing. And so I think it's almost like, if we really want to get this notice right, it legally has the components now, but if we really want to make sure it sends certain messages and signals in a very specific way to the customer, so it's clear, then I think that, it's an impossible task for somebody to do. without the board closely overseeing it and then approving it once again. That's just my concern.
Well, and he wouldn't be able to do it in layman's terms either.
Right,
What
here's-
what if Director Thornborough wrote it and he sent it all around to us and we?
That'd be a Brown Act violation.
Oh, yeah.
I think,
Here's my concern, here's my issue, and I apologize for being very adamant about this. But you guys are just saying the same thing as the board in 2017 did. When I approached them and I says, why didn't you explain this to these people? Why didn't you tell them that? We did what was legally required.
And
That
that's
was
not,
it. That was their response.
and I
And
appreciate
you want
that,
to
Bob.
do just what's legally required.
The minimum.
And to be clear, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is everything above that requires
Specific.
essentially, you shouldn't ask your lawyer, I mean, you shouldn't ask your lawyer to do things that you're wanting to communicate at the lay customer level, because I guarantee we're probably gonna fail at that. I mean, we're not advertisers, we're not marketers, and I'm not saying that's what you want us to be. We're not trying to sell this to people, but if you really wanna be a broker of good information, we will try, but you know, you will probably say, you know, you're gonna be disappointed a little bit. So all I'm trying to say is, let's be thoughtful about this next communication piece. If we wanna say more than legal, which is fine, let's just be thoughtful of who's gonna do that, who's gonna review it, and is the board gonna approve that?
I have confidence that Director Thornborough will do just fine. Can we just vote on having him?
no, I will not vote on that. What I would recommend is that we have Lucy work on language that explains the full protest process,
It's in here.
as we talked about with, explaining that if you do not return it, that counts as a yes, all of that information, because that information's not in there.
Right.
And then the extra stuff we talked about in what is included in terms of the rates, the salary stuff, that could go into the FAQ, the frequently asked questions. And that gives us time for something that we can all review and put in our 2 cents worth in. And that doesn't have the same level as the protest information that's important to get out, as opposed to the frequently asked questions that gives all the background, the things that you're talking about, which gives us as a board a chance to review and put in our sense on that, as opposed to the protest information, because we have up to the 12th to do that.
Are you making a motion? Oh, go ahead, Becky.
No, I'm just discussing.
So, you know, so this would have to be the official that goes out.
Yeah.
Has to be done by a certain time. But this other piece that we're talking about doesn't have to go within the fourth.
No, those are just courtesy notices.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the only other part of convoluted I'm seeing is some of these folks are gonna be receiving 2.
Yeah.
And you gotta isolate and mail out to the, I don't know, 300 or,
1,085.
huh?
How do you keep them separate?
CDS?
Wastewater.
It's about
Oh.
1,085 in wastewater.
Okay, so you would be sending out 2 to them.
Send different color cards.
If you're gonna send them. Plus you need a ballot box. Right,
No, you just mail them.
sealed ballot box.
Yeah, and Director
We had it last-
Thornborough?
It is not my intention that, and the items I brought up where you were spelling out what these rate increases are for, or your cost of service includes operating expenses, what I said before, as well as the equity adjustments. That's not a FAQ item. That was something after the fact. That needs to be kind of like legalized, because like we ran into before, when I brought up before about how Prop 218 says that you can't use the money, the revenue from a rate increase for any other purpose than what was stated. I want to make that statement that this is the purpose for this 218. That's what I want in there. I don't want it to be an
We wanna
FAQ.
make sure we get everything in there, because if you forget the supplemental fee, if you forget the loans, if anything that you don't put in there, and it's not in there,
That's all in underneath. How are the fees calculated? There's a whole section
Yeah.
on page. The
I
first
mean, it's
page,
on
it
there,
says, how are the fees calculated, water? And then we also include, the waste, the raw water, and then there's also a low income, assistance thing in there. And there's also a sewer, which we should probably change that to wastewater, not sewer. But there is a sewer word in there.
And does
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Director Stovall.
Is it possible to have two mail outs? One would be one that just has to do with the legal requirements of the 218, and then in a separate mail out, send out a clarification of some questions and answers that would help with the transparency of this whole process, and have them separate. One is a legal document, one is a transparency document.
Director Stovall, that is absolutely allowed, and actually that is something that a lot of agencies do. Again, to make sure that the Prop 218 is the legal document, and it's the floor. You can do as much outreach as you like in addition to that. So absolutely, you can separate those things if you'd like to. If the direction is for us to incorporate them into the Prop 218 notice, we can do that too. But you know, there's nothing that prohibits you from doing more.
And then just to add on to that, that is a very common practice, and I would highly recommend that, because there's different things for different purposes. The Prop 218 is to hit the legal requirement box, and then you should have another information, FAQ and information.
And one last point, I think, just to respond just briefly to Director Thornborough. Prop 218 does prohibit the agency from using revenues for a purpose other than what they were imposed for, which means water has to be used for water, wastewater has to be used for wastewater. If you want to place greater restrictions on yourselves, I think that's a policy decision for the board to make. But I just want everybody to go in with eyes wide open that you're proposing to adopt rates for 5 years. The only thing you know is that nothing is going to be exactly as planned, and so agencies that I've worked with have preferred to have flexibility to use the revenues that they generate from water sales to pay for water costs that might fluctuate, you know, in different buckets. So I just want to make sure that if you're making that request, that the full board understands.
I can't, there's no way I can do that. There's this thing called accountability. And if we go in there and we say, we are raising the rates so we can do this, this, and this, and that's it. If something else comes up, we say, oh, well, another board comes up and says, oh, well, you know what? You know, we're going to use that money for this. If you put that in initially and you tell them, for example, if you say, okay, we're going to use it for this, 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 and anything else that comes up, okay? You don't think people are going to protest that?
So, and Director Thornborough, of course, that is a policy decision. What I'm saying is, from a legal perspective, what you're asking for isn't required. So if that is a direction, then that's a board discussion from a policy perspective that needs to be had. I just don't feel comfortable making that change in the notice without the board fully discussing that, because that is a extra legal requirement that you'd be placing upon yourself.
Right, and I'm sorry that I wasn't really directing that. I wasn't saying that to you so much as I was saying it to the other board members, because I am not willing to do that. To say, okay, you know, we're going to do this for this, this, and this. Okay, and that's it. And then so they go, oh, okay, fine, we don't protest it. But then they find out later on that, oh, well, we're going to do this too. Well, if I would have known that, then I would have protested it. That's not how I operate. And I don't think that's how anybody in this board should be operating. This is the same problem we had the last time. And the whole reason most of us are here is to prevent what happened last time. So that's where I'm coming from. And I'm getting excited.
In my opinion, what the issues you're addressing, Mike, could be addressed in the separate mail out of the question and answer, and really take some of the models you're looking at and make it real clear, especially when it comes to people that live in the zone and don't live in the zone. That's something that could be clarified in an information letter, FYI, from the board, and really make that transparency clear at that point, and have two separate processes.
The problem is what you're proposing is, how legally binding is that? I think I've been hanging around with attorneys way too much lately, because I'm thinking about, okay, well, somebody could argue and say, oh, well, that was put in an FAQ sheet. That wasn't part of the legal document, so therefore it's not legally binding.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
that's the issue that I have.
I'm interested to hear what Luffy says on that, but I don't think if you put stuff in the 218 notice that's extra, it has any more legal efficacy. Like, you have to require with the legal requirements, but in terms of like the FAQs and stuff, whether that's in the original 218 notice or in the separate mailer, I don't think that necessarily changes its legal status.
I don't think it changes the legal status if you put it in the FAQ. I think if you put it in the notice acts as sort of the ceiling for everything. So it's a ceiling on what the rates are, how much you can charge for them and what you're going to use them for. So typically we look at what you're going to use them for based off of your cost of service analysis, which looks at your projected costs and all the buckets associated with providing the service. If you want to restrict it further and say we can only use it exactly as it was said, you know, in this notice, or it could only be used for these 3 specific things. Once you put that in the notice, I don't think you can get out of that. But again, that is an extra legal requirement. You're placing larger restrictions on yourself than what Prop 218 requires. You have discretion to do that. So I'm not giving you policy. You know, I'm not weighing on the policy thing, but I'm just explaining that that is extra legal.
Can I ask a clarifying question to you, Director Thornborough?
Yeah.
When you say you want to put this, and this in there, can you give an example of like how you, instead of saying this, and this, can you really like kind of break down some of the language that you'd like to see so that we can determine, you know, how
Okay.
that is, how the legal of that would go?
I think it should say that this rate increase is to fund operating expenses, CIP expenses to 4.5 million over the 5 years, and a equity adjustment for the employees to bring them up to, you know, closer to where they should be. You know how to word that better than me. That's what I want to see in it, because that's what it's going to be for. It's going to be to cover operating expenses. It's going to be to put the money in
That's missing
CIP.
maintenance, that's missing loans.
What?
So, I mean, we want to make sure we carry everything in.
No, that's part, the loans and stuff, that's part of operating expenses. You know, all the loans that we have, the debt service, that's operating expenses. All the things in the budget is operating
I think it's
expenses.
him, I think it's us.
We go off at a certain time.
No, it shouldn't.
That's what happened before.
Tell them to stop, tell them to stop, tell them to stop.
It's Bob, okay.
Get it set first, give instruction.
Bob looks like he's frozen.
He's been thinking that.
I'm sorry, I'm missing something here.
Me too.
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like, he's talking without moving his lips. This is-
Plus pictures there.
I knocked down this like router.
Hey, we're moving again.
Okay, we got you guys.
Oh, Bob, they might not be able to see us or hear us.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're good now.
Gotcha.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear
Both
more
of
than
you.
enough of you, man.
Go ahead.
The
Who
fire
go
alarm.
ahead?
You.
Well,
Director Thunberg.
Bob and I don't know what happened.
We lost internet connection for a moment. It was glitchy, so you were finishing a statement, Director Thornborough. Can you please finish your statement?
Uh-oh, what was the last part you heard?
Well, there was a statement that was made that the things you want to include are missing quite a bit of things that should be calculated and should be included in these rates. So maybe it was Director Saunders who was making.
Okay, I remember. Mike was saying about debt service and stuff, and I said, debt service is included in operating expenses.
Not necessarily.
All those other things are included in operating expenses
You
already.
want to specifically say the Sweetwater loan, you want to say the loan for the meters, so you want to say those loans that we owe back in the SRF loan. You want to say operations and maintenance, because maintenance isn't the same as operations. You want to, anything that is part of the rate study that is included, you have to.
All that stuff is in the operating budget, all that stuff. Which means it's also part of the operating reserves. Did you lose this again?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. All those things that you're talking about, every single bit of it, all even the permit fees, the state permit fees, all that sort of stuff is already covered in the operating budget. So the only thing that isn't included in the operating budget is how much we want to put into CIP. So, and I wanted to separate it out, the fact that we're doing this equity adjustment for the employees. Okay, so, because that's above and beyond the standard raises and that sort of thing. So all those other things that you're talking about, Mike, those are already included under the operating budget.
Believe so. I don't wanna restrict our 218 where we can't spend it on anything.
I mean, I think the key is you don't wanna, you don't wanna accidentally handcuff yourself for purpose of the 218 and then find out you can't use it on stuff that we all thought we wanted to use it on. So I don't know.
To a degree, I do want that restriction. That's exactly what I'm saying. You don't go and raise the rates and then tell the customers, okay, we're gonna use it for this one thing, and then you go and use it for something else. Okay, that is not transparent. That is not honest. That cannot happen. And it's like, that's the whole intent of the 218, where it says, now I know that Ruffy says, and he and I had this discussion before about, well, you can't take it out of the water agency and spend it on, say, a parks department if you happen to have something like that. Okay, I disagree that that's the intent of the law of the Prop 218. It states in Prop 218, it can't be used, the revenue cannot be used for any other purpose. So in other words, you don't go and say, okay, well, we want to do this rate increase and so we can do this, this, and this. And then they don't protest it, because why would they? They agree with what you want to use it for. But then once you get it enacted, there's nothing stopping you from going and spending it on something else that they may not agree with.
Can I ask you, and I'm not sure if you have something in mind, but what is the thing that you're trying to avoid it being spent on? That's, I think, maybe to get.
This is exactly what I said at the board meeting for Local 39, when you guys approved Local 39. I spelled all this out then, and you guys directed me to have a conversation with Luffy, which, I thoroughly enjoyed. And, but I disagree with that angle, because what I said at the board meeting for Local 39, if you will recall, is that was an equity adjustment. That wasn't just a normal raise. That was a huge expenditure. And you, Nick, admittedly said that we were going to have to use money that was supposed to go into CIP from the previous 218. The revenue from that 218 that was supposed to go into CIP was instead going to be used to do this equity adjustment. And I brought all this up then. And that's what led to all of this. And I discussed it with Luffy, and he said the same thing that he's saying now. I just happen to disagree with it. It's a matter of honesty, it's a matter of transparency, and it's a matter of accountability. You don't tell the customers, hey, this is what we're going to use your money for, and they go, oh, okay, and then you go and use it for something else that they may not have approved. That's what this is all about.
I think we're having a little bit of a misunderstanding here, because I'm not hearing, Director Thornborough, that you're saying you want to use the 218 money, the water rate revenue, for example, for 5 out of the 10 things that you could use it for. All you're saying is, we know the 10 things we're going to use it for. We just want that to be very clear to the customer what those 10 things are. That's all I'm hearing you say, right? So it's
bingo.
So we don't want to do is we don't want to accidentally handcuff ourselves, because when you say a long list, you don't want to accidentally forget something, not as a way of trying to deceive the public, but just as a way of you forget to mention it. So I think the key is making sure you say, when you do spell those things out, I mean, you really need to make sure you spell all of it out, like all of it as much as you can. And I don't know, I need some help here in terms of what that looks like.
What he wants to get at is the fact that the salary adjustment is not just normal salaries, so he wants that to be outside separate, but operations includes things like, say, next year we have a fire, and we didn't say we're gonna put our money for a fire. Now we cannot use any money that we take in rate revenue to cover fire mitigation, because
Nope.
we didn't say the fire. And
Nope.
that is not how we should operate as a district.
He
Nope.
said no.
That's not what I'm
Yeah,
saying
he's
at
saying
all.
no, he's saying no,
That's
we should
not what I'm saying. We have reserves for that sort of thing. We have reserves if there's a fire, we have reserves for that. We have CIP. We're not cuffing ourselves on spending the CIP on the projects that they need to be spent on. Okay, because what we're saying is we are gonna put $4.9 million over the next 5 years into CIP projects. Okay, then we as a board, we say, okay, well, we need to do this, this, and this. We have reserves for things like fires and all that kind of stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I just said was that the last 218 did not have money in there to do an equity adjustment for the employees. Instead, the money that was supposed to go into CIP from that 218 was used to go and do this equity adjustment. That's my
Exactly.
issue.
So-
That's always been my issue, and I've made it very vocal.
And I'm saying we can put that in there because that is in our rate study and we are very clear on the
Perfect.
salary adjustment and we can put that in. But you cannot say we are going to put 4.9 million in reserves, I would say from the rate study, because then that says what happens if we get 100,000 in grants? We have to give back 96 million of it. So you have to be very clear with what you're saying with how this is.
You're overcomplicating it,
That
okay?
is not
4.9
overcomplicated.
million going to CIP is part of the rate study that calculated the rates that you want to impose. That 4.9 is part of those calculations. Okay, so, and if we get grants and stuff, that's great. Nowhere does it say, or am I saying that, oh, well, if we get grants to replace that 4.9, then we got to give that back. I never said that. I never said.
I think the careful thing that is being lost a little bit on what you're saying, Director Thornborough, is if you put it in legal writing and something along the way comes up, and I know I totally understand where you're coming from on this, so please don't think that I'm disagreeing with you. When you put something in legal writing, there are so many ways that it can be misinterpreted, and even you have expressed that you feel that 218 is a certain way. Lufty thinks it's a certain way, and if I asked 5 other people, they were going to interpret it a different way. When you put something in a legal document that you are trying to say it is a what's the word I'm looking for here? You want to be very, very careful because it could handcuff something down the road can create an unintended consequence.
Hold you accountable for something that you did not expect.
Yeah, 100%.
We have reserves for that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about and I know that I can't even pinpoint something, but there is, I'm not gonna, I'm just saying I'm cautioning the legal aspect of putting it in this notice.
I don't want us handcuffed. I want us, what's the word? Bound. Let's go with that. Okay. We are saying this is what this is for. I want it to be so that we have to do that. You can't come back later and say, oh, well, we changed our mind. You tell people that these are what your rates are going to be for the next 5 years. Okay. And here's and this is why. And this is where your money's going. Okay. You don't tell them that. And then they don't protest because they're trusting what you're saying. Okay. And then you go and do it for something else. That can't happen. And so I'm not saying that, what I'm saying is I guess I don't know how to put it. We need to be bound to this agreement is what I'm saying. They got to be able to come back. If we don't do it and we go and do, another board comes in and says, oh, well, we're going to just go give the employees, more raises, or we're going to give the general manager this huge raise, just, for the hell of it. And we're going to take that and out of what we were going to put into CIP, we're going to use it for this instead. Okay. That's what we got to prevent from happening.
Can you make it where
I'm
you?
very
want-
adamant about this. This is the whole reason I'm here. That's
And
it.
I I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to let, Sanjay, he just texted me, he has another meeting, I'm sure he's got another city council meeting or something to get to. And I don't want his expertise or anything to be lost, before you had any final questions. I know we're kind of working on the legal noticing of this. Is there anything else from Sanjay before he has to sign off?
Oh, he can go.
It looks like no.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right, good night, everyone.
Thank you.
So can we look at this as whatever this FAQ or the second notice going out? Give it an overall view of certain pertinent items and all, and reference back to the 218 document. Cost of service rate study, and reference it all back to that. I mean, is there a way to not, put out the highlights of what this is covering, which is one of the big flags with the equity adjustment for the, and a couple other things, but then other items that would be included in this rate study would be in accordance with the cost of service and rate study document.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to line item everyone out, because if you, I understand the legal aspect, because if you oops on one item that you did not put in there, then you can be held accountable for missing,
Right.
misputting in information in that document. And that's kind of what you don't want to do. So you either have to, specifically go ordinance line 4A, whatever, and line out everything you plan on having in it, or reference to the document that you just agreed to. Mike. Cause I can pray him.
Make it simple.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is
Mike,
to come up with a
can I
few
be-
items.
Can I be blunt though here? And I'm hearing everything you're saying. On one hand, you wanna be simple, on the other one, you wanna be very clear. On the other hand, you wanna be very specific, and on the other hand, you wanna make it very detailed. And I think in your mind, you see it a certain way, but I think in practice and on paper, this is becoming a very difficult thing for me to conceive of. Because and I go back and forth,
Cause you're an attorney.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, but and I apologize for my disposition, but I think, okay, is Director Thurber just saying, hey, I just want sunshine? Because it's sometimes when you're saying this, it sounds like that, but then I'm like, he doesn't just want sunshine. He wants to make sure that everything that's in our cost of service study, which includes everything we can spend the money on, because that's how we built the cost of service. It sounds like you're saying, I want to put caps or limits on that in the future. So it's not just sunshine, but you're also saying, listen, I want to do less than what we can do under our cost of service. And then you're saying, and by the way, I just want this to be simple and clear. And maybe I'm the only one in this room, but I'm pretty confused right now.
It's the letter of the law or the spirit of the law. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
and so,
You gotta figure out which
I-
one you want. If you
I
want to black
want-
and white it, that's a letter of the law. If you want an overall picture, that's your spirit of the law, and that's what most people should be looking at.
I want honesty, integrity, and transparency and accountability. That's what I want. And like I said, you tell customers, we're gonna charge you this much, we're gonna raise your rates this much money in order to cover these costs right here. Okay, and then you go and take their money, they agree, so they don't protest, and they go, oh, okay, we trust you to go, go do that. And then we come back and say, oh, well, you know what, we're not gonna really spend it on this. Instead, we're gonna spend it on this other thing. This is exactly what I was talking about with the MOUs, with the equity adjustments. That's exactly what I was talking about. That money was supposed to go into CIP. It was admittedly diverted to go and do the equity adjustments without the customer's knowledge or approval. Well, they knew about it if they go to board meetings. But they didn't approve of their money to be spent out like that. This is what I'm talking about. You have the perfect example we have going on for months.
So what
This
does
is
it look like?
exactly what I was talking about then. It's exactly what I'm talking about now.
So what does it look like specifically, Director Thornborough? I mean, I think that's my question. What does this practically specifically look like on paper in a notice? Cause
It's what I just said the last time you asked me that.
Yeah, but we
It
don't.
says this, we have to raise the rates, okay, and you can put it however you want. Okay, here, let's put it this way. The purpose, and I would prefer to use that word since that's what Prop 218 states. The purpose of this rate increase is to cover operating expenses, put 4.9 million into capital improvement plan over the next 5 years, and to cover the costs for this equity adjustment for our employees. Okay, because that's what it's for. And that's what this money's gonna go to. So I don't understand why since that's what the cost of service, the cost of service has all that in it, and that's what was used to determine how much the rates are gonna be. So all we're doing is saying, we're breaking down what the cost of service is, I guess. Making it more understandable.
So sunshine.
Director Thornborough, and I'm just trying to get a little bit of clarity so that I know what I'm instructed to do here.
Okay.
I will tell you with 100% certainty that if you say 4.9 million in the cost of service analysis, you're not going to hit that number exactly because you're taking a snapshot today of what you're going to be charging and paying for 5 years in the future. So there's going to be fluctuations. So are you saying you want us to lock in the specific numbers that have been projected out over a 5-year period in the study as a part of the notice? Or are you saying the cost buckets that we want to spend money on CIP, operating, so forth and so on, without locking in an actual dollar amount?
That 4.9 came directly off the rate study.
I understand that, but the rate study is a projection. It's a projection 5 years in the future where the only thing certain about it is that it's uncertain. You're never able, it's not a crystal ball. You can't see with certainty. So that number is not going to be exact. So what happens if the number is off?
Off in which direction?
Up, down. I mean, it could go either way. CIP costs could go up for the same project due to, a shortage of supplies. So all of a sudden your CIP budget goes
This is what I was saying before. That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Because we're locked in, according to the rate study, we're putting in 4.9 million. Yes, costs to get the projects done that we elect to do are going to cost more money, I'm sure. But that's got nothing to do with the 4.9 million. We're not increasing, we're not saying we're going to put X amount of million in this year, X amount of million the next year, and all that sort of thing. It says 4.9 million over the next 5 years. Okay. So, and the other thing is that chances are very good in the next 5 years that I'm not saying offset that 4.9 million, keep it at 4.9 million, but we're going to get grants to do some of these projects that we don't have to worry about covering with that 4.9 million. So yeah, it's going to cost more to do the projects, but that's not what the rate, not what the rates were based on. The rates were based on putting the 4.9 million in over the 5 years.
Okay, the purpose of this rate increase is to cover operating costs of
Operating cost doesn't include maintenance, so
Wait.
operating budget is a little better.
Okay.
I don't agree with that sentence.
Okay, well, let me finish and then you can check it out because no one else is trying to do anything, okay? The purpose of this rate increase is to cover operating costs, whatever term you want to use, and at a minimum 4.9 million over the next 5 years. Whatever in hell that was going into, my brain just went, and the equity adjustment for employee raises. Any further information, go to your cost of service, blah, 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 rate study and
I just add one point of clarification, and this is
I'm just trying to come up with to get something over nothing at this point.
I get it, and I want to
Because nothing is
caution.
what's happening and we're just cycling and doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And picking at the way somebody is making comments.
Still got 2 more hours, probably.
I wanna just, Director Thornborough, this is something, and I totally hear what you're saying, Director Seaman. You said in your thing, equity adjustment in your statement that you wanna have included in there, but then you said you don't want later on for some other board to come in and say, to give big raises, and you're saying it could cover an equity adjustment, so to be very clear in what you're saying, I don't know if you ever can hit the bar of being as clear as you want to be. Because somebody could say, well, look, we can give them more equity adjustments because it says right here, and I know what you're gonna say, so please, I'm just using this as a caution to what you're hoping for. I think you're never gonna reach the bar of being bound to something, because there's always gonna be somebody who could interpret it differently, so
Right.
take that for what it's worth. I think
I mean, I like the idea of a cost bucket as a compromise, because I don't want, like, we don't know. We don't know what costs are gonna be, we don't know how we're gonna have to reallocate funds among the different responsibilities. So I like the idea of just the buckets, like, this is, I mean, I think your concern, Director Thornborough, is you wanna make sure, unlike the previous 218, the customers know this money's gonna go for salary increases. I mean, we could say for salaries, for, to pay employees, but like to put a number on that or what that specifically is.
The salary increases, the raises, the standard raises, those are already calculated in under the cost of service. That's already calculated in there. We already talked about that. I'm talking about this, the equity adjustment is way above and beyond just a salary increase or a raise. It's way beyond that. And that's why it needed to be, it needs to be separate, because it is a whole lot more money than just standard raises. I was using that as an example because that's what you guys did. Okay, you took the CIP money, it was supposed to go to CIP, and instead you used it for equity adjustment. Okay. That, in my opinion, which I've been very vocal about, was wrong. So it took away our customers' right to vote. So that, and that's a whole nother issue, which I'm sure will come up again. What I'm saying, Frank, and the other thing that you need to think about is this is only for the next 5 years. It's not for eternity. It's just for the next 5 years. So it's not likely that we're going to have another equity adjustment in the next 5 years. I wouldn't think. I don't know. That maybe it's a possibility, but if it is, we need to disclose that. This is all about full disclosure, and that's what needs to happen. So you've got all the costs in there. What could come up that we would have to deviate from? I don't know why we can't bind ourselves. I guess it's kind of like building trust, and saying, okay, if you're willing to stick to what you're saying, you're going to take my money. And if you're willing to stick to what you said you're going to use it for, then that's great. And that's what this is supposed to be all about. We're supposed to be representing our customers. And that's what we need to do. Okay, that one's done. I don't see any problem with holding ourselves accountable. I don't see the problem.
What's the minimum we could do here today to move this forward? To meet the timelines, deadlines.
Well, we need to have a consensus on what this notice is gonna be. We can't move forward without a consensus on the notice, and frankly, I'm really glad I asked. Cause this is not at all close to, at least that's to one director, this is not close, but I don't know what the will of the board is.
We could take a vote, right?
I mean, I agree. I know Director Thornborough wants to make clear that the salary includes the equity adjustment, and this is the salaries that are moving forward. I know he wants to include operation expense, but we have to do operations budget and CIP reserve, but we also have a cost of service, which is however many pages, which clearly explains all of the things that are in why we are asking for the increase. So if we leave anything out that's in there, that's what I'm concerned about. So we can highlight some top things, but
And then
we-
reference to,
we want to reference the entire thing because we don't want to leave anything out.
Can we make a motion to receive this report, move it forward, send it out and address this at the next meeting, by the next meeting?
At that point, yeah, you would, at that point,
That'd be too late.
yeah, at that point, you'd be talking about sending this separate mailer out.
Yeah, well,
Well, I mean, we definitely want to do another transparency one because that's a thing, but I think the thing he wants to highlight in here is the making sure that people are aware of the protest process, that one is that, the zone will get a vote and the water treatment people get a vote. If that's not clear in here, to make sure that part's clear. To make sure it's clear that if you don't send back a protest vote, then that's considered a yes. I think that's the thing.
acknowledgement of the rate.
Acknowledgement of the rates. I think that's something he wants to make clear.
Yeah.
And I
because
know
that
he
wasn't
wants
clear.
to, the three things is operating budget. I wouldn't just say expenses, because that leaves a whole bunch of stuff out. So operating budget, salaries, which includes the equity adjustment and CIP reserves. And those are the three, those things, and also making sure we reference and, the cost of service analysis, which includes all of the items that are included in that big bucket. That I would be fine with.
Frank, do you think we could get a consensus vote on how to move forward? Somebody make a motion and have it, if it approved, if it passes?
Can I ask one more question? What do you
Yeah,
guys
sure.
think of, what do you guys think about including a card, a protest card, for them to fill out and send back within the notice? What do you think of that? I think
Well,
we should do that.
We have to make sure that they, once you figure out the households and parcels, then we also have to make sure we include the, zone ones as well. Yes.
So is that, you think we should include cards? We could do, different color cards for the zone. And then that way they won't get mixed up to
Thank you.
address. I think Donna
Sure.
brought that up before.
End of the flag.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Director Thornborough, you said that it's too late if we send out a mailer after we approve going forward with the process. Why is it too late so long as it goes
We-
out before the public hearing? If
Because
all this
Mitch-
question and answer goes out
Mitch-
before the public hearing, then the information is getting to the public. So I'd like to see the two separated as legal documents. Or as
The,
not.
to answer your question is that at the time they said they were gonna wait until the next meeting to get this, the notice completed, and that'll be too late. Cause they have to have 45 days.
I don't know that we have to have the question and answer out 45 days. We just need to have the notice of the hearing regarding the cost of service study.
But
There's
I'm not,
nothing,
That's what I mean.
that's what I was objecting to, is having it as a separate thing, because I think it should all be one legally tied together. Is what.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Can we vote on that or get a consensus on that? Whether it should be one or two and wait on the mailer
So
till,
remember, I just want to be clear, and Luffy can correct me, but the second, if there is a desire to send a second piece out, that's just an informational item.
Right.
Yes.
As a courtesy to the public,
Yeah.
that you could do a deeper dive onto. These are the kinds of things that the 218 covers in the cost of service study.
Yeah, and we're gonna do that
Blah, blah, blah.
regardless. I'm pretty sure we're set on that.
Yeah, but
The question is, how much do we want to put in this?
but that's quote unquote not the legal document,
Correct,
right?
yes.
The-
Right. That's
I think
exactly what
Director
want.
Saunders understands what I want to do, because what you said, Mike, was pretty much right on the money.
could you go ahead and formulate a
So basically,
two-part move it?
for the direction for Luffy is when he checks the protest section, we want to make sure that it's clear that the zone people are voting on, the zone is a separate protest and the water enterprise is a separate protest. Also that the way the protest works, so you either send back the protest, this is counted as a no. If you don't send it back, then you're acknowledging that you accept the rates. Then he wants in there, The overall purpose for the rates include operation budget, salaries, which includes the equity adjustment and CIP reserves, and then other specifics you can check in, well, somehow where it goes to, reference the cost of service analysis to see all of the things.
That's what's gonna take the extra time that we don't
Right,
have.
but we put those three big things. I mean, Mike T wants to make sure it's the operating budget, the salaries and equity, and the CIP reserve, and.
No,
specifics of-
salaries, that's separate. The equity adjustment is different. The salaries are included already in the operating expenses and the operating
Yeah,
budget.
but I would put the equity adjustment there. I wouldn't separate it separately because it is with salaries.
Yeah.
So I would put salaries.
It's
with
more than
equity.
salaries. It's more than salaries.
It is, but it's included in the salary, so when you just-
Compensation?
No, I mean, it's equity adjustment, but when you go to salaries itself, it's already incorporated.
I was gonna
into
say
it.
the equity adjustment is just a fancy word for a salary increase. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, it's what, no, but no, I'm just saying, Director Thornborough, it's, what I mean by that is it's a way that you communicate when you bargain to try to negotiate an increase in a salary. But that, whatever that is, whatever the salary schedule is, whether you wanna call that a salary schedule and built in with equity adjustments, whatever, that should be built into operating expenses now, is it not?
It
That's
is.
what I'm saying. That
He
this
wants
is,
to
this is
specifically say
two
the
different
salaries.
things. It's two different things. You don't do an equity adjustment every year. Okay, this equity adjustment was because our employees for years have been lagging, other people in other agencies doing the same thing they're doing. Their salaries were lagging. And that was allowed to happen over the course of several years. In fact, the grand jury even reported on it back in 17, 18, something like that. But anyway, so equity adjustment, it's a raise, but it's a huge raise to bring our employees up closer to where everybody else is in the industry. And that's what we've done partially and working
Yeah,
on
and
it.
I do understand that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, regardless of the cause and the genesis of all that, the point is, those are salaries that now are on a salary schedule that should be baked into the cost of service.
Correct, but last time what happened was there were salary increases that was not given to the public and everybody. They sold the last, I guess the last, I wouldn't say
Five
sold.
managers.
I guess the way it was presented to the public was the main point of this is for going into CIP. And then when people saw, oh, a whole bunch of this went to salaries as well, and that wasn't explained then they thought they were, it wasn't transparent with it. So we want to not only explain, yes, salaries are in it, but we did include
I
that
see.
cost of service for salaries we did, which had that adjustments, which moved everybody to the median.
It was
So
like
that's
The
what-
creation of 5 managers.
Yeah.
That was made clear.
Yeah, and it was like 80, it was some high number, like 80% was supposed to go to CIP, 20% to salary. It was flip flopped.
Yeah.
Right, so we want to be, clear that there's a salary increase and.
But all
So
that
do you
being
wanna-
said, all that input, he was saying that Lefty can't.
Well, I was saying those three, I mean. the
Yeah, I
three
mean, I think
things-
that I appreciate your effort, Director Saunders, to make this more specific. Lucy, I don't know if you ever heard, I don't know if you heard the things that Director Saunders was saying that would be added to you're talking about the actual 218 notice, right, Director
Right.
Saunders? So he carved out a few things to add specifically in terms of procedure
Public health.
and then some of the
The hearing.
items.
Oh,
And I guess also with a reference to the cost of service study as well, sort of like, these are some of the big ticket items, but also as more particularly set forth in the cost of service study, that you can review online or wherever it is.
but it kind of goes over.
I mean, is that something what are your thoughts about that, Lucy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to add anything at the direction of the board. I think making further clarifications on the protest procedure, that is a very easy fix. I have to be honest, and it was a little hard to hear, I think, when the last part of the discussion was happening. If there are more specifics in terms of the use of the funds, I'm happy to add that in. I'm still not clear on, I'm thinking
Why
about
don't you
it
say
actually
that
right.
again?
So.
Why don't you say that again, Director Saunders, what you're thinking in terms of the actual use of the funds, because you did add those.
Yeah, so the three main points that Director Thornborough wants to make sure we
Mhm.
get across is the operating budget, salaries with the equity adjustment, and the CIP reserve. And then we could also reference on all the other things that are referenced in our cost of service analysis. But those are the three main points that really reflect what the rates are going to.
Repeat the third one. I didn't hear the third one, Mike.
CIP reserve.
Okay. Are you gonna put the amount in?
No, because we can say, I don't know the best way to phrase that because
The reason why I want the 4.9 is because that was what was used to generate the rates that we're gonna charge our customers. Okay, if you don't have that in there and it just says a blanket, took money to put into CIP, then if we end up, we overcharge the customers by 2 or 3 million, then, that just go into CIP.
I would totally disagree with that, because if we get a grant that will offset some of that CIP, then we don't have to have the rate increase that we need. And in that way, the money stays in the customer's pocket. To have a specific amount in there means that we have to have that rate go to CIP, and it kind of counters the motivation to get a grant that will replace that. I'm looking at it from the other way. Let's try to reduce people's rates instead of
Right,
be
but
tied
that's
into a
not
corner
something you can
of having a CIP. I
can't
disagree with
instantly do
having a specific amount in there. It'll have to be up to the board to clarify what those rates are. I disagree with the specific amount.
what was the amount per year that we were
It's
going
a,
to aim for?
it's an average of about 700,000, so. It changes, 4.9 is whatever you divided by
Yeah,
5,
so I would say, I would go with, to specifically say to try to average 750,000 per year based on this year. That's basically an annual thing we're trying to save.
And I'd like to
And not-
address what Bob said. If
Go
that's-
ahead.
Bob, I understand exactly what you're saying. The 4.9 is the minimum. If we do get a grant, then we can go and say, okay, well, we can freeze the rates or lower the rates for the next year because we didn't need this amount of money. But you're only talking about roughly $900,000 a year. So we can say that, because we can lower the rates and we can say that, okay, for example, we're gonna freeze the increase this year because we got this grant. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. What I'm
I think
saying is the 4.9 million was used to calculate the rates that we're asking our customers to pay.
Yes, and that was a projection. That projection can change, and the way I'm hearing is we're kind of hog tying the customers into having that money have to go in the CIP. If we say go, that's where I'm confused with what you're saying, by putting a specific amount in there that demands from the ratepayers that out of those rate increases, that amount has to go into CIP.
That was a basis.
If we get a
for the
grant,
rate- That was the basis
we
for the
could-
rate increase.
It's a projection,
No.
and
it was
things can
used to
change over
calculate-
time.
It was used to calculate the rates that we're charging them.
And it was stated, it is a projection. It can change over time. It can change
Oh,
if we have additional revenue.
no.
If we have a
I don't know.
specific amount, then we're demanding of the
Director
ratepayers to
Thornborough?
make that specific amount.
And I don't know if the board is comfortable with an up to amount for the rates then, so maybe an up to 4.9 million with the rates. Cause that specifically talks about the rates going towards CIP and it doesn't address, we can get more funding and we'll be able to adjust it outside. Cause if we just say 4.9 and we get a grant for 10 million, let's say. So if we say specifically with the rates up to this amount, then that automatically lets us remove or go lower.
Go ahead, sir.
It has to be you can't do the up to, because that puts a huge loophole in it, saying, well, we don't have to do this 4.9 because so since we only have to do up to that 4.9, then we could use this money for something else. It needs to be set at 4.9. We put 4.9 in there. That number is what was used. It's not a projection. That number was used to come up with the rates. That
In
was
reference
included
to
in the
costs.
equation to come up with the rates. So the whole object of this is to be held to what we're saying. We're saying this is the reason why we have to raise the rates. So if that's the reason we're gonna give, that's the reason we're gonna use it for. And like I said, Bob, if we get a grant, that's great. Well, so we could use that grant to maybe satisfy that, a part of that 4.9.
Can I, Director Thornbrook, can I just, get you to think about one piece of that? And I think it's gonna capture kind of what Director Saunders was saying and Director Stovall. If you put a minimum number in there, then you are requiring the rates to continue to go up, even if we get additional money. So I'm gonna use the thing that you talked about earlier. If I'm able to figure out Fazio Water and I'm able to bring in $2 to $3 extra million, and then we don't need to do a rate increase. However, we are now legally obligated to put 4.9 million from the rates into the CIP. You are going to have to continue to raise the rates, even if the district is able to bring in additional revenue.
Wrong. How many times I gotta say this? You can lower the rates.
But
If
you're
you
locked
got
into the
a grant
4.9
comes in,
million.
if you got this 4.9 going in there, if that's what you're saying, that's just from the rates, 4.9. Okay, say you get a grant for 4.9. Great, we don't have to put the 4.9 in now. So then the rates will go down. That's what I'm
How
saying.
about you write a document and give it to us so we can review?
But what can we do the minimum to move this thing forward?
We need to agree on the notice.
Can we agree on this notice? Somebody make a motion, please? Can somebody make a motion?
No, it has to be kind of, I mean, I'm not comfortable putting a number in to the notice.
No, we're just talking about the notice and adding the.
Yeah, but we're trying to figure out. what
Now
we're
they're
putting in
trying to change the notice.
The notice has to have the numbers in it.
Yeah, so I'm not comfortable I would put CIP and reference what's in our cost of service.
What's wrong with
analysis.
taking a vote on putting the number in it, not putting the number
Well,
in it?
you're president, you can do that.
Well, Frank?
You can take a vote.
Can we have a show of hands?
At this point, I would recommend a vote because the conversation's gotten so all over the place.
Circles.
Yeah,
It's circling and not
I
coming to
want to
a
have, but I want a
resolution.
clear motion and a quick, and then, and we'll need a second, obviously, and a roll call vote. But the motion needs to be clear.
Would somebody like
And before, after we get a first, if we get a second, we can have discussion after a first and a second, right? And I want to make sure it's clear to Lucy, I want to make sure it's clear to everyone on staff, it's clear to the other board members. So,
Can I ask a
we're
quick
gonna go slow
question now?
here.
question?
So where on this is where does this notice reference our cost of service rate study?
What are you, I'm sorry, are you?
Where does the Prop 218 notice is currently drafted reference the COSA?
Hang on, let me.
Rookie?
So
It's in there.
it's on page 1 and I think we had talked about maybe putting a link in once it's, if there's gonna be a link on the website, but on page 1 under reasons for the proposed fee increases, it says to that end, the district retained an independent consultant. Mhm. To prepare a cost of service, which is available for inspection at the district's offices. The proposed rates are the result of this
So
analysis.
that covers what all these numbers and all this fluff that's been going around.
It does. And we can put the exact website address in there that they can look, and then we can even make it clickable if they want to look at this on the website. So this will all be part of it.
So with that in mind, I mean, we had a nice honeymoon, 3.5 years where we voted 5-0, like 98% of the time, but it's okay to vote 4-1 or 3-2, but we need to move forward on a clear motion. Would somebody like to volunteer?
Well, yes, sure.
Yes, I'd like to volunteer. Okay, well, I like the idea of show of hands.
Hold on, Director Saunders.
I got two.
Well, I wanted to see a show of hands of who wants to have at least the language that talks about the clarification and the protest procedure put in there.
Well, this is pretty too much words in my world. It needs to be cleaned up, spread out,
This is legal.
and I know it's legal, but it's like, but then is it okay to have this here because we were going to have something go out later that would outline this so that somebody could actually read it in the real world and understand it?
So that would be the second thing that.
I understand, that's what I'm trying to say. Are we?
We welcome, we would happily put something together that can be like a fact FAQ type document that could go out in conjunction with this.
And then that could also cover the reason for we're having these
Mhm.
issues, that Mike has been talking about. That's where it could be brought out, that these are the main items that this, why we're having these rate increases at this time.
And we can continue to reference the documents that we
Mike?
have.
Mhm. Well, Director Stovall
Where
raised
did you
his,
get that?
oh,
Sorry.
no, Director Stovall raised his hand and make a motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion. I make a motion to receive this written report and oral presentation by Water Resources Economics. Review and approve the final water and wastewater financial analysis included with this report. Authorize the staff to notice a public hearing and call a public hearing tentatively on December 12th. And make it clear as to the protest proceedings. In addition, there will be a follow-up with FAQ, which will address additional issues.
Do I get a second? Second from Director Saunders. And at that point,
I like all of it except for the part about the follow-up. I think the follow-up, I think what we've been talking about, that needs to be in the actual notice.
That's what he was saying.
No, his motion,
There's a follow-up secondary document, like you said.
the protest procedures, the things that Director Saunders mentioned about how the process works. You know, that will go in the 218 notice. But the other follow-up on what the items will cover and that sort of thing, that will be in the second piece.
So can I make maybe an amendment to it?
So it would be a substitute motion.
Well, she can ask for a friendly amendment
Oh, that's fine, go
if
ahead.
he's willing to do
Director
it.
Stovall?
she sees you over here. He sees you over here, Don.
Well, but he's looking down and not paying attention.
Okay.
No, I'm not, excuse me. I am making notes on a computer. I am very clearly what's going on. To accuse me I'm not paying attention is way out of line. I'm
I'm sorry.
writing notes on a computer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
The only-
resent that.
Wow. The only thing I was wanting to, add at the end of this, notice of public hearing is, that there will be a follow-up, document, outlining the protest and other information. I'm trying to come up with a good word, but, you know, just to warn the public that there's another document coming out.
I believe that was in my original motion. Part of my motion, there were two additions. One was the
Okay.
protest proceedings. And the other is the follow-up Q&A.
No.
Am I missing anything? Could you reread?
Let's do this. Let's have Liz, read the motion.
Okay, so let me know if I missed anything here. So Director Stovall's motion to receive the written report and oral presentation by Water Resource Economics, review and approve the final analysis, authorize the staff to notice a public hearing and call a public hearing on December 12th. Making clear the Prop 218 protest proceedings in the language of the mailer and follow up with the Q&A mailer.
So what was your friendly amendment?
Well, if we're sending this out,
Yes.
was the other part of what Stovall added going to be on this document? Or is it just saying there's another document coming or there is another document. I was wanting to just reference on the first document that there would be a second
To follow.
document coming up.
So part of the, what you're saying is that more information will be coming from the district to follow on this.
Yes,
I think that's the friendly amendments, Director Stovall, are you okay with adding language that would
Yeah,
say?
I'm fine with that. I thought I addressed that. That makes it more clearly. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
just want to be clear, as part of the notice, what I mentioned earlier about the location being Cool Church, we had 4 votes for that, 6 o'clock on December 12th, because those all have to be, included in there as well. So, I don't know how we want to address that as well.
Do you want to include that friendly motion amendment? Addition?
I think the Grange would be more central.
In my opinion, the church has better internet and facilities that make it easier for the public to see presentations.
You want to just add an amendment to your motion and
But you have to,
Yeah,
you
I'll
have to
be-
realize it's gonna be, there's going to be areas where they're counting protests. They're gonna need tables and that sort of thing to be counting the protests that come in.
we can accommodate that. That's
I'll make sure that happens.
Okay, well, I just think the
Okay.
Grange is more central.
So Director Saunders, you seconded that, correct?
And I second it with the,
Amendments?
Amendments. And then when you say that the Q and A to follow, Director Stovall, now that we have a first and a second, I just want to clarify for this board, so everyone's clear, do you mean the FAQ or the Q and A document, the courtesy mailer, right? All of those types of things, that document is gonna spell out the things that it would be, some of the big ticket items, examples that it would be spent for, that Director Saunders mentioned, for example, that will be in that second document. The first document's just going to add the stuff about the protest procedure, some more details about that. And then also that there's another mailer to come. I just want to clarify, was that what you were saying in your motion, Director Stovall?
Yes, that's my intent.
Is there a deadline for that or just by?
we were gonna, well, that's why, the motion that you guys have provided will allow us to send that out. Because we can make those adjustments with Luke B and send it out on the 14th.
The mailer document, assuming this is what the board votes for, that could probably come back on the November 7th board meeting if you wanted to really nail.
The
that
secondary
down.
document. Mhm.
But I'm glad I asked the question if that was what Director Stovall was saying, because clearly that's not what Thornborough thinks. So go ahead, Director.
You can't have the separate thing that has what the purpose of the rate increase is, because the notice starts, as soon as they have notices mailed, that starts the 45 days of protesting. So, that they could protest. And so then you're gonna have something come follow up later on? No, it needs to be all together at the same time. It needs to be all submitted together, and I renew my insistence that the notice that is sent out needs to state what the purpose of the rate increase is. Because you don't go in and say, and send them a secondary notice and they go, oh, well, gee, if I would have known that, then I would have protested it. They need to have all the information at once, at one time. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Director Thornborough.
So you have a first and a second.
We got a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall.
Aye.
Okay, Director Thornborough,
No,
okay. Vice President Seaman,
aye.
okay, and President McDonald.
Aye,
Okay, so 4-1.
the motion passes 4-1.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
I think it may be appropriate to have a board meeting a week from today before the mailer goes out and try to clarify the language that goes on the Q&A. if we can come to consensus on what goes out on that, then to me, it's a win-win. They both go out at the same time. I'm
That's
trying to
really-
separate out the legal documents from the frequently asked questions.
That's a really quick turnaround time on getting something like that together. If you could give us maybe a little bit of extra time to do that.
Sure, I mean, the earlier we can get it out, the better. I don't disagree with Director Thurmer about that.
No, I understand, a week, I mean, we could, if you could allow us a
I'm not
week,
available the week of the 14th.
I'm not available next Thursday.
Yes, I'm not available next week either.
Why don't you just
Yeah.
look at,
We'll,
We'll
work on
get a
that.
poll
I
to
think
see
the
what
motion
it
was,
yeah.
we didn't, there was no deadline in the motion on the second document, but I think the key is do it as soon as possible. And then just, if you have to schedule a meeting board, schedule a meeting board as soon as possible. We don't have to decide all this.
Yeah, we can schedule the
All
meeting.
right.
Yeah, I would suggest sending out a survey to see who's available when and going from there. I don't want to take up board meeting trying to have everybody
Yeah.
check their calendars.
Okay,
Yeah, we
thank
can do
you. Okay, all right. Before adjourning to closed session, I'll open up the public comment.
No, we're,
What?
are you gonna public comment on closed session?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, apologize.
Regarding the closed session.
I apologize.
Okay, and I don't see any. So in that case,
Thank you, Ludwig.
oh, thank you, yes. In that
Good
case,
Thank
Good
you. very
night.
much. All right.
I'll close for public comment and we adjourn to closed session.
This is
8:01 PM.
What are we supposed to do to get into closed session?
Director,
Closed it?
hang on,
Yeah.
Director Thornborough and Director Stovall, you don't have to do anything. Liz is gonna put you into a breakout room for the closed session, so you'll be put into something all by yourself, so just stick with us. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess while Liz gets that all set up, and then we'll be right back with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
No.
Hey, Mike Thornborough, you gotta accept the invitation for the breakout rooms. Okay, so he accepted.
Back, I don't see the night for,
They made it get Liz. I don't know how to close the break rooms.
well, I put them all back into this room, but I don't know where they're at. We can close the, all the talent to go back into it.
Call them verbally, I mean, call them on the phone,
Yeah.
I could do that.
Where it going?
Huh? What's that?
There was a button that said leave breakout room. That's what did it.
That one's
Maybe
still
that's
on.
what it is.
Pardon me?
That one's still on.
Oh, this is still on?
Just maybe that.
Yes.
It should slide if I turn it on.
There's a lot of feedback, you guys.
You were trying to fix it.
What's an apple?
It's one of the old meter reading, iPads. We repurposed them.
Cool. I was gonna say, those aren't apples, right?
You know, this is the only thing.
I'm ready to rock and roll here.
9:30.
It's, returning back from closed sessions, 9:36 PM. And there's nothing to report out. At this time, I'll ask for board member requests.
Do we need to wait for Bob to show up?
Oh, he's not there?
Yeah, it's still covered by.
Did you talk to Bob? And
He's trying to come back.
Does he need to accept the request?
It shows, he's still in that lane. What we can do is maybe close all the rooms and see if that forces into us. There we go. That'll force him in.
Oh, there he is.
I'm back.
So, returning back from closed session, 9:37 PM. Moving on, and nothing to report out. Asking now item 10 for board member requests for additions to future meeting agendas.
I got one.
Fire away.
I think that we have, as board members, I think even the board policy states that we are supposed to follow the Brown Act in the way we conduct our meetings. And recently, well, not even recently, for quite some time now, we have been adding in these Roberts rules. And we need to pick one and stick with it. As board members, we were told we need to be educated on the Brown Act. Nothing about Roberts rules. So we need to make a decision and put on the agenda so we can discuss this. we need to decide how we're gonna handle this, because this is getting ridiculous of something comes up, oh yeah, well, we can't do that Brown Act, but we can do a Robert's rules. So that needs to be, we need to iron that down and say, this is the way we're going, and that's it. None of this, all of a sudden surprise, because we don't know what Robert's rules is, and all of a sudden we find out, oh, well, yeah, you could do it this way instead. So I think that needs to be, that was probably a lot more discussion just to tell, just to say I want something on the agenda, but that's why. So that's what I want.
Anybody else? Director Stovall? You're on mute, sir.
Nothing, to add, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, next meeting date will be scheduled November 7th, 2024, 2 p.m. So I'd like to ask a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded by Director Stovall. All in, roll call vote.
Okay, Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall,
Aye.
Director Thornborough,
Aye.
Vice President Seaman,
Aye.
and President McDonald.
Aye. Meeting adjourned 9:39 p.m.